Chapter 51. OPP commented, I think what Huachi said is right. We need at least 3 days to complete a mission. Even God M can only complete 1 mission a day. How can this Neohuru.yz complete 10 in a day? Green Dragon on the left and White Tiger on the right commented, I agree with the comment above. Neohuru.yz is part of a team of dogs. Goodnight M commented, I agree. This team of dogs is shameless. It was apparent that many people were feeling jealous of Neohuru.yz's achievements. They naturally assumed that a person's capabilities were limited. If an ordinary person exceeded the general population's expectation and achieved an unreachable result, they would subconsciously think that it was fake. After all, in the technology world, the most experienced and powerful God M could only complete 1 ordinary mission a day. On the other hand, Neohuru.yz had completed an average of 10 missions a day. In the past 3 years, there hadn't been a single person who could surpass the great God M in the technology world. To think that Neohuru.yz had only just appeared and had immediately achieved such incredible results. This was too heaven-defying. It was definitely fake. Therefore, everyone felt that Huachi XL's conspiracy theory was accurate. As a result, the forum exploded. Neohuru, Xiaodai commented, have you guys eaten way too many lemons? I can't believe you guys believe this conspiracy about teams. This is the tech world, not the food industry. Our daddy YZ doesn't need a team of people to solve his missions. He doesn't need any kind of marketing either. Neohuru.Tower's 8th brother commented, salty lemon spirit. How dare you claim that our daddy YZ is a team of people without any proof? You are the one who's a team. Your whole family is a team. Neohuru. I am an expert in demolishing houses, someone here has insulted our daddy YZ. Where is the Neohuru family? Kill the lemon spirits. At Neohuru, Little Green, Neohuru, silently follow your heart, Neohuru, Unforgettable and 50 other people. Ever since Neohuru.yz became famous from her first mission, the legend had already gained a large number of fans in the technology world and they even established the Neohuru family. Anyone with the word Neohuru in front of their ID was a member of the Neohuru family. So far, the number of family members had reached more than 10,000. Both sides had their own opinions and were arguing endlessly on the forum. Li Qiandong also joined in the war. He had changed his ID to Neohuru, Young Master Li, and even joined the Neohuru family. After scolding a few people on the internet forum, he opened his chat window and messaged, God, don't mind those words on the forum. We all believe in you. Neohuru.yz gave a simple reply. Li Qiandong figured that Neohuru.yz probably didn't care about these small things and continued, God, I see that you've been doing other missions these days. Will this affect the progress of the OS? Neohuru.yz replied, those missions were completed in my free time outside with my phone. It won't affect the OS. You don't have to worry. I'll deliver the OS on time. Li Qiandong, who was in front of the screen, was stunned when he saw this line of words. If those jealous people on the forum knew that Neohuru.yz had only used his free time to complete so many tasks with his mobile phone, what kind of expression would they have? They would probably die of jealousy, right? Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Yizhua had just finished eating her noodles when the shop started to get busy again. Many customers had come to eat at noon because the hot pot and rabbit head were too delicious. They came over for a second time in the evening, and because of the coupons, it didn't take long for them to form a long queue outside the restaurant. Although the business at noon was pretty good, it wasn't to the extent of having a long queue of people waiting in line. Yi Shu was stunned. She never thought that business would be so good on the first day of opening. The dishes were sold out before 8:30 p.m. To make up for the customers who didn't get to eat, Yizhua gave them each a card. With this card, they could get a spicy rabbit head for free if they came to eat tomorrow. Although Yizhua was a big shot in the science and technology world in her previous life, she had experience running her own business. She knew how to attract customers. More importantly, she wasn't afraid of losing money. In business, one had to give up something to gain something. Yi Shu tabulated her returns for today. They had received 2,000 yuan in cash, and 6,000 yuan in WeChat and Alipay. Excluding the rent, utilities, and costs, they had earned a total of 3,000 yuan. If it wasn't for the lack of dishes, they could have earned even more. After confirming that she wasn't mistaken, Yishu turned to look at Zhuo and said in surprise, "Zhuo, we earned 3,000 yuan today." In the past, her monthly salary was only 2,500 yuan, but now she had earned 3,000 yuan in just one day. It was a truly surreal feeling for Yishu. Zhuo looked back at her mother and said with a smile, "This is just the beginning. We will earn even more in the future." After saying that, Zhuo continued, "By the way, Mom, there will definitely be more customers tomorrow than today. We need to prepare more dishes. We also need to hire 2 more people to help out at the restaurant. Otherwise, when I start school, you won't be able to handle it all by yourself." Yishu nodded. "Yes. Zhuo, you've thought of everything." How should she put it into words? Yishu felt that Zhuo was really amazing. She was clearly just a teenager, but she had thought of everything. She was even more mature than an adult. At this moment, He Fengxian pushed the door open and came in. "Big sister, why did you close shop so early?" Actually, He Fengxian had knowingly asked this question. Why did they close shop so early? It is definitely because there was no business. He Fengxian was just here to gloat and laugh at their misfortune. Yishu smiled and said, "Big sister you're here. Take a seat. Business is pretty good today. The dishes we prepared are all sold out, so we had to close the shop." "What?" He Fengxian looked at Yishu in surprise. "Business is pretty good? All the prepared dishes have been sold out?" Yishu was too good at bragging. Does she really take me for a fool? When I came around to visit this morning, the shop was still empty and there were no customers here. He Fengxian continued, "Big sister. You don't have to be embarrassed about it. Even if I know that your business is not good, I won't laugh at you." He Fengxian rolled her eyes and continued, "Oh. I know what you mean. Big sister, you want to sell the shop as soon as possible, so you lied to me and said that the business is good, right?" Yishu said helplessly, "Big sister you've misunderstood. Our business today is really good. We don't plan to sell the shop." He Fengxian took Yishu's hand. "Big sister, we are all businessmen. I understand. I understand. This Yishu is really too much. I can't believe she's still lying to my face. Doesn't she know who He Fengxian, am? Does she think I would fall for such a lie? I've been in business for more than 20 years, and I dare say I've got more experience than Yishu. Does she think that I'd be deceived?" Seeing as He Fengxian did not believe her no matter what, Yishu did not bother to explain any further. Seeing that Yishu did not explain herself, He Fengxian was even more certain that Yishu was lying to her. She mocked her several times openly and in her heart before leaving. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the mother and daughter returned home. When Yisun heard that they had earned 3,000 yuan on the first day of the restaurant's opening, he was extremely excited. "Sister, I've said it earlier that my niece is not a nobody. I wasn't wrong at all." Yishu was also very happy. "Oh right, Yisun, not only is it tiring to deliver packages now, the salary is not high either. Why don't you quit your job and come to the shop to help?" Yisun, who had just opened his game, refused her outright. "I feel that delivering packages is more suitable for me." "Why?" Yishu frowned. Yisun didn't explain. "I just like delivering packages." Hearing that, Yishu didn't prod further. Coincidentally, Yizhuo had come to the living room to pour herself a glass of water. When she heard this, she smiled and said, "Since uncle likes delivering packages, when I have money, I'll buy your company and let you be your own boss." "Okay." Yisun said excitedly, "Big niece, I will wait for you to buy our company." "Good luck." "Cool. How much does it cost to buy your company?" Yizhuo continued to ask. Yisun thought Yizhuo was joking and said casually, "About 50 to 60 million." Yizhuo nodded slightly. 50 to 60 million. How much money did she have in her card now? Zhuo rubbed her chin and went back to her room to continue coding. She had to complete the OS as soon as possible and then buy over Yisen's express delivery company. At the Tsun family home, Madame Tsun had been taking the medicine prescribed by Zhuo for the past few days. Not only had her sleep improved, but her appetite and complexion had also improved a lot. Tsun Shaoqing, who had gone to Beijing for a week-long trip, finally returned home. When he saw the energetic old lady, he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Grandma, are you really okay?" When he first heard Zhou Xiang say that his grandmother had recently recovered a lot, Tsun Shaoqing thought that Zhou Xiang was just comforting him. He did not expect that his grandmother's health had indeed improved a lot. "Yes." The old lady walked around in front of Tsun Shaoqing. "Not only am I okay, I have even found you a beautiful wife." "Beautiful wife?" Tsun Shaoqing twirled the Buddhist beads in his hand, his expression inexplicable. How should he tell his grandmother that he really had no intention of getting married? Seeing that Tsun Shaoqing did not give her a response, Madame Tsun raised the walking stick in her hand and whacked him. As she hit him, she scolded, "Don't act all high and mighty. Do you think you're some unrivaled super handsome guy in the universe? Let me tell you, brat, you don't have the liberty of deciding whether you want to be with her. In fact, she's not even interested in you." Chapter 52. Madame Tsun did not show any mercy. She hit Tsun Shaoqing on the back a few times. "This brat. He has been like this for the past 10 years, looking down on everyone. He is asking for a beating." Tsun Shaoqing did not dodge. He held the prayer beads in his hand as he said, "Grandma, everyone has their own way of living. I am very satisfied with the current situation. Just like you said, I am not RMB. How can I please everyone?" Tsun Shaoqing was a vegetarian, and he believed in a solitary life. He liked silence. He felt that too was a crowd. He preferred to be on his own. Madame Tsun looked at Tsun Shaoqing with a look of disbelief. "Don't you have anything to say when you find out that a young lady isn't interested in you?" Tsun Shaoqing shook his head. Madame Tsun had wanted to provoke Tsun Shaoqing with the excuse that Zhuo wasn't in the least bit interested in him. Unexpectedly, Tsun Shaoqing did not seem to care at all. Under normal circumstances, didn't men have a strong desire to conquer? Wasn't her eldest grandson a little abnormal? Madame Tsun scanned Tsun Shaoqing from top to bottom. "Shaoqing, tell me honestly, do you have a problem down there?" Even Tsun Shaoqing, who was usually very calm and composed, could not stand still when he heard this. "Grandma, you're worrying too much. In that case, do you like men?" Madame Tsun narrowed her eyes. Tsun Shaoqing's fingers that were twirling the Buddha beads paused. "Grandma, you're getting more and more ridiculous." His tone made it seem like Madame Tsun was an insensible junior. "If you like men, then so be it. It's not something to be embarrassed about. If you really like men, then I have nothing else to say. Tell me, do you like men or not?" Madame Tsun continued, "Do you think I'm concerned about you? I'm worried about Zhuo. If you like men and I introduce Zhuo to you, won't I be ruining Zhuo's future? Zhuo is so beautiful. So young. So smart. So amazing. I don't want her to be hurt." Tsun Shaoqing thought that his grandmother was genuinely concerned about him. Turns out, he had thought too highly of himself. She was only worried about that little girl. Seeing that Tsun Shaoqing did not speak, the old lady poked his arm. "Hey! I'm asking you a question. Do you like men?" Tsun Shaoqing silently chanted a calming mantra in his heart before saying, "Grandma, although I have no intention of starting a family, there is no problem with my sexual orientation. So, you shouldn't worry about this kind of non-existent problem." Hearing this, Madame Tsun heaved a sigh of relief. As long as there was no problem with his sexual orientation, there was still hope. It seemed that she could continue to carry out her plan to lure Zhuo into marrying her grandson. Madame Tsun reached out her hand to pat Tsun Shaoqing on the shoulder. However, after stretching out her hand, she realized that she was not able to reach Zhen Shaoqing's shoulder due to his lanky height. Stinky brat! Why are you so tall? Without a word, Madame Zhen climbed onto the sofa next to her and patted Zhen Shaoqing on the shoulder as she wished. Then, she said earnestly, Shaoqing, we only live for a short few decades. Grandma hopes that you can spend it with the person you love. I think Zhuo is not bad. Although I must say, Zhuo is more outstanding than you, fairer than you, better at talking, better looking than you, and more likable than you. Even if you work harder, you will still barely be worthy of her. At this point, Madame Zhen patted her chest confidently. With a good grandmother like me around, she will definitely become a member of our Zhen family. To be honest, if you weren't my biological grandson, I really wouldn't have the heart to harm Zhuo. Zhen Shaoqing was speechless. Biological grandmother? Sigh. Madame Zhen sighed. How can there be such a good grandmother like me in the world? You little brat, did you save the Milky Way galaxy in your previous life? Zhen Shaoqing was truly rendered speechless. Am I really the one who saved the Milky Way galaxy? The next morning, Zhuo woke up very early. She tied a few sandbags to her legs and ran a few laps around the neighborhood. She had been training like this for some time now, and her physical fitness had improved a lot. By the time Zhuo was done with her morning run, she reached home at exactly 7:30 in the morning. After breakfast, the mother and daughter went to the restaurant. With yesterday's experience, Zhuo prepared twice as many dishes today as yesterday. Not long after the restaurant was opened for business, a customer walked in. As Zhuo had predicted, there were more customers today than yesterday. The restaurant remained busy until 2 o'clock in the afternoon before the mother and daughter took a break. During lunch break, 2 young girls came to apply to be waiters. Zhuo smiled and said, "Can you show me your ID cards? I would like to have a look at them." Sure. The 2 took out their ID cards and handed them to Zhuo. One of them was called Chen Xiaoxi, and the other was called by Nana. They were both young and only 22 years old. Zhuo looked at their ID cards before saying, "Ladies, the salary here is 3,000 yuan a month. You are required to come to work at 10 in the morning, and you can have an hour's rest at noon. Then, you can get off work at 10 o'clock at night. If you think it's appropriate, go for a medical checkup and you can come to work tomorrow." The basic salary in Yinjing province was 2,500 yuan, but Zhuo felt that the food industry was more tiring, so she added another 500 yuan. When the 2 of them heard that the salary here was 500 yuan a month higher than other places, they immediately nodded and said, "Yes. We'll come to work tomorrow." Okay. After hiring 2 waiters, Zhuo hired another auntie to wash the dishes in the kitchen. The auntie's surname was Chen. She had just come from her hometown and did not speak Mandarin very well. She had applied for many jobs but no one wanted her. When she found out that Zhuo was willing to hire her, Auntie Chen was especially happy. "Boss, if you want me to, I can start work today. Don't worry, I'll work for free today and I won't even ask for today's salary." Zhuo smiled gently. "Auntie Chen, my name is Zhuo. You can call me Zhuo. Please go to the hospital for a physical examination today and come to work at 10 a.m. tomorrow." "Alright then." Auntie Chen continued, "I'll come back tomorrow morning." At a certain snack shop on the same street, Feng Xian was sitting in the shop eating melon seeds when some other shop owners stopped by to visit. "Feng Xian. Ah! It's Big Sister Li. Come in and sit down." Feng Xian quickly grabbed a handful of melon seeds for Big Sister Li. Big Sister Li did not stand on ceremony. She picked up the melon seeds and started eating, and while eating, she said that Zhang Ji who used to sell stewed pork rice is really inhumane. Since she did not make any money selling stewed pork rice, she's resorted to stealing other people's business. I can't believe she actually moved next door to sell snacks. I just spotted a few of your regular customers at her shop. That's right. I feel sick just looking at her. And the mother and daughter who bought over her previous shop lot are complete idiots. I've already advised them against it, but they refuse to take my advice. I heard that the mother and daughter's surname is Yi, right? Asked Big Sisterly. He Fengxian nodded. Big Sisterly continued, how's their business? He Fengxian said, with that kind of location that their shop is at, how good can business be? If that location was so good, how could the owner of Zhangji's stewed pork rice be willing to sell them the shop lot? They had just opened yesterday, and there wasn't even a single customer who came to eat. I think they are going to close in 3 days. I can't believe they even pretended to be happy and lied to me that their business was good. Do they really take me for a fool? Big Sisterly smiled and said, some people like to brag. Zhang Ji got lucky. She managed to find someone stupid enough to buy up the shop. He Fengxian clapped her hands and stood up. It just so happens that I have nothing to do now. I'll bring you to Yi family's private kitchen to have a look. She couldn't wait to see the Yi family making a fool of themselves. Wasn't Yi Shu bragging about their family's business yesterday? It was dinner time now. There probably wouldn't be a single customer at Yi family's private kitchen. She wanted to see Yi Shu's embarrassed face later. Okay. Big Sisterly also stood up. The two of them walked over to Yi family's private kitchen. As they approached the restaurant, He Fengxian was completely stunned. Was she seeing things? Big Sisterly tugged at He Fengxian's sleeve. Is this Yi family's private kitchen? Are you sure? There was a long queue outside the restaurant. How could one claim that business was bad? Chapter 53. If this was considered bad business, what was theirs? Extremely bad? Non-existent? In fact, He Fengxian was also very speechless. She couldn't even believe the scene in front of her eyes. What on earth is going on? Why was Yi family's private kitchen doing so well? It was so far away from anywhere else. Where did these people come from? He Fengxian's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings, jealousy, envy, and an indescribable feeling. Fengxian, I'm asking you a question. Is this really Yi family's private kitchen? Yes. He Fengxian nodded with difficulty. Although she didn't want to admit it, this really was Yi family's private kitchen. Right at that moment, Yi Shu stepped out of the restaurant. She was taking out the trash. When she saw He Fengxian, she took the initiative to greet her. Big sister He, I'm busy now, so I won't invite you in for a chat. He Fengxian squeezed out a stiff smile. Why yes, I can see that you're busy. Go ahead. Your business is more important. She had originally come to see Yi Shu to laugh at her, but unexpectedly, she was the one who ended up embarrassed instead. Let's go back. He Fengxian pulled Big Sisterly away. Big Sisterly asked curiously, why do you think her family's business is so good? On this street, other than the one selling crayfish, I think her family's business is the best. He Fengxian felt very uncomfortable. It was clearly a store with an extremely poor location, so why was business so good? She did not know what methods the mother and daughter had used. It was really infuriating. Big Sisterly continued, do you think Zhang Ji's stewed pork rice would die of anger if she knew that Yi family's private kitchen was doing so well? Hearing this, He Fengxian's eyes lit up. That's right. I shouldn't feel bad. The one who should be feeling bad right now is Zhang Ji's stewed pork rice. If Zhang Ji's stewed pork rice knew that the shop lot they sold was not a trash location but a place with good feng shui, she would definitely regret it so much that her intestines would turn green. Thinking this, He Fengxian said, that goes without saying. She will definitely die of anger. After returning, He Fengxian thought of a way to let Zhang Ji next door know about this matter. When the aunt who had sold the shop lot to Yi Zhuo heard the news, she was in disbelief. At that time, the store's business didn't fare too well because the location was too remote. That was why she decided to sell the shop lot. How long has it been since Yi Zhuo bought it over? It had not even been half a month, and her business was already faring so well. Could it be fake news? The aunt decided to go out and find out the truth. After announcing it to her family, the aunt headed over to Yi family's private kitchen. When she saw the restaurant, the aunt was completely dumbfounded. There was a long queue outside of the restaurant. "Oh my God!" the aunt exclaimed and rubbed her eyes a few times in disbelief, but the scene in front of her did not change. It was real. This can't be happening. That godforsaken location is actually making money? When Zhuo had bought over the shop, the aunt had even silently mocked Zhuo for being a fool, and that she would definitely lose money. This was like a slap to her face, and it had come so quickly. If she had known that this was a good place with good feng shui, she would not have sold it. The aunt regretted it so much. An indescribable feeling rose in her heart. This good business should have belonged to her and her family. However, now, Zhuo was the one benefiting from it. In the shop, Zhuo and Shu were busy working. Fortunately, the rabbit heads were braised in advance, and the hot pot seasoning was processed in advance, so there was no need to process it on the spot. Otherwise, they would really be too busy. After the night shift ended, Shu checked her accounts and found that the returns for the day was double the amount they had earned yesterday. "Zhuo, we made 6,000 yuan today." Zhuo smiled and looked back at her mother. "Mom, I told you, our business will get better and better." Shu was really happy to have more hope every day. Even her complexion was much better than before. The next day, Chen Xiaoxi, by Nana, and Auntie Chen, who came to apply for the job the day before, came to work. Currently, there were 3 more people working in the restaurant. Zhuo had offered them a higher salary compared to the other shops, so the 3 of them worked very seriously. Zhuo and Shu also felt much more relaxed. As the promotion was done well, the restaurant got busier and busier. Gradually, just the few of them was not enough to handle all the work in the restaurant, so Zhuo hired 2 more people. Days passed. Before Zhuo started school again, Shu wanted to take Zhuo to Zhou Yuelian's house for a visit. She also wanted to tell Zhou Yuelian about the opening of her new restaurant. Over the years, Zhou Yuelian had been a great help to her in all aspects of her life. Shu wanted to take this opportunity to properly thank Zhou Yuelian. After Shu told Zhuo about this idea, Zhuo nodded in agreement. "It just so happens that Sister Sha is not working tomorrow. Why don't we go there tomorrow?" The next day, the mother and daughter bought a lot of gifts and set off to Zhou Yuelian's house. Zhou Yuelian's house was situated in an old neighborhood. The environment couldn't be compared to the new neighborhood, but it wasn't too bad either. It was considered a neighborhood for middle-income families in Yunjing. Zhou Yuelian welcomed Shu and Zhuo's arrival. "Sha, your Aunt Shu and Zhuo are here." Zhou Yuelian continued, Shu, Zhuo, come in and have a seat." Seeing the gift bags that the mother and daughter had brought with them, Zhou Yuelian scolded, "Shu, it's enough that you brought your daughter here to visit me. Why did you have to buy so many things for us? These things don't cost money. Did your money come from a flood?" Zhou Yuelian was very well aware that Shu had been struggling to survive financially all these years. She really did not wish for Shu to spend this money unnecessarily. Shu said, "I didn't spend much money. Besides, little Lian, haven't you bought a lot of things for me all these years?" Zhou Yuelian said, "It's not a competition." Shu smiled and said, "That's right. It's not a competition. I only bought these few things. If you don't accept them, you're treating me as an outsider." Zhou Yuelian patted Shu. "Look. You're bringing me in circles." At that moment, Lin Sha rushed out of the room. "Zhuo. Sister Sha." Zhuo reached out and hugged Lin Sha. Zhou Yuelian's husband, Lin Jinxue, also came out of his room. Shu introduced him to Zhuo. "Zhuo, come greet Uncle Lin." "Hello, Uncle Lin." Lin Jinxue was a very simple and honest middle-aged man. He was a little chubby. He smiled and replied, "Big niece looks like Shu." After he said that, Lin Jinxue continued, "Then, little Lian, you stay at home and entertain them. I'll go buy some ingredients for the meal." "All right." Zhou Yuelian continued, "Shu likes to eat pickled fish. Remember to buy a fat fish." "Got it," Lin Jinxue replied. Yishu said a little embarrassedly, we'll just make do with whatever you have at home. Brother-in-law, there's no need to go shopping. It's too troublesome. Zhou Yulian put her arm around Yishu's shoulder. What's so troublesome about that? We want to eat it too. Let him go. Let's head inside for a chit-chat. The living room of the Lin family was very tidy. The windows were bright and clean. Lin Shasha immediately poured some water for the two guests, while Zhou Yulian went to cut some fruit. As Lin Shasha was passing the glass of water to Yizhua, she saw her phone on the coffee table. She said, Zhuo, are you playing a game? Let's play a game together. She was actually in the middle of a game right before Yishu and Yizhua arrived at her home. When she heard her mother saying that Yizhua had come to their house, she was so excited that she ran out without even finishing her game. Yizhua asked, what game are you playing? Honor of Kings. Lin Shasha answered. Yizhua raised her eyebrows slightly, I think the game that my uncle likes to play is Honor of Kings. Is it really that fun? It's fun. Lin Shasha said excitedly, I'm a silver. Do you want to play? I'll carry you. Chapter 54. What does silver mean? Yizhua asked. Lin Shasha replied, silver is one of the tiers in the game. There's a total of 6 tiers, namely bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, ace, and high king in ascending order. This game sounded quite technical. Yizhua was not interested in the game at first, but after hearing what Lin Shasha said, her interest was piqued. Let me download the game first. Lin Shasha said, let's go to my room. The signal in my room is better. Okay. Yizhua nodded and followed behind Lin Shasha. And so, the two of them went to Lin Shasha's room. Moments later, Yizhua had finally downloaded the game. Lin Shasha said, log in with WeChat and skip the beginner's tutorial. I'll carry you. As a silver tier player, Lin Shasha was confident that she could carry Yizhua. Zhuo, I invited you. Please accept. Okay. Yizhua agreed. Although the game looked easy, Yizhua was killed by a local hero as soon as she entered the game. Lin Shasha comforted her, it's okay. Zhuo, just follow me later. I'll protect you. Okay. After resurrecting, Yizhua followed Lin Shasha obediently. Although Lin Shasha was a silver, she had to struggle with carrying a newbie behind her. After playing 3 rounds, she lost all 3 rounds. Her rank dropped from silver to bronze. After losing 3 rounds in a row, Yizhua seemed a little depressed and kept her head down without saying anything. Lin Shasha was afraid that Yizhua would be too sad, so she comforted her, Zhuo, it's okay. It's always like this for the first time. My first time was not as good as yours. Yizhua raised her head slowly, revealing a pair of clear black and white eyes, okay. Let's start another round. Sister Shasha, this round, I'll carry you. Lin Shasha was stunned. Although she knew that Yizhua was very beautiful, she was still stunned by her beauty at this moment. You're going to carry me? Lin Shasha thought that Yizhua was bragging, and she had every right to think so. Honor of Kings tested one's hand reflexes and brain power. It was rare for a girl to have both outstanding reflexes and brain power. Moreover, Yizhua was not even a bronze, how could she carry her? However, she didn't want to hurt Yizhua's feelings, so she nodded. Okay. The two of them clicked to enter the game. Lin Shasha thought that Yizhua would improve her strategy a little this time, but she didn't expect her to still charge forward like before. Zhuo. Don't rush forward. East Emperor's Tai is super powerful in the early stages. You can't beat him. As soon as she said this, a game notification sounded. First blood. Shit. Lin Shasha thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. She asked in disbelief, Zhuo, did you just kill East Emperor Tai? Yes. Yizhua nodded. Lin Shasha swallowed her saliva. Was this a coincidence? Just as she was in a daze, the notification of Lin Shasha's death popped up in the game. Fuck. Lin Shasha was so angry that she swore. This Lonling King launched a sneak attack. Sister Shasha, don't be angry, I'll avenge you. Lin Shasha was about to tell Yizhuo not to act rashly, but Yizhuo had already instructed her hero to rush forward. Under the series of skillful controls, she killed her opponent just like that. Fuck. Lin Shasha turned to look at Yizhuo. Big boss. Then, the sounds of 1 kill, double kill, triple kill, quadra kill, and penta kill kept coming from the game. For the first time in her life, Lin Shasha felt that even girls could be so handsome when playing games. Who was the one doing all the carrying? Lin Shasha felt a little embarrassed. In the living room, Yi Shu and Zhou Yuelian were chatting. Zhou Yuelian was extremely happy for Yi Shu after hearing about the good business at the restaurant. Ah Shu. After so many years of suffering, you're finally enjoying a prosperous life, and there's more to come. Yi Shu patted Zhou Yuelian's hand. Little Lian, you're also very lucky. Both your children are so well-rounded. Shasha is sensible and obedient, and Wei Wei got into a good university. Lin Wei Wei was Zhou Yuelian's son. He was Lin Shasha's twin brother. Zhou Yuelian smiled and said, if Shasha could stay with me for 2 more years, I won't have any regrets. Yi Shu was stunned. Little Lian, what do you mean? Zhou Yuelian continued, don't you know that Shasha has been dating little Zhang for a few years now? Little Zhang is 4 years older than Shasha, so little Zhang's parents are a little anxious for them to get married. They hope that the two will have their wedding this year. The little Zhang that Zhou Yuelian mentioned was Lin Shasha's boyfriend, Zhang Chang. So soon? Yi Shu was very surprised. Zhou Yuelian nodded, I think it's a little soon, too. After all, Shasha is only 20 years old. But little Zhang is already 24 years old. A boy's youth cannot be delayed. On top of that, the principal's son is a really good boy. He's honest and steady. He treats Shasha well, and he has a good family background. After discussing this matter with old Lin, we decided to have it on October 1st. Zhang Chang was an only child. Despite his parents being young, his family already had 2 houses in Yunjing. Zhou Yuelian and Lin Jinshui were quite satisfied with him, and they didn't want Lin Shasha to miss out on such a good match. Yi Shu had also met Zhang Chang before, and thought that the young man was quite good. Then, what does Shasha think? I think we should respect Shasha's opinion on this matter. Zhou Yuelian said, my girl, Shasha, and little Zhang are very close. She can't wait to get the marriage certificate immediately. Yi Shu smiled and said, since Shasha loves the idea, and you guys are more satisfied with little Zhang, it's a good thing to get married early. Anyway, little Zhang's family is in the city. Even if she gets married, she can always come back to see you guys. In Shasha's room, Yizhuo led Lin Shasha on a winning streak, and her rank had risen rapidly from bronze to ace. She was only 1 step away from becoming a high king. If it wasn't for the lunch that was ready outside, she would have become a high king very soon. This was the first time Lin Shasha enjoyed honor of kings so much. Zhuo, how are you so good at this game? You're even better than my boyfriend. Yizhuo touched her nose and said humbly, I'm just a so-so. Actually, this game doesn't have much technical content. Lin Shasha continued, Zhuo, I think you can live stream the game. You can even earn money while playing the game. What live stream? Yizhuo's eyes lit up when she heard about money. Lin Shasha opened the live stream app and clicked on the most popular live stream room. Zhuo, look, this is the most popular game streamer, Dugu Shower. He can earn at least 100,000 from a single live stream. It just so happens that there aren't many female streamers in the live stream room right now. They are all just relying on their good looks. Zhuo, you have good looks and skills. You will definitely become popular. Yizhuo's expression remained the same. In that case, I'll go back and do some research. After returning home, Yizhuo registered a live broadcast account. In the column of account name, she slowly typed heh-heh.yz. After logging in, Zhuo turned on the live broadcast. However, she did not intend to show her face. She only revealed her chin and below her collarbone. She successfully turned on the live stream, but because it was a new account, there was no audience. However, Zhuo was not discouraged. She had not turned on the live stream just to earn money. After playing a few rounds, she turned off the live stream and logged on to the international technology website to do some coding. School was starting the next day, and the OS system was more than half completed. She had to solve all the problems that could be solved on the computer now, because when school started, she could only do it on her phone. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Zhuo. Mr. and Mrs. E are here. Come out quickly. Mr. and Mrs. E. Zhuo's eyes lit up. Is it Chen Xiaoya and Yitao? Has Yitao recovered from his illness? After a busy month, Zhuo had almost forgotten about Yitao. Chapter 55. Coming, Zhuo responded. She activated the automatic processing feature to continue running the data on the computer while she was away, then headed straight to the living room. A man and a woman were sitting on the sofa in the living room. They were Yitao and Chen Xiaoya. Seeing Zhuo come out, the two of them stood up excitedly. Miss Yi. A month had passed, and Yitao had completely recovered. He still looked a little thin because he had been sick for too long. He was most grateful to Zhuo and Chen Xiaoya. If it weren't for Zhuo's prescription and Chen Xiaoya's insistence, he wouldn't have been able to recover at all. Therefore, after he recovered, he didn't even inform his parents and came over first thing to thank Zhuo. Knowing that Zhuo was very busy during the day, they specially chose to come in the evening. Mr. and Mrs. E. Zhuo walked over with a smile. At this moment, Yitao and Chen Xiaoya suddenly knelt in front of Zhuo. This sudden scene stunned Zhuo and Yishu. What are you doing? Get up quickly. Neither of the couple was willing to get up. Yitao's eyes were slightly red as he said, "It said that a man has gold under his knees, and therefore a man should never kneel to another person. However, Miss Yi, you have given me a second chance in life. Please accept this bow from us husband and wife." During the days when he was sick, Yitao never thought that he could get better. He even wrote a will. This feeling of escaping death could only be understood by those who had experienced it. Moreover, although Zhuo looked young, her elegant aristocratic temperament told a different story. Through this incident, Yitao could see Zhuo's true capabilities. Although Yitao was many years older than Zhuo, standing in front of Zhuo, he felt that he was a junior, and there was no sense of dissonance. Zhuo smiled and pulled Yitao and Chen Xiaoya up. This is not a feudal society, so there's no need for you to kneel to me. Besides, as a doctor, treating patients and saving people is my responsibility. Chen Xiaoya took out a card and stuffed it into Zhuo's hand. Miss Yi, this card is a token of our appreciation. Please accept it. Zhuo didn't argue and accepted the card generously. The Yi family was a wealthy family in Yunjing. If she didn't accept it, it would be easy for people to misunderstand that she had other intentions. After chatting in the Yi family residence for a while, the couple suggested to leave. Zhuo and Yishu sent them off to the entrance of the estate. After getting into the car, Chen Xiaoya looked at Yitao. Should we go to mom and dad's place now? If they know that you're fine, they'll definitely be very happy. Yitao nodded. Mom and dad have been worried about me for so many years. We have to give them a good surprise. How about this, let's go back and make some preparations. We'll call them tomorrow morning. Okay. Chen Xiaoya nodded, all right. The next morning, Chen Xiaoya gave a call to Yitao's parents. The person who answered the phone was the housekeeper. In order to give the two old people a surprise, she did not say what it was. She merely said that something very serious had happened on her side and asked the old couple to come over. The housekeeper had just hung up the phone when Li Qingyue walked over from the side. Was that my cousin-in-law? Yes. The housekeeper nodded. Li Qingyue narrowed her eyes. Did cousin-in-law say anything? The housekeeper said very seriously, "Young madam said that something very serious has happened over there and needs master and madam to head there." I guess, maybe, the rest was self-explanatory. Currently, the most serious matter that worried the Yi family was Yi Tao's illness. Hearing this, Li Qingyue was overjoyed. Something must have happened to Yi Tao. The last time she had seen him, she could tell that Yi Tao would not last more than a month. Even so, she did not expect he would die just like that. Soon, Li Qingyue's face was covered with a layer of sadness. Cousin is still so young. How can uncle and aunt bear to live on? Yi Tao was upright and outstanding. What a pity. The housekeeper sighed, "I'll go upstairs to inform master and madam first." Li Qingyue nodded, quickly went back to her room, changed into a black dress, and removed the makeup on her face. Yi Tao was dead. She had to act sad. When she went downstairs, Li Wenru and Yi Shuezheng, the middle-aged couple, had already gone downstairs. Li Wenru lay against Yi Shuezheng's body and cried incessantly, "Tao Tao. My poor child. It's all that bitch Chen Xiaoya's fault. If she hadn't given my son those nonsense pills, how could my son? Tao Tao. At such a young age." Although Yi Shuezheng's mood seemed to be better than Li Wenru's, his eyes were also red. "Wenru, don't worry. I don't think Xiaoya is that kind of person. Besides, she didn't say anything about Tao Tao's condition on the phone. Let's go and take a look first. We can't lose hope yet." Li Qingyue walked over with a stiff voice, "Uncle, aunt, please accept my condolences. Now that cousin is gone, our family is relying on you guys. Cousin died unjustly. He must be waiting for you to avenge him." Hearing Li Qingyue's words, Yi Shuezheng's heart was crumbling bit by bit. Could it be that something bad had really happened to Yi Tao? Li Wenru's heart hurt so much that her facial features became twisted. "If something happens to Tao Tao, I will make that bitch Chen Xiaoya pay with her life." Li Qingyue cried very sadly, "Not only Chen Xiaoya, but also Yi Zhuo. Yi Zhuo is a piece of trash. How could she have any medical skills? It was her and Chen Xiaoya who caused the death of cousin. Uncle, aunt, my cousin died unjustly, you guys have to avenge my cousin." Since Yi Zhuo was working on rebuilding her image right now, she was going to destroy Yi Zhuo and make sure the latter never, ever stood back up again. With human lives at stake, Yi Zhuo would probably have to spend the rest of her life in prison. Just because Mu Yorong didn't concern herself with Yi Zhuo didn't mean that Li Qingyue had similar views. Li Qingyue was a meticulous person. She wouldn't let go of anyone who was a threat to their future. With her and Mu Yorong around, Yunjing would be under their control sooner or later. Yes. And Yi Zhuo. These two bitches. I want them to pay with their lives for my son's death. The three of them hurried to the place where Yi Tao and Chen Xiaoya were staying. The door of the villa was closed. There didn't seem to be anyone around. The guards were gone. The bodyguards were also gone. It was so quiet that it was a little suspicious. This further confirmed Li Qingyue's suspicions. Li Qingyue turned back to look at Li Wenru and Yi Shuezheng. She said in a hoarse voice, "Uncle, aunt, did Chen Xiaoya run away?" "Bitch! That bitch! Our Tao Tao's love for her was in vain. To think that he wouldn't marry anyone else but her. How dare she treat our Tao Tao this way? She must have taken away a lot of expensive things." Yi Shuezheng's face was so gloomy that it turned black. He had always thought that Chen Xiaoya was a good girl and a good daughter-in-law, so when Chen Xiaoya insisted on giving Yi Tao the medicine, he did not step in to stop her. He thought that Chen Xiaoya would definitely not harm Yi Tao. It shocked him to the core to think that after so many years, he had actually made a mistake. If he had known things would end this way, he would not have let Chen Xiaoya give Yi Tao the medicine. Yi Shuezheng kicked the door of the villa. Bang! The door was kicked open. Seeing the people standing on the other side of the door, Yi Shuezheng was stunned. On the side stood Li Wenru and Li Qingyue, their eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 56. The person standing in front of the door that was kicked open was Yi Tao. Who else could it be? Yi Tao was fine. He was absolutely fine. He was still standing there. Was this an illusion? One had to know that Yi Tao had been lying on the bed for almost a year. Li Qingyue's hands that were hidden in her sleeves were clenched into fists, and her face was pale. Isn't Yi Tao dead? Yi Zhuo cured Yi Tao. How is this possible? Isn't Yi Zhuo a good-for-nothing? Moreover, she had seen the prescription that Yi Zhuo prescribed last time. The medicine had no effect on Yi Tao's illness at all. What was going on? Yi Tao walked over step by step and knelt in front of Yi Shuozheng and Li Wenru. Mom and Dad. Please forgive me for being so unfilial. I've made you too worried during this period. The couple finally reacted. They immediately knelt down on the ground and hugged Yi Tao excitedly. Tao Tao. Tao Tao. It's really you. Only when they hugged Yi Tao did Yi Shuozheng and Li Wenru believe that it was true. This was really their son. Tao Tao. Are you really alright? Li Wenru sized up Yi Tao from head to toe. It felt like she was dreaming. She remembered that just a month ago, her son was still lying weakly on the bed. Even speaking was a luxury. Now, not only was he alright, he even stood up. Yi Shuozheng also felt that it was unbelievable. He looked up and down at Yi Tao. Yi Tao stood up and turned around on the spot. Dad, Mom, look, I'm fine now. Although Yi Tao was still very thin, it was clear that his mental state was very good. He did not look like a patient at all. Even a man like Yi Shuozheng couldn't help but wipe away his tears when he saw Yi Tao like this. During the days when his son was sick, he seemed fine, but in fact, he was worried every day. After all, Yi Tao was the only heir of the Yi family. He had been in a car accident before, so he was no longer able to have children. If Yi Tao was gone, then their family would be wiped out. Li Wenru was so excited that she put her palms together and knelt on the ground, kowtowing. Bodhisattva's blessing. It's really Bodhisattva's blessing. Thank God. Thank you for returning Tao Tao to me. Mom. Yi Tao smiled and got up. I only got better after taking Miss Ye's medicine. What does it have to do with Bodhisattva and God? As he said that, Yi Tao pulled Qin Xiaoye over. And it's thanks to Xiaoye. If it wasn't for Xiaoye insisting that I take Miss Ye's medicine, I might have given up on myself. Li Wenru grabbed Qin Xiaoye's hand and said with red eyes, Good girl. Good girl. It's Mom's fault. I'm sorry. Mom almost hurt you. Xiaoye, can you forgive Mom? I promise I won't do that again. Thinking of the past, Li Wenru felt ashamed and regretful. She wished she could slap the old her to death. If the daughter-in-law of hers hadn't insisted on giving Yi Tao the medicine because of her fierce objection, the consequences would be one that she wouldn't dare to imagine. It was all her fault. I'm sorry, child. Dad also let you down. Thinking of how he kicked the door open in anger, Yi Shuozheng also felt regretful. He shouldn't have wronged Qin Xiaoye without any proof. Hearing these words, Qin Xiaoye felt that the grievances she had suffered these past few days were all worth it. Qin Xiaoye smiled and said, Dad, Mom, we are all family. It's too much to apologize to each other as a family. I know that what you did was out of concern for Yi Tao's good, so I have never blamed you. Hearing this, Li Wenru felt even more ashamed. Her daughter-in-law was so good, and as a mother-in-law, she didn't have half the tolerance of her daughter-in-law. She really shouldn't have. In the future, she would definitely treat Qin Xiaoye as her own daughter. Li Wenru hugged Qin Xiaoye and said loudly, Good child, our Tao Tao is lucky to be able to marry you. Then, Li Wenru and Yi Shuozheng decided to go to the Yi family to thank Yi Zhuo. If it wasn't for Yi Zhuo, there wouldn't be the current Yi Tao. Yi Zhuo hadn't just saved Yi Tao, she had saved the entire Yi family. Li Wenru was feeling very regretful now. She shouldn't have blindly believed the words of others. Even the famous professor couldn't do anything about Yi Tao's illness, but Yi Zhuo had cured it in only a month. How could such a person be a piece of trash? Li Qingyue stood quietly by the side. She felt like an outsider, her hands and feet cold. She thought of that night many years ago. Her father was gone, and so was her mother. She was an orphan that no one wanted. Why didn't Yi Tao die? As long as Yi Tao didn't die, there would be no place for her in the Yi family. The Yi family's property was hers, and so was the Yi corporation. No one could take away what belonged to her. At this moment, Li Wenru turned to look at Li Qingyue. "Qingyue, you can go back first. Your uncle and I are heading over to Miss place." Li Qingyue squeezed out a smile. "Aunt, I will go with you. In the past, I also had some misunderstandings about Miss Yi. This time, I also want to properly apologize to her." To know one's own strength and the enemy's was the sure way to victory. This time, she wanted to find out everything about Yi Zhuo. Li Wenru nodded. "Okay, let's go together." Usually, Yi Zhuo would not be at home during the day, but she had to report to school this afternoon, so Yi Zhuo did not go to the restaurant to help out. She changed into her school uniform and was about to head out when Yi Tao and Qin Xiaoye arrived. Seeing Yi Tao and Qin Xiaoye, Yi Zhuo was stunned. "Mr. and Mrs. Yi." "Miss Yi," Qin Xiaoye smiled and continued, "My parents wanted to thank you in person, so we're here again." As soon as she said this, Li Wenru walked up from behind and grabbed Yi Zhuo's hand excitedly. "Miss Yi! Miracle Dr. Yi! Thank you for curing my son's illness. Thank you, you're the savior of our Yi family." Yi Xuezheng also walked up, took off his hat, and bowed deeply, "Miss Yi. Thank you. Uncle and Auntie, you are too polite. Mr. and Mrs. Yi have already thanked me yesterday." Yi Zhuo then invited everyone into the house. Li Qingyue walked at the back, and looked around the house silently. After entering the house, Li Wenru and Yi Xuezheng said a lot of words of gratitude to Yi Zhuo. Li Qingyue stood up and apologized to Yi Zhuo. "Miss Yi, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you before and even doubted your medical skills. Now that I think about it, it's really inappropriate. Please forgive me." Yi Zhuo smiled faintly, "Everyone makes mistakes. Miss Li, don't take it to heart." Li Qingyue heaved a sigh of relief. This young lady had forgiven her so easily. It seemed that Yi Zhuo was not as smart as she thought. After saying that, Yi Zhuo turned to look at Li Wenru. "Uncle and Aunt, I still have a few things to tell you about Mr. Yi's illness. Can you come with me?" "Sure." Li Wenru and Yi Xuezheng immediately stood up and followed Yi Zhuo's footsteps. When they arrived at Yi Zhuo's bedroom, she closed the door behind her. Seeing Yi Zhuo's actions, Li Wenru panicked. "Miss Yi, is our child, Tao Tao's illness getting serious again? Just tell me directly, I can take it." Yi Zhuo shook her head. "Don't worry. Mr. Yi's illness is no longer a problem, but..." At this point, she changed the topic and continued, "His illness is definitely not a coincidence. The Inox disease has only ever appeared once before in this world. If you don't get rid of the bad seed that's hiding in your family, I can guarantee that Mr. Yi will definitely not live past the age of 35. Chapter 57. He won't live past 35 years old. Yi Tao was already 32 years old this year. If he didn't live past 35 years old, wouldn't he only have a few years left to live?" Hearing this, Li Wenru's face immediately turned pale. She grabbed Yi Zhuo's hand. "Miss Yi, please save our Tao Tao." Yi Zhuo continued, "Auntie, if we don't get rid of the bad seed, even if Hua Tua, 1, is still alive, he wouldn't be able to save Mr. Yi." Yi Xuezheng frowned slightly. "Miss Yi, are you saying that there is a bad seed in our family, and Tao Tao's illness is man-made?" Yi Zhuo nodded. In fact, from the beginning, Yi Zhuo already felt that there was something wrong with Yi Tao's illness. This was because the Inox disease was too rare. In addition to that, seeing Li Qingyue today, she was even more certain of her thoughts. There was definitely something wrong with this Li Qingyue. At this moment, Li Wenru seemed to have understood the meaning behind Yi Zhuo's words and was shocked. Who is the person who wants to harm Tao Tao? Yi Zhuo's expression was indifferent. If Mr. Yi were to die, this person would benefit the most out of Mr. Yi's death. Li Wenru frowned tightly. Currently, there were only 5 people in the Yi family. she and Yi Shuozheng would definitely not harm their own child. Then, the only other people left were Qingyue and Qin Xiaoya. Yi Shuozheng also arrived at the same conclusion as his wife. Could it be either Qingyue or Xiaoya? Li Wenru's face turned pale. One of them was her daughter-in-law, and the other was her biological niece. Could it be one of them? Yi Zhuo continued, Mrs. Yi still has no children. And killing Mr. Yi would do her no good. Besides, if she really wanted to kill Mr. Yi, she wouldn't insist on using my medicine. Moreover, I can see from Mrs. Yi's eyes that she values Mr. Yi more than herself. It was clear that Qin Xiaoya was not that kind of person. Then, Li Wenru's heart turned cold, and her blood froze. Could it be Qingyue? Yi Zhuo continued, Miss Li is your biological niece. If anything happens to Mr. Yi, she will be your only family in this world. And if I am not wrong, I believe Miss Li must have thought that Mr. Yi was dead before the truth was presented to her. Hearing this, Li Wenru and Yi Shuozheng's hearts skipped a beat because Yi Zhuo was right. At the Yi family's house, Li Qingyue was full of condolences. If it wasn't for her misguidance, they wouldn't have thought that Yi Tao was dead. Qingyue seemed to have been prepared for Yi Tao's death. Moreover, ever since they found out about Yi Tao's condition, the couple did indeed have the intention of letting Qingyue inherit the Yi Corporation. So, just like what Yi Zhuo said, Qingyue was the direct beneficiary of Yi Tao's death. She was still so young when she lost her parents. I raised her wholeheartedly. How could she do this to me? How could she do this to Tao Tao? I am her biological aunt. Li Wenru cried out sorrowfully. Yi Shuozheng's face was tense and his eyes were filled with anger. Although he was not related to Li Qingyue by blood, he treated Li Qingyue like his own daughter. Damn it! How could she do this? You should never feed an ingrate. Yi Zhuo patted Li Wenru's back and comforted her. Fortunately, Mr. Yi is fine now. Auntie, it's not worth it to be sad over an ingrate. Despite hearing Yi Zhuo's words, Li Wenru was still very sad. She couldn't figure out why Li Qingyue had turned out this way. I want to go out and confront her. I want to ask her why she did this to Tao Tao. Li Wenru walked out angrily. Yi Zhuo pulled Li Wenru back. Auntie, you are too impulsive. Li Wenru looked at Yi Zhuo in confusion. Yi Zhuo continued, we have no evidence now. If she doesn't admit it, it will alert the snake. Yi Shuozheng nodded, Miss Yi is right. Wenru, you are too impulsive. After saying that, Yi Shuozheng bowed to Yi Zhuo, thank you for your advice, Miss Yi. I know what to do. After all, Yi Shuozheng was a businessman. As the saying goes, the older the wiser. It wouldn't take much effort to deal with Li Qingyue. It's good that you know what to do, uncle. When the three of them came to the living room again, Li Wenru and Yi Shuozheng's faces had returned to normal. Li Qingyue went up to them nervously, Auntie, is cousin okay? Li Wenru smiled and shook her head, it's nothing serious. Qingyue, you don't have to worry. It's good that he's okay. I was so worried just now. Li Qingyue patted her chest. Li Wenru looked up at her niece and felt that she was looking at a stranger. For so many years, she had actually raised a poisonous snake with its tongue sticking out. Luckily, she found out about it in time. Thank goodness. Northbridge High School, Class 606. Today was the start of school, so everyone came early. Only Yi Zhuo's seat was still empty, and everyone was talking about it. Why do you guys think Yi Zhuo isn't here yet? Her name isn't Mu Zhuo anymore, it's Yi Zhuo now. She should take a look at herself. With that ghastly appearance, she still has the cheek to cling to the surname Mu. Our school belle, Mu Yorong, is 100 times prettier than her. She can't even compare to a single finger of the school bell. A fake is a fake. If I were her, I would be embarrassed to come. Yi Zhuo is too shameless. She actually impersonated the Mu family's eldest daughter. Disgusting. And Lizzie was sitting in her seat. When she heard these words, her fair little face was filled with anger. Finally, she could not take it anymore. She slammed the table and stood up. Stop talking. It was not Zhuo's intention at all. She was so young back then, how could she decide that for herself? And Lizzie, who do you think you are? If you tell us not to talk, we won't talk. Zhuo is disgusting and shameless. She did it on purpose. Otherwise, why wouldn't she dare to come to school? That's right, that's right. Creak. At this moment, a crisp sound of the door being pushed open could be clearly heard. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm here. The originally noisy classroom quieted down at this moment. Everyone raised their eyes and looked toward the door. They saw a figure walking over. The girl's figure was slender and she wore a clean white school uniform. Her black short skirt contrasted with her straight and slender legs. At this moment, she looked even more slender and her clean face was not covered with makeup. Not a speck of dust could be seen on her. Her beautiful black hair was tied up into a bun, revealing her fair and beautiful swan neck. In her demure manner, she revealed a tinge of playfulness, but at the same time, she looked gracious. She was even more resplendent than the moon that was surrounded by stars. Holy shit! She was too beautiful. Even more beautiful than Mu Yorong, the school belle. Who was this? A new transfer student? Heads turned as everyone's gaze followed Yishua's steps. Just as Yishua gently sat down on her seat, a cold gasp sounded in the air. This was Yishua. How was that possible? Classmate, you seem to have sat in the wrong seat. After a long while, her deskmate, Enlizi cautiously spoke up. Hua Tua, a famous ancient Chinese physician known as a miracle doctor. Chapter 58. I'm not in the wrong seat. Yizhuo looked back slightly. There was not a single impurity in her clear eyes. I am Yizhuo. Lizzie, don't you recognize me? The original owner of the body had bad fashion sense, was stupid, and had a bad reputation. Previously, she wore heavy makeup. Although she was a rich young lady, everyone looked down on her, and no one was willing to play with her. Her deskmate, Enlizi, was the original owner's only friend in the class. Not only did Enlizi not look down on Yizhuo, she even defended her. Every time someone wanted to bully Yizhuo, she would stand up for her. Holy shit! Hearing this, Enlizi was stunned. This voice, that's right. It was Yizhuo. But this face. Enlizi swallowed her saliva. Her big, shiny eyes were filled with disbelief. In the past, Yizhuo always wore heavy makeup and didn't wear her school uniform properly. She didn't expect that Yizhuo, who had removed her heavy makeup, would actually look so good. It wasn't just Enlizi who was stunned. Even the other students in the class were stunned. They had been in the same class as Yizhuo for nearly 3 years, but this was the first time they had seen Yizhuo without makeup. Zhuo, you look too good without makeup. Enlizi continued, I've said it before that you would definitely look very good without makeup. To think that you didn't believe me. As Yishua's good friend, Enlizi had advised Yishua not to wear makeup more than once, but Yishua didn't listen at all. She didn't expect that after a summer vacation, Yishua wouldn't wear makeup anymore. Yeah. Yishua nodded. I won't wear makeup anymore. Really? Enlizi's eyes lit up. Really? Enlizi smiled and said, that's right. Look at how good you look now. You look even better than the school belle. I think the title of school belle of our school is going to someone else soon. Gotcha. At this moment, a faint sound came from the air. Yizhua's ears moved slightly. She stood up slowly and walked to the first row of the fourth group with her long legs. She placed her hands on the table and looked down at the boy who had secretly taken a photo of her with his phone. Take it out. Being stared at by her like this, the boy felt uncomfortable all over. His ears were hot and red. Take what? Your phone, Yizhuo said calmly. The boy's hands trembled as he took out his phone from his pocket and handed it to Yizhuo. Yizhuo took the phone. After deleting the photo, she returned the phone to him. Don't take any photos of me in the future, understand? The boy took the phone. Got it. When Zhuo returned to her seat, the boy realized that he had not told Zhuo the password to his phone. His phone had been locked. How did Zhuo turn on his phone? And how did she delete that photo? Holy shit. What the hell? Wow, wow, wow. As soon as Zhuo returned to her seat, Enlizi hugged her arm. Zhuo, you were so handsome just now. Aren't I handsome and beautiful? Zhuo raised her eyebrows slightly. Yes, yes. After saying that, Enlizi suddenly reacted. Wow. Zhuo, why do I feel that you have become narcissistic? Zhuo slowly took out the book. What have I said that isn't the truth? Enlizi was rendered speechless. At this moment, the class monitor walked over and said, Zhuo, the class teacher wants to see you in his office. Okay. Zhuo stood up and walked towards the office. The class teacher's name was Chen Debayo. He was a slightly bald middle-aged man. Because he was slightly bald, everyone called him the Mediterranean Sea. Teacher, are you looking for me? Zhuo asked as she came to the office. Chen Debayo was grading his homework. When he heard this, he looked up and asked doubtfully, Student, who are you? There didn't seem to be such a student in his class, right? Teacher Chen, I'm Zhuo. Zhuo. Chen Debayo looked at her in disbelief. The expression on his face was like a roller coaster, up and down. After a long while, Chen Debayo finally reacted. He picked up the report card on the table and handed it to Zhuo. These are your results from last semester's final exam. Take a look for yourself. Zhuo took the report card, and the corners of her mouth could not help but twitch. The original owner's results. It seemed too horrible to look at. Chinese, 18 points, Mathematics, 6 points, English, 9 points, Physics, 10 points, Chemistry, 6 points, Biology, 2 points. The total score was only 51 points. No wonder Chen Debayo's expression was so ugly. Zhuo closed her report card and said, Teacher, don't worry. I will definitely study hard in the future and not drag the class down. Study hard? Chen Debayo raised his head and looked at Zhuo. Study hard. This sentence was easy to say, but it was difficult to do. A third-year high school student who scored 51 points in 6 subjects? What was the difference between her and a fool? Chen Debayo continued, Zhuo, you should be well aware of the situation of our class. Our class is the ace class of the school. Everyone who's in our class has scored very well in the exams. Even the student who came out second to last, Yang Kai, scored 528 points. The gap between the two of you is really too big. Speaking up to this point, Chen Debayo paused and continued, From now on, you will be transferred to Class 7. I have already made an agreement with the principal. Class 7 was an ordinary class. With Zhuo's results, she was most suitable to continue her studies in Class 7. Although the Mu family did not like Zhuo, for the sake of reputation, they still paid a huge price to get Zhuo to join the ace class. Now that Zhuo was no longer the young miss of the Mu family, there was no reason for her to continue staying in the ace class. Chen Debayo was confident that he would be able to bring out a top scorer this year. Zhuo's results were really too much of a hindrance. As an outstanding teacher who will bring out the next top scorer, he couldn't have a student whose total score was only around 50 points. If word got out, he would be embarrassed. Zhuo continued, Teacher Chen, why don't you give me another chance? I guarantee that I will work hard to get good results this semester. In her previous life, Zhuo was a top student. It would be a breeze for her to score well this semester. Chen Debayo raised his head and looked at Zhuo. There was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Then tell me, what is your goal? More than 600 points, Zhuo answered. Chen Debayo laughed out loud. This joke is not funny at all. You have to be down to earth. You still have a long way to go in your life. With Zhuo's IQ, she would be thankful if she could get a total of 60 points. 600 points. She really dared to say that. After saying that, Chen Debao continued, everyone should know their place. Our ace class is really not suitable for you. You should go to class 7. He thought that Zhuo would definitely turn hostile when she heard this. Unexpectedly, Zhuo said with a smile, all right, teacher Chen. I got it. Chen Debao looked at Zhuo. As the saying goes, one should always know one's limitations. She probably did not know the meaning of this sentence. Chapter 59. That's right. How could a person who couldn't even recognize Chinese characters understand what it meant to know one's own limitations? Chen Debao continued, after you're done packing, go directly to the class teacher of class 7. Got it. Zhuo nodded. When they arrived at the classroom, Enlizi asked curiously, Zhuo, why was Mediterranean looking for you? Zhuo repeated Chen Debao's exact words. Upon hearing this, Enlizi frowned and said, how could Mediterranean do this to you? We're already in the 3rd year of high school, yet he wants you to change classes. He's looking down on you way too much. After saying this, Enlizi hugged Zhuo's arm. Zhuo, I can't bear to part with you. If you leave, who will whisper to me in class? Who will accompany me to the canteen? Who will accompany me to the toilet? Zhuo smiled and comforted her. Lizi, I'm just changing classes. It's not like I'm changing schools. Moreover, class 7 is right next door. In the future, we can still go to the canteen and the toilet together. That makes sense, and Lizi helped Zhuo pack up her things. Suddenly, Zhuo seemed to recall something. She took out an oil paper package from her school bag. Oh right, Lizi, this is your favorite fried rice ball. My mother made it herself. See if it tastes good. Zhuo had specially brought this for Enlizi. After all, Enlizi was the only good friend who had treated the original owner of this body sincerely. This was also the reason why she had asked Chen Debao to give her another chance when the class teacher had asked her to transfer classes earlier. Unfortunately, Chen Debao did not believe her. Thank you, Zhuo. Enlizi's eyes lit up when she heard that there was food. After Zhuo packed her things, she followed the class 7 teacher, Jiang Wenhui, to her new class. Although class 7 was separated from the ace class by only a wall, compared to the ace class, class 7's discipline was obviously much worse. As soon as they arrived at the door, they heard a burst of noise and laughter. Fuck! Nanny Rong is here. It was unknown who said it, but the originally noisy classroom instantly quieted down. Everyone hurried to put away their lipstick, close their mirrors, and hide their phones. Jiang Wenhui pushed open the classroom door, walked to the podium, and slapped the ruler on it. Oh! My God! Our class is the quietest in the entire grade. Why are you all so obedient? Your grades are so good, and you're so disciplined. Oh! You guys are so outstanding. You're simply the most outstanding class I've ever taught. Jiang Wenhui's biggest characteristic was that she liked to say the opposite of the truth. For example, right now, the students below the podium all knew her personality, so they were as quiet as chickens. Zhuo stood outside the classroom with a faint smile. This new class teacher was quite humorous. Jiang Wenhui glanced at the students below the podium and continued, there's a new student transferring to our class today. Everyone, give her a round of applause. As soon as she finished speaking, enthusiastic applause immediately broke out. Some even whistled. Zhuo walked in from outside with her backpack on her back. Jiang Wenhui turned to look at her. Student Yi, please introduce yourself. Zhuo nodded slightly and walked to the podium. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhuo. I hope everyone will take good care of me this year. What the fuck? What a beauty. Welcome, new student. I heard she's Zhuo from the ace class next door. Fuck. That fake daughter of the Mu family. Alright, quiet down for a moment. Jiang Wenhui knocked the ruler on the podium and pointed to an empty seat. New classmate Yi, you can sit there. Okay. Zhuo carried her bag and walked over. Her desk mate was a slightly plump girl. Seeing Zhuo approach, she quickly stood up and made room for her. "Thank you." After sitting down, Zhuo extended her hand. "I'm Zhuo. From now on, we're desk mates. Please take care of me." Her desk mate looked at her in surprise, then quickly shook her hand. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. I'm Zhao Pingting. Meanwhile, at Mountain River Manor in Beijing. "Boss, the test results from Country T and Country L are out." The assistant handed 2 documents to Lin Jincheng. Lin Jincheng took them and opened them with trembling hands. When he saw the words on the documents, the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. The papers slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the door. Before he could pick them up, someone walked in. It was an elderly woman with grizzled hair. She bent down and picked up the test results. "You actually sent someone abroad to do an appraisal? Did you think I would lie to you? In your heart, is your mother really that kind of person? If Yi Yorong truly were the flesh and blood of the Lin family, would I refuse to acknowledge her?" Madame Lin was practically furious to death. Even now, Lin Jincheng still harbored fantasies about Yi Shu. Back then, when Yi Shu and Lin Jincheng were dating, Madame Lin had been completely opposed. The gap in their social status was simply too great. Later, when Yi Shu gave birth, Madame Lin didn't know that she had delivered a pair of twins. She took away the first child. It wasn't until 17 years later that Madame Lin discovered Yi Shu had given birth to twins. But after seeing the child, Madame Lin felt that the girl looked nothing like Lin Jincheng, let alone like his twin brother. So she consulted a doctor. The doctor told her that fraternal twins could have different fathers. To avoid any misunderstanding, Madame Lin had someone secretly collect a sample and conduct a paternity test. The results proved that her suspicions were correct. The final results showed that the child named Yi Yorong was not Lin Jincheng's at all. In other words, Yi Shu had been two-timing him back then. She had betrayed him. When Lin Jincheng saw the results, his face was filled with disbelief. In his memory, Yi Shu had always been gentle, kind, and beautiful. 3 months ago, he personally went to Yunjing and devised a plan to obtain the child's hair. To prevent Madame Lin from tampering with the results domestically, he had the test conducted in 5 different countries. Yet all 5 reports showed the same result. He had nothing to do with that child. Madame Lin sighed deeply. "Jincheng, listen to your mother. A fickle woman like Yi Shu isn't worth it. You loved her so deeply and gave her so much. What did you get in return? After all these years, it's time you lived for yourself. Mom, don't say any more. I know what to do." Lin Jincheng's expression was indescribable. Madame Lin continued, Zhe needs a mother, and you need a wife. I think Qianhua isn't bad. She's waited for you for so many years. Mom, I don't have any improper thoughts about Qianhua. If you don't want history to repeat itself, don't say such things again. Lin Jincheng turned around and walked out. His gait was different from ordinary people's. If one looked closely, they would notice that his right leg was a prosthetic. Chapter 60, Born to be a King. Madame Lin looked at Lin Jincheng's back as he left and sighed deeply. This child was good in every aspect, but he was far too loyal when it came to relationships. Unfortunately, he had met the wrong person and fallen for the wrong woman. Yi Shu was simply not worthy of his long-lasting love. At this moment, a servant's knock sounded from outside the door. "Madame Lin, Miss Qianhua is here." Hearing this, old Madame Lin's eyes lit up, and she immediately headed to the living room. "Qianhua. Aunt Lin." Feng Qianhua held a thermos container in her hands and said gently, "This is bone soup I specially brewed for you. I added some health-preserving herbs. Please drink it while it's hot." Feng Qianhua was 39 years old this year, but she had taken excellent care of herself. She looked no more than 23 or 24. She was elegant and beautiful, with a gentle temperament. No matter when or where, she always maintained a dignified smile, as if she had never been angry in her life. Feng Qianhua and Lin Jincheng had grown up together. The two were childhood sweethearts. She had always liked Lin Jincheng very much. When their parents were young, they had even verbally agreed on a marriage between the two families. Unfortunately, it was one-sided affection. Lin Jincheng had never loved Feng Qianhua. When she learned that Lin Jincheng had given her up for an extremely ordinary woman, Feng Qianhua was furious and married a man of equal social status. Not long after their marriage, her husband died in a car accident. At that time, Feng Qianhua had just become pregnant. Madame Lin felt deeply guilty over this matter. She believed that the Lin family had let Feng Qianhua down. If Lin Jincheng had not broken the verbal marriage agreement, Feng Qianhua would not have lost her husband at such a young age. Moreover, after her husband's death, Feng Qianhua never remarried. She had been waiting for Lin Jincheng all these years. Because of this, Madame Lin liked her very much and had long regarded her as the future daughter-in-law of the Lin family. "It's such a hot day. You must be exhausted," Madame Lin said. Feng Qianhua poured a bowl of soup and handed it over. "Not at all. You've taken care of me for so many years. This is what I should do." Madame Lin took the bowl and drank a mouthful. "Oh right, why haven't I seen Xianxian?" Feng Xianxian was Feng Qianhua's daughter. After her husband passed away, Feng Qianhua did not abort the child. Instead, she insisted on giving birth to her. Feng Qianhua smiled. "Xianxian went back to school today." "Oh." Madame Lin nodded. Feng Qianhua hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "Aunt Lin, my mother passed away early. I've always treated you as my own biological mother. There's something I'm not sure whether I should say." "Qianhua, we're like mother and daughter. Say whatever you want. There's no need to be so restrained." "In that case, I'll say it." Feng Qianhua carefully chose her words. "Recently, I heard rumors that Zhe's mother was pregnant with fraternal twins back then. No matter what happened, that child is still flesh and blood of the Lin family. She's your granddaughter, brother Jincheng's daughter, and Zhe's younger sister. Do you really have the heart to let the mother and daughter wander outside?" As she spoke, Feng Qianhua held Madame Lin's hand and said earnestly, "Aunt Lin, I'm also a widow and a single mother. I know how hard it is for a woman to raise a child alone. Please forgive Sister Yishu. I can see that brother Jincheng still loves Sister Yishu deeply, even now." "Silly child," Madame Lin said as she patted Feng Qianhua's hand. "Everything about you is good except that you're too kind. Don't underestimate Yishu. Do you really think my heart is made of iron? If that child were truly of Lin blood, would I let them wander outside?" After so many years, Madame Lin had already come to terms with things. If that child were Lin Jincheng's biological daughter, she would have stepped forward long ago and brought the mother and daughter back. The Lin family had always had sons, never daughters. Madame Lin had 5 sons, 11 grandsons, and 3 great-grandsons, but not a single granddaughter. She had always dreamed of having one. When she first learned that she might have a granddaughter wandering outside, she had been overjoyed. Who would have thought? Who would have thought she had been happy for nothing? Hearing this, Feng Qianhua was shocked. "Aunt Lin, what do you mean?" Madame Lin sighed. "That child is not Jincheng's biological daughter." "No way." Feng Qianhua covered her mouth in disbelief. "I've met Sister Yishu before. She's not that kind of woman." "Aunt Lin, you must be mistaken." "I went to the hospital for testing," Madame Lin said coldly. Jincheng didn't believe it either. He secretly went abroad and conducted 5 more tests, but the results were all the same. "But aren't that child and Zhe twins?" I asked the doctor. The doctor said fraternal twins can have different fathers. Feng Qianhua was stunned, yet she still defended Yishu. "Aunt Lin, I can guarantee that Sister Yishu is definitely not that kind of person." Madame Lin's expression hardened. "Qianhua, stop defending her. Yishu is a fickle woman and doesn't deserve your sympathy. In my heart, you are the most suitable wife for Jincheng. Feng Qianhua gave a bitter smile. Aunt Lin, I'm already satisfied just being by your side and brother Jincheng's side all these years. I've never had delusions about marrying him. Love is about giving, not possessing. I just want brother Jincheng to be happy. She was truly kind. She had never hated Lin Jincheng. Even after becoming a widow and living alone for so many years, she never complained. Instead, she often spoke well of Yi Shu in front of Madame Lin. Silly child. Madame Lin poked Feng Qianhua's forehead. You need to be more selfish. You're too kind, that's why Yi Shu stole Jincheng away from you. I don't care. In my heart, you're already my daughter-in-law. I treat Xian Xian as my own granddaughter. Our Lin family hasn't had a girl in so many years. From now on, Xian Xian will be the apple of our eye. A glimmer of light flashed across Feng Qianhua's lowered eyes. Aunt Lin, please don't tease me. I'm not joking. Madame Lin's expression was solemn. At this moment, soft footsteps echoed in the living room. Feng Qianhua turned her head and saw a tall, upright figure approaching against the light. The impetuousness of youth had long faded from the 39-year-old man. His entire body exuded calm authority. Lin Jincheng had been the head of the Lin family for many years. Even when he wasn't angry, his imposing aura was overwhelming. Such a man was irresistibly attractive. His injured right leg did not diminish him in the slightest. On the contrary, it added to his unique charm. Countless socialites in the capital wanted to get close to Lin Jincheng. Yet, after so many years, not a single one had caught his eye. Feng Qianhua stood up, her face slightly flushed. Brother Jincheng, I made soup for Aunt Lin. Would you like some? Thank you, but no need. Lin Jincheng walked straight past them. To her, he had always been like this. She once believed this was just his nature, until one afternoon when she unexpectedly saw Lin Jincheng with Yi Shu. Only then did she realize he wasn't born cold. Even after discovering Yi Shu's betrayal, his eyes still only held her. Was she truly inferior to a fickle woman in his eyes? Madame Lin smiled. Qianhua, don't blame him. Jincheng is always like this. If he won't drink it, I will. It's his loss. Feng Qianhua smiled gently. Aunt Lin, brother Jincheng and I grew up together. No one understands him better than I do. Why would I blame him? Madame Lin patted her hand. That's exactly why I say you're the most suitable person for Jincheng. She was kind, generous, sensible, and had an obedient, lovely daughter. Madame Lin was extremely satisfied. Back in Yunjing province, Yizhua spent the entire day at school. News of her transformation had spread across the campus. After class, many students from other classes came to class 7 just to see her. Since it was her first day in the new class, Yizhua didn't play with her phone. She listened attentively throughout the lessons. That night, after returning home, Yizhua turned on her computer and began working. 2/3 of the operating system had already been completed. The rest could be finished using her phone. She replied to the client's messages while coding. Soon, it was 8 o'clock, the busiest time for the restaurant. Yizhua shut down her computer and went downstairs to help. Meanwhile, Li Qiandong closed his laptop and looked at Sun Shaoqing. Brother Fifth, I just contacted the god neohuru.yz. The system will be completed next week. Sun Shaoqing lounged lazily on the sofa, prayer beads twirling between his fingers. He lifted his eyelids slightly, revealing deep, unfathomable eyes. Have you found neohuru.yz's real identity? Not yet. Li Qiandong shook his head. That person was terrifyingly powerful. They didn't even know where to start. Let's put that aside, Li Qiandong continued excitedly. Brother Fifth, I recently found an amazing restaurant. Their dishes are incredible, especially the spicy rabbit head. It's insanely fragrant. Let's eat there tonight. They also have vegetarian hot pot. I guarantee you'll fall in love with it after one try. Elsewhere, Mu Yorong had learned of Li Qiandong's whereabouts. She immediately brought Zhuo and Lin Wuye to Yi family's private kitchen. Only green leaves could bring out the nobility of a white lotus. Mu Yorong always brought these 2 green leaves with her wherever she went. After arriving, she discovered that Zhuo was actually working as a waitress. Although the restaurant was named Yi family's private kitchen, Mu Yorong didn't believe it had anything to do with Zhuo. Zhuo was trash. How could she possibly afford to open a restaurant? It was pure fantasy. Her attention quickly shifted to Li Qiandong. Sitting across from him was a man whose back was facing her. She couldn't see his face. Yet just his silhouette alone made Mu Yorong's heart tremble and her blood run cold. This man was born to be a king. According to the system, Li Qiandong had close ties with 5th Master Tsin. Could this man be 5th Master Tsin? Other than him, who else could possess such an aura? It seemed she had come to the right place. Mu Yorong curled her lips and signaled to Lin Wuye and Zhuo. Let's sit over there. All right. The 3 of them took the table next to Li Qiandong. Waiter, we'd like to order. Zhuo jogged over. What would the 3 of you like to eat? At that moment, she recognized them. Her old enemies. Were they here to cause trouble again? Zhuo raised her eyebrows calmly. Mu Yorong smiled. Could you introduce your specialties? The spicy rabbit head is pretty good, Zhuo replied. You can try it. If she remembered correctly, 5th Master Tsin was a vegetarian. Mu Yorong scoffed. Rabbit? Rabbits are so cute. How can people eat them? Zhuo smiled faintly, her eyes gleaming. Rats aren't cute. Should I serve you one instead? Chapter 61. Ft. Li Qiandong, who was sitting at the table behind them, had been drinking water. When he heard this, he couldn't help but spit out everything in his mouth. Eating rats. This reply was simply fucking amazing. The man in plain clothes sitting opposite Li Qiandong held a string of bright red Buddhist beads in his hand. When he heard Zhuo's words, he slightly lifted his eyes. There seemed to be a faint smile between his brows. The steam from the tea curled upward, making that smile appear unreal and faintly cold. His long fingers slowly rolled the polished Buddhist beads. Between his fingers and the beads, the contrast between dazzling white and deep red was striking. This little girl had a sharp mouth. She was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Mu Yorong also realized that the situation was turning unfavorable. She had originally planned to use 5th Master Tsin's vegetarianism to win his favor. She hadn't expected Zhuo to completely turn the tables on her. Mu Yorong narrowed her eyes and said, I'm someone who's been vegetarian all year round. I feel that whether it's rabbits or mice, they're all living beings. We should respect life and not casually harm them. Don't you think you're being too cruel? Eating meat is a heinous sin. I suggest that you replace all the rabbit meat in this shop with vegetarian food and let the rabbits return to nature. No matter what, 5th Master Tsin was a vegetarian. These words would definitely resonate with him. Zhuo frowned slightly. What the hell was Mu Yorong trying to do? Was she possessed? Everyone has different beliefs. If you eat vegetarian food and are willing to do so, I respect that. But you don't get to attack people who aren't vegetarian, Zhuo said calmly. If you claim that not being vegetarian means disrespecting life, then vegetarians are also disrespecting life. Do carrots and vegetables not have lives? All living things in this world have life. True faith is in the heart, not in the mouth. She paused briefly before continuing, her tone razor sharp. If Miss Mu truly respects life that much, then you'd better give up eating rice as well. Oh right, you shouldn't drink water either. After all, water is the source of all living things. If you drink more water, there will be less water on Earth. If you drink less, you'll die of thirst. Miss Mu is so kind. You definitely wouldn't bear to let a little rabbit die of thirst, right? Mu Yorong stared at Zhuo in disbelief. What the fuck was wrong with this trash? Since when did her mouth become this sharp? She had originally wanted to show off her kindness and noble character by refusing to eat meat, making Fifth Masterson feel that they belonged to the same world. She never expected Zhuo to turn drinking water into a fucking crime. Worse still, Zhuo said it so logically that there was no way to refute it. No way. She absolutely could not let Fifth Masterson's attention be stolen by Zhuo. Mu Yorong immediately grabbed Yishua's hand excitedly, pretending as if she had just recognized her. Oh! It's Sister Yishua. You've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you. I'm sorry, I'm just used to being vegetarian, so I wasn't used to seeing rabbit meat being sold all of a sudden. Please don't mind me. I didn't mean any harm. If my words offended you just now, I sincerely apologize. I'm sorry. Only those who appeared to be at a disadvantage could gain public sympathy. That was why Mu Yorong took the initiative to apologize. This was a classic tactic used by high-level White Lotus bitches. After that, she smoothly changed the topic and said softly, Sister Yishua, I know you've never liked me and have always misunderstood me. But I believe that after some time, you'll definitely accept me as your elder sister. What are you trying to say? Yishua smiled faintly. Don't tell me that if I pick up a piece of trash, it'll magically become a priceless treasure after some time. Trash would always be trash. And a White Lotus bitch would always be a White Lotus bitch. The smile on Mu Yorong's face froze for a split second. She wished she could stand up and slap Yishua a few times, but she could only forcibly endure it. She absolutely could not destroy her perfect image in Fifth Masterson's heart. Little sister sure knows how to joke, Mu Yorong said with forced gentleness. You're still working, right? Then I won't take up your time. Please help us order a vegetarian hot pot. Oh right, do you have any drinks you'd recommend? Green tea isn't bad, Yishua replied with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. It suits you very well. She continued coolly, I'm my mother's only child. Don't call me little sister again. I don't have the time or interest to act out your sisterly love drama. Every word carried hidden barbs. Mu Yorong couldn't explode, so she swallowed her anger. Since you don't like it, I won't call you that again. After Yishua left, Xingro said angrily, Yorong, Yishua has gone too far. Do you want me to teach her a lesson? Mu Yorong frowned. Ro. How can you say such things? Even if Shua doesn't treat me as her elder sister, I've always treated her as my biological sister. You're not allowed to bully her. Xingro sighed. Yorong, you're just too kind. If a person is too kind, they'll be bullied. If a horse is too gentle, it'll be ridden. It's fine, Mu Yorong said with a smile. Suffering losses is a blessing. She continued playing the role of the kind, generous elder sister while secretly observing the situation at the neighboring table. Fifth Masterson had been sitting there the entire time. That meant he must have noticed her. After all, other than her, there weren't many women willing to eat vegetarian food. Later, she needed to mind her eating manners, maintain her elegance, and reclaim the face she had just lost. With that thought, Mu Yorong subconsciously straightened her back, not daring to relax even slightly. Li Qiandong had been watching Mu Yorong the entire time. He leaned closer and said in a low voice, Brother Fifth, the Mu family's daughter is just like you, she's also a vegetarian. No wonder she said rabbits are cute. She probably can't bear to eat them. Looks like the two of you are quite fated. If it were anyone else, Li Qiandong would have suspected an act. But this was Mu Yorong. She was so kind, there was no way she'd be pretending. Sun Shaoqing turned his head unhurriedly, his eyes dark and calm. Don't you think that compared to Mu Yorong, Yishua looks more like a true daughter of a prestigious family? Whether it was her bearing, appearance, or manner of speech, Mu Yorong couldn't compare to Yishua at all. Even the daughters of top-tier families in the capital couldn't compare. Li Qiandong frowned. Brother Fifth, don't be fooled by Yishua. She was definitely acting just now. Huan Yinjing doesn't know Yishua's reputation. He thought about it for a long time and felt that the real Yishua could never have said those things. She had to be acting. playing hard to get. When did you become this blind? Sun Shaoqing slowly twirled the Buddhist beads, his voice cold. The one who was truly acting was Mu Yorong. She just underestimated Yi Zhuo. If Yi Zhuo were really as stupid as the rumors claimed, the one suffering tonight wouldn't have been Mu Yorong. Brother Fifth, you really misunderstand Miss Mu. Li Qiandong insisted. You don't understand her at all. Last time I saw her feeding stray dogs. Another time I saw her sending a lost child home. And another time. How is it that you saw her every single time? Sun Shaoqing lit a cigarette. Smoke curled around him, obscuring his expression. You're 28, not 8. Use your fucking brain. Once was coincidence. This many times was deliberate. Brother Fifth, do I look like a fool to you? Li Qiandong felt speechless. Could he really not tell right from wrong? Sun Shaoqing slowly exhaled a smoke ring. As the smoke dissipated, his cold, noble features became clear. His thin lips parted slightly. Be more confident. Change, do I look like a fool, to I am a fool. Li Qiandong's only flaw was his terrible judgment of women. He fell for them easily. Brother Fifth, you really can't be deceived by her. Li Qiandong got too worked up and swept his arm across the table, knocking over the teapot. Just as it was about to smash onto the ground and splash boiling tea all over him. Be careful. A jade-white hand caught the teapot in midair and placed it back steadily on the table. This is freshly brewed tea, Yi Zhuo said calmly. It's very hot. The hand belonged to Yi Zhuo. Looking up, Sun Shaoqing met her eyes. His gaze deepened slightly, and his voice was low and steady. Not bad. Notes. 1. White lotus, a term used to describe false purity. 2. A person who pretends to be innocent and kind while being hypocritical and manipulative. 3. Green tea bitch, a woman who pretends to be sweet, innocent, and harmless to manipulate men for benefit, power, or status, while secretly being calculating, deceitful, and immoral. Chapter 62. She had saved the teapot and placed it back on the table in less than 20 seconds. It seemed like a short moment, but only Sun Shaoqing, a martial artist, knew how difficult it was. Moreover, the teapot had been filled with boiling hot tea. Not only had she not burned herself, but she hadn't spilled a single drop. The entire process was as smooth and natural as flowing clouds and running water. How could someone without any real martial arts background possibly do that? Thank you. Yi Zhuo lowered her gaze slightly and met Sun Shaoqing's eyes. Their gazes collided. In that instant, it felt as if invisible ripples spread outward in all directions, then vanished just as quickly. Yi Zhuo had an excellent memory. The moment she saw those eyes, she recalled the man she had seen at the Mu family banquet that night. Then she thought of Mu Yorong's words and behavior earlier. Suddenly, everything clicked. Mu Yorong had probably been acting for him. This man was clearly a favored son of heaven with an extraordinary background. It seemed Mu Yorong harbored rather ambitious intentions. Sun Shaoqing was stunned. When he was young, he had become famous after a single fight. Back then, his body had been steeped in a murderous, evil aura. In recent years, after converting to Buddhism and becoming vegetarian, that aura had faded significantly, but even so, very few people could maintain eye contact with him for more than 3 seconds. The same was true for his business partners. Whenever they spoke to him, they instinctively avoided his gaze. Yet today, Sun Shaoqing had encountered an exception. And what shocked him even more was that the other party was merely a teenage girl. Zhuo. At that moment, Bai Nana suddenly ran over. What's wrong? Yi Zhuo calmly withdrew her gaze and tilted her head toward Nana. Bai Nana handed her the phone. Zhuo, your phone is ringing. Oh, thank you. Yi Zhuo took the phone and walked to a quiet corner to answer the call. Sun Shaoqing watched her retreating figure as he lifted his teacup and took a sip. His eyes were deep and dark like ink, while his right hand slowly caressed the bright red Buddhist beads. Brother Fifth, don't tell me you've fallen for Yi Zhuo. Li Qiandong asked nervously. Sun Shaoqing did not respond. The warm lighting contrasted with the sharp, cold lines of his features, making him appear both noble and unfathomable. Brother Fifth. Yi Zhuo is playing hard to get. You absolutely must not fall for her tricks. Li Qiandong grew increasingly anxious, afraid that Sun Shaoqing would be deceived. Sun Shaoqing was the only son of the Sun family. His methods were cold and ruthless, and he stood at the very peak of the social pyramid. Countless women were scheming to get close to him. In Li Qiandong's eyes, not everyone was as pure and kind as Mu Yorong. Even when facing a proud son of heaven like Sun Shaoqing, she never lost her true self. You think too badly of Yi Zhuo, Sun Shaoqing said indifferently. She doesn't need to play hard to get. Besides, I have no intention of getting married. If he were like other men, Yi Zhuo would indeed be a very suitable match. Unfortunately, no. Marriage and children had never been his life's goal. And Yi Zhuo's life goal was probably not marriage and children either. It was a pity that she was still too young. If she were just a little older, becoming close friends with her wouldn't have been a bad idea. At this moment, Fifth Master Sun still hadn't realized something crucial. He had never had a single close female friend in his entire life. Li Qiandong was on the verge of tears. Sun Shaoqing usually appeared sharp and perceptive, so why the hell couldn't he see through Yi Zhuo's little tricks? Instead, he insisted that the kind Mu Yorong was acting. In reality, it was Sun Shaoqing himself who couldn't distinguish the real from the fake. Brother Fifth has been smart his entire life. I can't believe he's become so muddle-headed over this. Li Qiandong sighed inwardly. Soon after, the vegetarian hot pot was served. It was a large pot and looked no different from ordinary vegetarian hot pots. At the sight of it, Sun Shaoqing lost some interest. Moreover, he wasn't particularly fond of food. Li Qiandong picked up some vegetables and a few unidentified round balls with his chopsticks and placed them into Sun Shaoqing's bowl. Brother Fifth, give it a try. I guarantee the taste will definitely satisfy you. Seeing Li Qiandong's enthusiasm, Sun Shaoqing picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the vegetables. The moment they entered his mouth, his previously calm eyes lit up. The vegetables were crisp and refreshing, carrying the rich fragrance of mushrooms. He then took a small bite of one of the balls. Juice burst out instantly, flooding his mouth as the flavor lingered on his lips and teeth. It was sour and spicy, extremely appetizing. Even Sun Shaoqing, who had dined at countless state banquets, was immediately conquered by the taste. No wonder Li Qiandong couldn't stop praising it. How is it? Brother Fifth, not bad, right? Li Qiandong asked eagerly. Sun Shaoqing nodded faintly. It is indeed not bad. Li Qiandong knew Sun Shaoqing's personality well. For him to say, not bad, was already extremely rare. Throughout the meal, Mu Yorong paid special attention to her image. She maintained an elegant and graceful demeanor and even ate 2 bowls of rice. She was afraid that if she ate too little, Sun Shaoqing might think she was being pretentious. After all, many noble ladies deliberately ate tiny portions just to maintain their figures. She wanted Sun Shaoqing to see that not only was she vegetarian, but she was also different from the rest. Unfortunately, from beginning to end, Sun Shaoqing never once looked at her. Instead, it was Li Qiandong who kept praising her, repeatedly saying, "Miss Mu is truly extraordinary." By the end of the meal, Sun Shaoqing was about 80% full. He set down his chopsticks and said, "I'll head back first." Hearing this, Li Qiandong also stood up. "You don't need to follow me," Sun Shaoqing said. Coincidentally, Li Qiandong wasn't full yet. He replied, "Then Brother Fifth, have a safe trip back." Sun Shaoqing nodded slightly. As Sun Shaoqing passed by, Mu Yorong finally caught sight of his stunning side profile. He was completely out of her reach. Ba dump. Ba dump. Ba dump. Mu Yorong felt as if her heart no longer belonged to her. There was still a long road ahead, but she was determined to make Fifth Master Sun bow before her. Moreover, she wanted him to beg her to be with him. That night, after returning home, Zhuo took a shower and then started a live stream to play games. Today, she wasn't streaming Honor of Kings. She was playing chess. Chess was the quintessence of China. Whether in the past or the present, Zhuo had always loved it. What surprised her was that there were actually more than 10 viewers in the live broadcast room today. There were even comments flooding the screen. Fuck. The streamer is actually a level 7 chess player. Under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult for a non-professional player to reach level 7, especially a girl. Little Missy, you didn't hire someone to play for you, did you? Zhuo glanced at the comments section as even more messages popped up. It's only level 7. You think she needs someone else to play for her? Fuck. Missy's voice is so nice. Missy, show us your face. Zhuo said calmly, I don't rely on my looks to make a living. Missy, stop bragging. Zhuo replied to the barrage while swiftly operating the mouse and keyboard. Her tone was casual, but her speed was astonishing. Almost the moment her opponent made a move, she responded, as if she didn't need to think at all. Her slender, jade-like fingers tapped against the cold black keyboard, creating a scene of striking beauty. Her mind was crystal clear. The match grew increasingly intense. Both sides were locked in a stalemate, pressing forward step by step, neither willing to yield. It was obvious that her opponent was also a master. Streamer, you can do it. Play carefully, don't underestimate your opponent. Zhuo remained relaxed. I'll give him another piece, then defeat him within 3 moves. Streamer, it looks like you're the one about to get defeated. This streamer is bragging. I'm not bragging. At that moment, the game ended. Checkmate. Black wins. Zhuo was playing black. Fuck. This streamer is fucking amazing. That move was insane. Account notification, heaven-toppling earth-crushing purple gold hammer 1225 gifted a sports car. Account notification, Lei gifted a cloud-piercing arrow. Account notification, Chao Hui 1985 gifted. Zhuo played 2 games in total. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room jumped from single digits to over 300. Although there were only a little more than 300 viewers, Zhuo gained over 200 followers and earned 300 yuan purely through her superb chess skills. Streamer, play one more round. Zhuo checked the time. I'm done for today. It's time to sleep. You guys should go to bed early too. With that, she ended the live stream. Meanwhile, on the other side. Defeated. Black wins. Staring at those words on the screen, Sun Shaoqing frowned and picked up the lighter beside him. Paw! A faint blue flame flickered to life. His originally indifferent expression tightened under the glow, making him appear even colder and more restrained. Aside from chanting sutras and worshipping Buddha, his greatest hobby was chess. Whether in real life or online, he had never encountered a worthy opponent. Today was the first time he had lost. And not just once, twice in a row. Sun Shaoqing was used to planning everything meticulously, used to keeping everything under his control. Losing to an anonymous stranger and encountering a true rival unsettled him deeply. He lit a cigarette, holding the Buddhist beads in one hand and the mouse in the other as he clicked on the opponent's profile. In-game name, Heh-heh. For some inexplicable reason, Sun Shaoqing suddenly thought of Neohuru.yz. Could they be the same person? Chapter 63. Could this be the same person? Sun Shaoqing wasn't sure. Although the two account names were very similar, the prefixes were different. Moreover, Neohuru.yz should have been busy working on the OS system recently. She shouldn't have had time to play games. Besides, as a top-tier tech expert, how could Neohuru neglect her work just to play chess? So, the two couldn't possibly be the same person. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Sun Shaoqing clicked to add Heh-heh as a friend in the game. After waiting for a long time, there was still no response from the other party. Sun Shaoqing originally wanted to play a few more rounds with her, but since there was no reply, he could only shut down his computer. Meanwhile, at the Mu residence, Mu Yorong sat in her bedroom and summoned the system. Check Fifth Masterdson's current favorability rating. No, the system's cold mechanical voice responded. However, Li Qiandong's favorability rating has already reached 80%. Mu Yorong curled her lips slightly. Although she couldn't see Fifth Masterdson's favorability rating, Li Qiandong's result pleased her. After all, Li Qiandong and Fifth Masterson were close friends. Their opinions were usually aligned. This meant that Fifth Masterson must already have a very good impression of her. Perhaps he had even begun investigating her, just as she was secretly investigating him. Then check Fifth Masterson's interests and hobbies, Mu Yorong instructed. The system fell silent for a moment. Soon, a line of text appeared on the floating control panel. Unable to retrieve the other party's interests and hobbies. In that case, pull up Yizhua's information, Mu Yorong said impatiently. Sorry. The system is unable to retrieve any information about Yizhua. Mu Yorong frowned deeply. How is that possible? It was understandable that the system couldn't access information about Fifth Masterson, his background was terrifyingly powerful. But it couldn't even find anything on Yizhua. What the hell was going on? Recalling Yizhua's reaction earlier that night, Mu Yorong suddenly felt uneasy. Could that piece of trash Yizhua really have changed? At that moment, Mu Yorong thought of Li Qingyue. That's right, she had been reborn into this body. She could now associate with powerful figures she couldn't even approach in her previous life. So what if Yizhua had changed? She could still stomp Yizhua under her feet. Mu Yorong picked up her phone and dialed Li Qingyue, intending to discuss things with her. Hello, the subscriber you have dialed is currently powered off. A cold electronic voice rang out. Powered off? Mu Yorong frowned slightly. As far as she knew, Li Qingyue never turned her phone off. Only then did Mu Yorong realize she hadn't contacted Li Qingyue for over a week. Perhaps Yi Tao had died, and Li Qingyue was busy handling the funeral. That must be it. After all, Yi Tao's illness had already reached an incurable stage. Thinking this, Mu Yorong finally relaxed. She decided to contact Li Qingyue again after the funeral was over. Some things couldn't be rushed. The next morning, Yizhua woke up at 5:30 a.m. for her morning run. She arrived at school right on time at 7:20 a.m. Since she arrived early, there weren't many students in the classroom yet, but her desk mate, Zhao Pingting, was already there. Yizhua took the initiative to greet her. Good morning, Pingting. Zhao Pingting froze for a moment before her face turned red. Why you're talking to me? That's right. Yizhua nodded. Isn't your name Pingting? Gee, good morning, Zhao Pingting replied softly. Although Zhao Pingting was called Pingting, her figure was anything but graceful. She was 160 centimeters tall and weighed 170 kilograms. She was extremely fat. Fat people tended to sweat a lot, and in summer, their bodies often reeked of sweat. Because of this, Zhao Pingting felt deeply inferior and had very few friends in class. Usually, no one wanted to talk to her. Some even openly mocked her. Some called her fatty. Some called her fat lady. Some called her fat pig. Others went even further and called her Zhu Beiji. This was the first time anyone had addressed her by her real name. The feeling was strange. Zhao Pingting wasn't pretentious. She had grown so used to being called fatty that she barely reacted anymore. But at this moment, her heart felt inexplicably warm. She had originally thought that her new deskmate, so beautiful, with such a good figure, would definitely be arrogant and difficult to get along with. She never expected the opposite. Yizhua sat down and began eating her buns. Pingting, have you eaten breakfast? Want to try mine? Zhao Pingting hurriedly took out her own food. I brought breakfast. Yizhua glanced over. Is it good? Let me try. Zhao Pingting froze. Was Yizhua not disgusted by her? Yizhua reached out and took a small piece. Zhao Pingting had brought glutinous rice cakes. They were soft and chewy. Yizhua squinted slightly in satisfaction. Not bad. Try my Zilong Bao. As she spoke, she stuffed one into Zhao Pingting's hands. Zhao Pingting stared at the Zilong Bao in her palm. Only then did she realize. Her new deskmate truly didn't dislike her. Zhao Pingting thanked her sincerely and ate together with Yizhua. The first class was mathematics. The teacher droned on like he was singing a lullaby. Listening to him, Yizhua quickly grew sleepy. Before long, she had completely fallen asleep. That student sleeping in class, come up here and solve this problem. The moment the math teacher finished speaking, all eyes turned to Yizhua. They were laughing. Seeing that Yizhua didn't react, Zhao Pingting nudged her and whispered nervously, "Zhuo, the teacher told you to go up and solve the problem." He asked me. Yizhua lifted her head groggily, her eyes slightly watery. Yes. Zhao Pingting nodded. Yizhua stood up and walked to the podium. The math teacher's face darkened with disappointment. You're already in your third year of high school, not elementary school. Why are you fooling around like this every day? If you want to sleep, go home and sleep. Yizhua picked up the chalk and began writing a solution. Then she paused briefly. The math teacher sneered. See? You can't solve it, right? This is what happens when you sleep in class. If you can solve this problem, you can sleep as much as you want in my class from now on. Teacher, are you serious? Yizhua glanced back calmly. If you can't solve it, you'll stand for every class from now on. Yizhua smiled faintly. All right. I'll take you at your word. You can't go back on it. The math teacher was speechless. Was this student delusional? This was an Olympiad-level math problem. Even average third-year students struggled with it, let alone someone like her. Even the top students in the ace class would have a hard time. Sigh. Students these days. Being a teacher is really getting harder and harder. The math teacher turned toward the students and spoke earnestly, grade 12 is a turning point in life. I hope all of you work harder for your future. When you get to university, you can play as much as you want. Don't be like this student, sleeping in class and making no progress. If you don't study now, you'll regret it later. At that moment, Yizhua began writing. The students below stared in shock. Fuck. Is this really that Yizhua who knows nothing? The math teacher thought his speech had finally awakened them and nodded in satisfaction. Maybe these kids weren't completely hopeless. Teacher, I'm done. Yizhua's voice rang out. Done? So fast? Did she just scribble some bullshit? The math teacher turned around, ready to scold her. And froze. Not only had Yizhua solved the problem, she had done so using the simplest and most elegant method. Her handwriting was neat, powerful, and fluid, far better than his. Was he hallucinating? The math teacher rubbed his eyes repeatedly, but nothing changed. Yizhua added calmly, this problem is slightly unconventional, so I used methods from college-level mathematics. Why you solved this? The math teacher asked in disbelief. Yizhua nodded. May I return to my seat now? Wait. The teacher hurriedly grabbed his materials and wrote another problem on the blackboard. Solve this one. He refused to believe she had done it herself. The question was even harder. Yizhua picked up the chalk again. All right. This time, the math teacher didn't even blink. He stared the entire time. When Yizhua finished. Amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. The math teacher steadied himself. What's your name? Teacher, my name is Yizhua. You're the transfer student from the ace class next door. Yes. The math teacher had heard of Yizhua before. Wasn't she supposed to be an idiot? If she was an idiot, then what the hell was he? Dog shit? My god. If Chen DeBeo from the ace class knew he had mistaken a pearl for a fish's eye and thrown it away, he'd regret it until his intestines turned green. Chapter 64. All teachers loved students with good grades. At this moment, the mathematics teacher looked at Zhuo as if he were someone who had been wandering in the desert for a long time and had suddenly found a source of water. Student Zhuo, you can go back to your seat now. From now on, you can sleep whenever you want in my class. Thank you, teacher. Watching Zhuo walk down from the podium, the mathematics teacher continued, if any of you can be as amazing as student Zhuo and solve Olympiad-level math problems while sleeping, you can do whatever the hell you want in my class in the future. I won't care even if the heavens strike me down for it. But if you can't, then pay proper attention in my class. I believe that one day, all of you will be as outstanding as student Zhuo. The students below the podium were as quiet as mice. They were extremely curious about how Zhuo had suddenly become so smart. After school at noon, Zhuo invited Zhao Pingting to have lunch with her in the cafeteria. Coincidentally, I have a good friend I want to introduce to you, she said. Zhao Pingting hesitated for a moment before nodding. She felt a little nervous. She was so fat, would Zhuo's good friend really accept her? However, it soon became clear that Zhao Pingting's worries were completely unnecessary. And Lizzie did not look down on Zhao Pingting at all. The three girls chatted and laughed as they walked toward the cafeteria. There were many people inside, and a long queue had already formed at the food counter. Just as it was about to be their turn, two girls walked toward them. The one in front had long hair, exquisite makeup, and her school skirt was deliberately pulled up, making it much shorter than it was supposed to be. D***MN fatty, get lost. When Zhao Pingting saw who it was, her body subconsciously trembled. She lowered her head and was about to walk away. Zhuo slightly raised her head and took a step forward, blocking Zhao Pingting behind her. What are you doing? Zhuo asked coldly. What does it have to do with you that I'm talking to this damn fatty? The long-haired girl sneered. If you know what's good for you, then fuck off. Don't block my way. Zhuo, forget it. I'll just let them be, Zhao Pingting said softly, tugging at the corner of Zhuo's clothes. It was obvious she was used to being bullied. Don't be afraid, Zhuo said calmly. As long as I'm here, they won't dare to bully you. Hearing this, the long-haired girl's eyes filled with ridicule. She clearly did not take Zhuo seriously. I'll give you one last chance, the girl said viciously, cracking her knuckles. Move out of my way right now, or don't blame me for being rude. In that case, Zhuo replied indifferently, I'd really like to see how rude you can be. Zhuo lowered her gaze slightly and looked down at the long-haired girl. The girl's expression instantly changed. She raised her hand and was about to slap Zhuo. But in the next second, someone grabbed her hair. Zhuo clenched the bully's long hair with one hand and lifted her chin with the other. Her eyes sparkled dangerously as she said, apologize to my deskmate. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating her fair and delicate face. She looked wicked. And indescribably cool. The sudden commotion instantly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Holy shit! Who is that? She's so badass. I know her. She's Zhuo from grade 12, class 7. Holy shit. I've heard of her before. Didn't they say she was ugly? She's gorgeous. I'm in love. The long-haired girl was scared out of her wits. Even though Zhuo was smiling, there wasn't a shred of warmth in her eyes. Her scalp felt like it was about to tear apart. If she had known Zhuo was this strong, she would never have dared to provoke Zhao Pingting. When the hell did this damn fatty find such a terrifying backer? Apologize. Zhuo shouted again. The long-haired girl gasped in pain and stammered, I'm sorry. Who the fuck are you apologizing to? Zhuo sneered. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Enduring the pain, the girl raised her voice. Zhao Pingting, I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. Pingting, Zhuo turned her head, do you forgive her? Zhao Pingting was completely stunned. She nodded blankly. So, her deskmate was actually this powerful? Yizhuo slowly released the girl's hair. If you dare to bully my deskmate again, I'll make you bald. Do you believe me? The girl's face turned deathly pale. The moment Yizhuo let go, she ran away as fast as she could. Wow! Zhuo, you're so handsome! Enlizi exclaimed, stars shining in her eyes. After sitting next to Yizhuo for so long, this was the first time she realized how terrifyingly strong Yizhuo actually was. Yizhuo replied modestly, I'm just average. Third best in the world. Then she looked at Zhao Pingting. Pingting, if anyone dares to bully you again, just tell me. I'll beat the shit out of her for you. Zhao Pingting nodded. Okay. Yizhuo wrapped an arm around Zhao Pingting's shoulder and said seriously, but you also need to learn how to protect yourself. I won't attack anyone unless they attack me first. But if they do, no matter how far away they are, I'll kill them. Zhao Pingting stared at Yizhuo in a daze. Many years later, she would still remember this scene. It was Yizhuo who let her see light and brightness in her life, filling it with hope. Beijing. Today was Lin Zai's birthday. Feng Qianhua brought her daughter, Feng Xianxian, to the Lin family residence to celebrate. The 18-year-old boy had already grown up. His facial features were handsome, and his bearing was extraordinary. He looked exactly like Lin Jincheng when he was young. Brother Ah Zai, happy birthday. This is my gift for you, Feng Xianxian said, handing over an exquisite gift box. Lin Zai's voice was calm and indifferent. Thank you, but there's no need. No one knew who Lin Zai took after, but his personality was mature, dull, and extremely boring. He rarely spoke. He was the type who stayed silent most of the time. Logically speaking, since he and Feng Xianxian had grown up together, they should have been close. However, Lin Zai disliked her intensely. Ever since childhood, Feng Xianxian had loved crying, often getting snot and saliva all over her face. Lin Zai, on the other hand, had a serious case of misophobia and had always loved cleanliness. Moreover, Feng Xianxian had a terrible temper. Relying on Madame Lin's favoritism, she bullied others however she pleased. Because of Feng Xianxian, Lin Zai had never had a good impression of girls. Madame Lin glared at Lin Zai. Ah Zai! How can you be so rude? This is a gift from your sister. Apologize to her immediately. Lin Zai pursed his lips and remained silent. Feng Qianhua quickly smiled and smoothed things over. It's fine, Aunt Lin. He's still young. Don't take it to heart. Feng Xianxian hugged Madame Lin's arm obediently. Grandma, it's okay. I know Brother Azay is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He has good intentions. I don't blame him at all. By the way, this cake was personally made by my mother. Remember to eat more later. Lin Zai was Madame Lin's youngest grandson, and she had raised him personally. Naturally, she doted on him. How could she really bear to scold him? Our Xianxian is still the most sensible, Madame Lin said happily. Unlike that rascal. Feng Qianhua placed the candles on the cake and lit them. Ah Zai, come and blow out the candles. The maids turned off the lights. Feng Qianhua and Feng Xianxian sang the birthday song together. The atmosphere seemed warm and harmonious. However, Lin Zai showed no smile. He blew out the candles expressionlessly, cut a piece of cake, and handed it to Madame Lin. Grandma, I have plans with my classmates. It's about time, I'll be leaving first. This was exactly why Madame Lin treasured Lin Zai so much. Although his personality was dull, he always respected her sincerely. Madame Lin waved her hand with a smile. Go on. Remember to call ahead when you're coming back so the driver can pick you up. Okay. Feng Qianhua nudged Feng Xianxian. Feng Xianxian stood up. Brother Ah Zai, can you take me with you? Lin Zai glanced at her. It's inconvenient. Feng Xianxian's eyes instantly reddened. She looked extremely aggrieved, on the verge of tears. She was beautiful, and wherever she went, people fawned over her. Only Lin Zhe dared to treat her this way. Feng Qianhua smiled and patted her shoulder. Ah, Zhe's friends are all boys. If a little girl like you tagged along, how would that look? Enough, stop acting so pretentious. Don't make it look like you've been terribly wronged. Chapter 65. Madame Lin could not bear to see Feng Xianxian suffer, so she held Feng Xianxian's hand and said, Xianxian, don't worry. When Ah Zhe comes back, I'll definitely help you teach him a proper lesson. Ah Zhe was indeed a little insensitive. Feng Xianxian was his sister. His words had been far too hurtful. Fortunately, Feng Qianhua was kind-hearted and did not scold the child. On the other hand, there was Lin Jincheng. He did not even come back for his son's birthday. No one knew what he was busy with. Feng Qianhua smiled and said, Aunt Lin, don't spoil Xianxian too much. You've already spoiled her enough. Madame Lin held Feng Xianxian's hand tightly. Girls should be spoiled a little. Speaking of being spoiled, Ah Zhe's personality is becoming more and more boring, her voice gradually trailed off, and her face was filled with worry. Feng Qianhua replied, Aunt Lin, I think Ah Zhe is a sensible and good child. It's not necessarily a bad thing for boys to be a little boring. You don't have to worry too much. You're the only one who doesn't mind him being like that, Madame Lin said. Outside the manor, Lin Zhe hurried to the roadside and saw his classmate, Li Wen, standing there waiting for him. Brother Zhe, over here. Li Wen raised his hand and waved. Lin Zhe jogged over. Have you been waiting long? Lin Zhe asked. Li Wen waved his hand dismissively. I just got here not too long ago. Then Li Wen continued teasingly, Brother Zhe, didn't your sister follow you today? Everyone knew that Lin Zhe always had a so-called follower tagging along behind him. Lin Zhe's expression was indifferent. What sister? Li Wen laughed. That's hard to say. When her mother becomes your stepmother, won't she be your sister then? Lin Zhe pressed his lips tightly together. The evening glow draped over his face like a mysterious veil. Any updates on what I asked you to investigate last time? There's still no response from Brother Zhao, Li Wen replied. But once there's news, I'll inform you immediately. Let's go, Fatty Hu and the others are already there. Lin Zhe nodded. Soon, several motorcycles appeared on the winding mountain road. A small car sped past the motorcycles. Inside the car sat Feng Qianhua and Feng Xianxian. Feng Xianxian pouted unhappily. Mom! Isn't our current situation already pretty good? Why do you keep fawning over that old woman and Lin Zhe? It was one thing for Feng Qianhua to do it, but she even dragged her along. Feng Qianhua, who had been looking out the window, withdrew her gaze and poked Feng Xianxian on the shoulder. Silly girl! Who do you think your mother is doing all this for? It's all for you. Everything we eat and wear now, what part of it doesn't come from the Lin family? If we lose the Lin family's support, you'll suffer. Everything we eat and wear belongs to Grandpa's family. What does it have to do with the Lin family? Feng Xianxian retorted. Do you really think that without the Lin family's backing, your grandparents would have let us stay here for 18 years? Feng Qianhua said coldly. It was common for a married daughter to lose her family's support. Not long after Feng Qianhua's husband died, the company went bankrupt. She was left alone with a child. If it were not for the Lin family, her parents and brother would never have tolerated her for so long. That was because her family knew she would eventually become the matriarch of the Lin family. Once she became the Lin family's matriarch, the Feng family's status in the capital would also rise several levels. Feng Qianhua continued, it's precisely because you're the Lin family's chosen granddaughter that your grandparents treat you so well. In other words, without the Lin family, the two of them would be nothing. Feng Xianxian was stunned. So her maternal grandparents, who had doted on her for so many years, did not truly love her. After a pause, Feng Qianhua said earnestly, so, Xianxian, you must be obedient and strive to meet our expectations. You must not let your maternal grandparents down. Once mom marries into the Lin family, you'll be the Lin family's only granddaughter. The Tsun family and the Lin family have always been close. I heard that the marriage between the Tsun family and the Mu family has already been dissolved. The Tsun and Lin families are of equal standing. When the time comes, you'll become the Tsun family's daughter-in-law, the new lady of the Tsun household. For many years, the Lin family had only sons and no daughters. When that time came, Feng Xianxian would be cherished by everyone. Would there be anything she couldn't have? At the mention of fifth Master Tsun, a faint blush appeared on Feng Xianxian's face. At one of the cocktail parties, she had once caught a glimpse of fifth Master Tsun from afar. If she had to describe him in 2 words: absolutely stunning. At that moment, Feng Xianxian secretly swore that she would only marry a man who looked like a king. Moreover, fifth Master Tsun possessed immense power and high status. If she married him, the entire capital would practically be under her control. Okay, Mom, I understand, Feng Xianxian nodded. Don't worry. I'll be obedient from now on. Good, Feng Qianhua nodded in satisfaction, her eyes glowing. That's my daughter. Yi family residence. In the east side bedroom. Yi Zhuo sat in front of the computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard. The glow from the screen cast a warm light across her face. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Zhuo shut down the computer, walked into the living room, and prepared to head to the restaurant to help. The lights were off, and the living room was pitch black. Yi Zhuo reached out and pressed the wall switch, but the lights did not turn on. Yi Zhuo narrowed her eyes slightly. A power outage? At that moment, a faint rustling sound came from the doorway. A thief? Yi Zhuo clenched her fist discreetly, ready to deal with anything. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. In the darkness, Yi Shu and Yi Sun slowly walked forward, holding a birthday cake with lit candles. Warm yellow light illuminated their smiling faces. Yi Zhuo froze slightly. In her previous life, she was an orphan. She didn't even know when her birthday was. Naturally, no one had ever celebrated it for her. This was the first time in her life that someone had prepared a birthday cake for her, and even sang a birthday song. The feeling was strange. It was as if a fishbone were stuck in her throat. Happy birthday to our dear Zhuo Zhuo. We wish you happiness every single day. May you stay 18 forever. Happy birthday. Zhuo Zhuo, hurry up and make a wish, then blow out the candles. Yi Zhuo snapped back to her senses, bent down, and pressed her palms together. She made a very sincere birthday wish. After that, she blew out the candles in one breath. Pooh! The moment the candles went out, the lights came on. Only then did Yi Zhuo realize that Zhou Yulian, Lin Jinxue, Lin Shasha, and Lin Weiwei were also present. Mom, Uncle, Aunt Lian, Uncle Lin, Sister Shasha, Brother Weiwei, thank you. Silly child. No need to thank us. We're family. Zhuo Zhuo, happy birthday. Lin Shasha seized the moment and smeared a bit of cream onto Yi Zhuo's face. Sister Shasha. How dare you smear me with cream? Yi Zhuo protested. The two girls immediately started wrestling. Before long, both of their faces were smeared with colorful cream, resembling cat faces. This was Yi Zhuo's first birthday in this strange world, and also her happiest. In just over 2 months, she had gained family, friendship, and many things that money could never buy. After eating the cake, Lin Shasha curled up on the sofa and chatted with Yi Zhuo. Zhuo Zhuo, did you try the live streaming I told you about last time? Yi Zhuo nodded. Yes, I tried it. How was it? Lin Shasha asked. It was average, Yi Zhuo replied. Lin Shasha immediately became interested and stood up. Let's go, Zhuo Zhuo. Let's go to your room. I want to watch you live stream. Okay. Yi Zhuo nodded. Since she had promised her fans the night before that she would stream her chess games again, Yi Zhuo prepared to play another match. Lin Shasha exclaimed in surprise, Wow, Zhuo Zhuo. You're amazing at chess. You're already at level 8. Zhuo replied modestly, I'm trying to keep a low profile. At that moment, a system notification popped up on the chess interface. Layabout Scholar has requested to add you as a friend. Layabout Scholar? Wasn't this the unlucky bastard who lost to her twice last night? Chapter 66. Although this unlucky guy was indeed a little unlucky, his chess skills were not bad at all. Zhuo had to rack her brains to beat him last night. It had been a long time since she had met such a worthy opponent. Therefore, Zhuo clicked the approve button and added the other party as a friend in the game. She saved his nickname as Unlucky Guy. Then, she activated her live streaming. Due to her sudden popularity from last night, more than 100 viewers hopped on to watch her the very moment she turned it on. Lin Sha held her phone and said in surprise, Zhuo, don't you want to show your face? Zhuo raised her eyebrows slightly. Does a skilled player need to show his face? Lin Sha was a little disappointed. Zhuo was so good-looking. It was a pity that she didn't show her face. If she did, there would definitely be more viewers on her channel than there were now. It was also at this moment that Lin Sha realized Zhuo's streaming equipment was very simple. There was only a camera and a computer. No ring light, no sound card. Fortunately, Zhuo's skin was flawless, smooth as milk. Otherwise, she wouldn't have looked so good even under the HD camera's clear view. Miss Streamer, I'm here. Miss Streamer, are you playing chess tonight? Yes, I am. What's your game account number? I want to challenge you. If I lose, I'll gift you 10 sports cars. If you lose, show us your face. Do you dare to play? When has Daddy ever been afraid of a challenge? Zhuo shared her game account number. A few moments later, she received the other party's game invitation. Zhuo clicked to accept it. Zhuo clicked her mouse to disable 1 chariot, 1 cannon, and 1 horse. I'll give you a head start and let you have these 3. Otherwise, people will say I'm a bully. F***ck, Miss Streamer is such an alpha. I'm in love. Cool. There's no need to give me a head start. I'm a professional chess player and I never bully little girls. Zhuo calmly clicked to start. It's only 3 pieces. Even if you're a professional chess player, Daddy will still beat you. Miss Streamer, you're quite boastful. Let's raise the bets. If you lose, not only will you show your face, but you'll also have to call me Daddy 10 times. Zhuo was not one to suffer losses. I think that's okay. However, if you lose, you'll have to call me Daddy 10 times. No problem. The game began. Zhuo played chess while interacting with her fans. Her words seemed casual, but every sentence was golden. They could make people grin foolishly. With the possibility of seeing her face and calling another gamer Daddy, the number of viewers shot from hundreds to thousands. Meanwhile, the game grew more and more intense. Gifts were being spammed non-stop. Account notification, Purple Gold Hammer 1225 gifted a cloud-piercing arrow. Account notification, I'm a little cutie gifted a sports car. The opponent was worthy of being called a professional, capturing more than Zhuo's 10 pieces in 1 move. Seeing that Zhuo only had 1 cannon left to cross the river while the opponent still had 2 chariots and 2 cannons, the outcome seemed almost certain. Little sister is going to lose for sure. The streamer is about to reveal her face. Everyone get ready to take screenshots. Ha, Miss Streamer, call Daddy. Zhuo was unfazed. Daddy doesn't want to brag, but unless Daddy doesn't want to win, no one can make Daddy lose. Suddenly, the tables turned. Red made a strong comeback. Checkmate. Red wins. FCK. Miss Streamer is f***ing amazing. Daddy is awesome. Daddy is awesome. F***ck. That was so exciting. I don't even know how to play chess. After watching the young lady's live stream, I fell in love with chess. What the F***ck just happened? What kind of goddess is this streamer? Account notification, that dog. Gifted 10 sports cars. Daddy X10. Account notification, Purple Gold Hammer 1225 gifted 10 sports cars. Lin Shasha, watching the live stream, was dumbfounded. She was a regular viewer, so she naturally knew the value of these gifts. A sports car was worth 1,000 renminbi. 10 sports cars made 10,000 renminbi. After the platform's commission, Zhuo could still earn 3,000 renminbi. Almost a month's salary in one night. Tonight, Zhuo had received over 20 sports cars and other gifts. This was incredible. The audience in the live stream had already risen from 1,300 to 3,300, and was still growing. By the time the stream ended, the number of viewers had reached 10,000. Seeing that tonight's revenue was 8,000 yuan, Zhuo decided to take everyone out for skewers. After the barbecue, it was almost midnight. After showering, Zhuo remembered that the OS system was nearly finished. She turned on her computer to finalize the coding and then logged onto the international website to message the client. "Are you there?" "Yes, God." The reply came almost instantly. "The OS system is ready. Should I send it to you now?" Li Qiandong, seeing this message, was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. He quickly carried the computer to Zhen Shaoqing's bedroom. "Brother Fifth. Brother Fifth." Hearing the noise, Zhen Shaoqing slowly closed his game page and turned his head. "What's wrong?" Li Qiandong raised the computer. "It's done." "What's done?" "The OS. God has finished the OS system." Zhen Shaoqing's expression turned cold. He reached out his hand holding the Buddha beads. "Give me the computer." Li Qiandong immediately handed it over. The screen still displayed the chat window. Zhen Shaoqing typed a message and sent it. "Please send it now." Zhuo quickly zipped the OS file and sent it. The OS system was huge. Normally, it would take at least an hour to send. Yet the zip file was sent in less than 3 seconds. This was abnormal. It could only mean one thing: this OS system was not completed properly. Li Qiandong frowned. "This is an empty file, right? I actually thought neohuru.yz had really finished it." It was understandable, no team, even with 1,000 people, could finish it in a short month. Li Qiandong's face fell. Zhen Shaoqing remained expressionless. One hand held the Buddha beads, the other controlled the mouse. He calmly opened the file. He expected an empty file but was surprised to see an overwhelming amount of data. Zhen Shaoqing narrowed his eyes and absorbed the data. His fingers typed rapidly on the keyboard. Li Qiandong was petrified. Holy sh*t. It was really done. The god was truly a god. Amazing. He had compressed a file tens of thousands of megabytes into such a small size. Li Qiandong could only kneel and call out "Daddy" in his mind. The typing stopped. Zhen Shaoqing remained calm and slowly replied in the chat window, "I've received the file." "What about the commission?" came the quick reply. Zhen Shaoqing typed slowly. "The commission is huge. Why don't we meet?" He was curious about this god sitting across from him. Even the famous fifth master Zhen was no exception. Meet? On the other end, Zhuo hesitated briefly before replying, "I'm in Yunjing." "Where are you?" F***CK. The Almighty God is also in Yunjing. Li Qiandong jumped with excitement. "Brother Fifth, when you meet, bring me along." He wanted to worship the god. He wanted an autograph. He also wanted to introduce a girlfriend to the god. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Zhen Shaoqing's expression remained unchanged. He typed, "It's a coincidence I'm also in Yunjing. You can decide the time and place." Zhuo thought for a moment, then typed, 11 a.m. Saturday, 168 Jinzhong Road, Royal Cafe. Is that okay? Chapter 67. No problem. After some thought, Zhen Shaoqing sent another line of text. "What's your phone number?" It'll be easier to contact you then. Very soon, the other party sent his phone number over. Send me yours as well. Sun Shaoqing took out his phone and saved the other party's number. He checked it 3 times very seriously and then sent his own number over. Soon, the other party replied, "See you on Saturday." Li Qiandong looked at the words on the screen and said, "Brother Fifth, what do you think God Neo-huru looks like? Does he have a girlfriend? If he doesn't have a girlfriend, I'll introduce my sister to him." Coincidentally, my sister also mentioned that she plans to make a trip here to Yunjing. If that was the case, the god would be his brother-in-law in the future. The more Li Qiandong thought about it, the more excited he became. It was as if the great god was already his brother-in-law. Sun Shaoqing twirled the Buddhist beads. "Are you so sure that Neo-huru is a man?" "He's definitely a man. He has to be a man. Can a woman be this amazing?" Li Qiandong said, "It's not that I look down on women, but women are generally not that capable. When we were studying, how many women were able to get first place in the grade? How many women were able to be the top scholar in the country? It was a common saying that a man was indomitable. When had there ever been a saying that a woman was indomitable? Some women were so scared that they cried out in fear when they saw caterpillars and cockroaches. They were extremely cowardly. Would men be afraid of these things?" Therefore, in Li Qiandong's heart, women were never comparable to men. He felt that women were the type of people who were dependent on others. Without a man, a woman could not stand on her own. Great God Neo-huru.yz was so capable, how could she be a woman? It was absolutely impossible. You've got a really narrow worldview. Your hair is short and your knowledge is also short. The dark red Buddhist beads and tassels wrapped around Sun Shaoqing's finger as he uttered those words. He looked forward and slowly said, "In ancient times, Mulan joined the army, Mu Guiying was in command, and Wu Zetian was the emperor." From this, it can be seen that women can also stand tall. In modern society, men and women are equal. There's something wrong with your way of thinking. Although Sun Shaoqing had no intention of getting married and starting a family, he did not have the slightest intention of looking down on women. He believed in the saying, "Born as a person, all living things are equal." Li Qiandong was stunned for a moment. "Brother Fifth, according to what you said, there's a high possibility that great god Neo-huru is a woman?" Sun Shaoqing nodded slightly. Li Qiandong could not control himself and laughed out loud. "Impossible. It's simply impossible. Brother Fifth, if you don't believe me, we can make a bet. What do you want to bet on?" Sun Shaoqing looked back slightly. "We'll bet on whether the great god is a man or a woman. If the great god is a man, you will resume the engagement with Miss Mu." As a good friend, Li Qiandong really did not want Sun Shaoqing to miss out on Mu Yorong, who was a complete gem in his eyes. "Brother Fifth, do you dare to take the bet?" Sun Shaoqing narrowed his eyes. "Sure. If you lose, you're not allowed to discriminate against women anymore." "All right." Li Qiandong nodded. "It's a deal." Afraid that Sun Shaoqing would go back on his word, Li Qiandong even gave him a high five. Sun Shaoqing was definitely going to lose this time. Thinking that Sun Shaoqing could immediately resume his engagement with Mu Yorong, Li Qiandong was extremely excited. The vegetarian and kind Mu Yorong was an extremely good match for Sun Shaoqing. Sun Shaoqing picked up his watch on the table and slowly put it on his strong wrist. "Get ready. We'll be flying to Beijing in a while." Today was Tuesday, and there were only 4 days left before the agreed meeting time. 4 days was enough to take care of everything at the headquarters. "All right." Li Qiandong nodded. That night, the two of them boarded a private plane to Beijing. At a certain express delivery company. "Yi Sen, let's break up," a beautiful young woman said after hesitating for a long time as she stood in front of Yi Sen. Are you kidding me? Oh right, you haven't eaten yet, right? Come, let's go grab something to eat." Yi Sen had just returned from delivering the parcels. He had been so busy that he didn't even have time to drink his saliva. He had met his girlfriend, Li Yi, through gaming. They had known each other for 3 years in the game and 1 year in real life. The two of them were very close. Seeing that they were about to get married, he didn't expect Li to break up with him. There had been no warning at all. Therefore, when he heard the news, Yi-sen subconsciously thought that Li was joking with him. Li looked at Yi-sen and said, "This is not a suitable place to talk about it. Let's find a place to talk." "Okay." Yi-sen nodded. The two of them went to a nearby milk tea shop. Yi-sen habitually went to buy a cup of Li's favorite red bean smoothie. "You drink it." Li rejected the red bean smoothie that Yi-sen handed her. Yi-sen smiled and said, "Don't you like to drink this red bean smoothie the most?" That was in the past. People change. Li looked up at Yi-sen and said seriously, "Yi-sen, let's break up." Yi-sen looked at Li in disbelief. "Why?" Li didn't answer and asked instead, "Yi-sen, I heard that you cut off all ties with your parents and your sisters, right?" "Yes." Yi-sen nodded. If you want to break up with me because of this, I can explain it to you. I'm definitely not the kind of person who is disloyal and unfilial. No need to explain any further." Li raised her hand to stop Yi-sen from continuing. "Yi-sen, we are really not suitable for each other. If we continue, it will only make both sides more miserable. Rather than that, it's better to end this relationship as soon as possible." Although Yi-sen was very good to her, pampered her, and gave her whatever she asked for, it was a fact that Yi-sen had cut off all relations with his parents. Li chose to be with Yi-sen because Yi-sen was a local. He was the second generation of the people whose original house had been demolished by the government, and as compensation, the government had given these families several other houses. Moreover, Yi-sen's eldest sister, Yi Shuang, was a wealthy lady. Now, Li knew the truth. Not only was Yi-sen not favored in the Yi family, but he was also kicked out of the family by his parents. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to be entangled with Yi-sen anymore. Yi-sen didn't even have a house. What happiness could he give her in the future? Even if you want to break up, you have to give me a reason. What did I do wrong? I can change. Yi-sen had given his heart to Li. He had even made plans for their future together. There's nothing to say. Yi-sen, let's break up. After saying that, Li turned around and left. Yi-sen quickly chased after her and grabbed Li's hand. His eyes were red as he said, I don't agree to break up. Is my girlfriend now. At this moment, a black Volkswagen sedan appeared on the roadside. A man got out of the car and fiercely pushed Yi-sen away. Then, he hugged Li in his arms and looked at Yi-sen with a smug expression. Is he telling the truth? Yi-sen raised his head and looked at Li. He didn't dare to say anything else. Yes, he's my boyfriend. Li reached out and hugged the man's fat waist. The man was satisfied with her response. He smiled at Yi Senior, "Kid, why don't you take a look at yourself? How can a poor bastard like you be worthy of Yi? You're like a toad that wants to date a swan. What wishful thinking." The man's name was Wang Qinglei. He was a local from Yunjing. Although Wang Qinglei did not have good looks, he had a good family background. He had 5 houses and a small car. He was a real second-generation rich young master. He was more than 10,000 times richer than Yi Senator. Otherwise, Li would not be in a hurry to get rid of Yi Sen. You're lying. Tell me that this is all just an act. This is not true. Yi Sen looked at Wang Qinglei with red eyes. He tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Wang Qinglei looked at Yi Sen with a face full of mockery. Tell this poor bastard yourself, do you love me or him? Li put her arm around Wang Qinglei's waist and kissed him on the cheek. Do you even need to ask? Of course I love you. Who is Yi Sen? He can't even compare to a strand of your hair. Yi Sen, why don't you look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are? You have no car, no house, and no savings. What part of you is worthy of having me? The cold and merciless words came out of Li's mouth one after another, and Yi Sen felt his emotions gradually disintegrating. His 3-year relationship with Li was ultimately defeated by reality. It was laughable. It was pathetic. Did you hear that? Your ex-girlfriend now loves me deeply. She loves me. Poor bastard, I'm warning you. If you dare to harass my girlfriend again in the future, I'll fucking kill you. At the end of his speech, Wang Qinglei fiercely spat on the ground. Brother Wang, why are you wasting your time with such a person? Let's go, Li Yi said coquettishly. Let's go. Wang Qinglei opened the car door and entered the car with Li Yi. Dust flew everywhere as the car sped off and soon disappeared down the road, leaving Yisun standing by the roadside with a blank expression. Ah! After a long time, Yisun still couldn't accept the reality. He squatted on the ground and cried like a child. Many people stared at him as they walked by. After a long cry, life still had to go on. In the afternoon, Yisun went back to delivering his packages. Busyness could make one forget their worries for a short time, but after getting off work at night, sadness welled up in their hearts once again. Yisun bought a bottle of erguota, and when he went home, he drank until he got drunk. When Zhuo came out of her room into the living room, she felt that something was wrong. There was a strong smell of alcohol. Who was drinking? Yisun didn't smoke or drink. Yishu didn't drink either. Zhuo followed the smell of alcohol and knocked on Yisun's door. After knocking for a long time, Yisun came to open the door drunkenly. Hee. It's my niece. Quick. Come in. Let's. Burp. Let's have a good drink tonight. Burp. Yisun's face was like a cooked shrimp, and his eyes were red. He walked unsteadily as if he were stepping on cotton. Zhuo held him up and asked, Uncle, are you okay? Yisun waved his hand. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm totally fine. Sob. As he laughed, Yisun suddenly cried. Uncle? Zhuo was shocked. Other than the last time when he was at Yi Shuang's house, she had never seen Yisun cry. Yisun covered his face and squatted at a corner against the wall, crying loudly, Zhuo. Woo. Yuwu. I'm heartbroken, uwu, yuwu. Zhuo looked at Yisun in surprise. She had always thought that Yisun was a single man. She did not expect Yisun to have a girlfriend. Surprised, Zhuo quickly squatted down to comfort Yisun. Although Yisun was drunk, his mind was still clear. In a short while, Zhuo had figured out the whole story. Uncle, this is a blessing in disguise. In fact, this is also a good thing for you. Good thing? Yisun burped. I'm out of love, and you still say it's a good thing. Are you my eldest niece or not? Yisun was about to cry again. Zhuo plopped herself on the floor like Yisun. Uncle, based on what you've just told me, I can tell that Li Yi doesn't love you at all. She loves your money and house. Now that she knows that you don't have money or a house, she immediately revealed her true colors. It's better to break up now than to find out her true colors when you get married in the future. You will definitely find someone better in the future. Burp. Yisun burped and looked up at Zhuo as if he was comforted. Can I really find someone better than Yi? Zhuo nodded slightly. Yes. Definitely. After saying that, Zhuo continued, it's not worth it to be sad over such a person. You have to pull yourself together. When you become a rich man one day, she will regret it. At that time, we will smack her to death with money. Yisun laughed foolishly. Yes. Smack her to death with money. As they chatted, Yisun was no longer as sad as before. His emotions gradually stabilized and he lay on the ground and fell asleep. Zhuo shook her head speechlessly and dragged Yisun to the bed. Fortunately, she was strong enough. Otherwise, she would not have been able to drag the 160-pound Yisun. Zhuo was worried that Yisun would be upset when he woke up, so she did not go to the restaurant to help out. Instead, she took her computer to the living room, sat on the sofa and live-streamed herself playing chess. Good evening, Miss Streamer. Good evening. Congratulations, Miss Streamer. Yesterday, your video was ranked top 3 on Bilibili's homepage. Yes, yes, yes. I saw it too. Account notification, Heaven toppling purple gold hammer 1225 gifted a sports car. Congratulations, streamer. Account notification, that dog gifted fireworks. Congratulations streamer, for being in the top 3. I'm here because I saw your video on Bilibili. +1. Checking in. It was then that Zhuo realized that her fan base had already exceeded 50,000. The number of viewers in her live stream channel had also reached more than 10,000. When she logged off last night, the number of fans she had barely reached 10,000. It seemed that this Bilibili website was quite impressive. Miss Streamer, are you really not considering showing us your face? Yishua's tone was indifferent as she said, if any of you can beat me, I'll reveal my face immediately. At this moment, a message popped up on the computer screen. Account notification, Mr. Xiao. Wan V has issued a challenge to you. Mr. Xiao Wan. Who is this? I don't know him. Yishuo was just about to reject him when the comments section exploded. Ah! 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 It's Mr. Xiao Wan. Miss, quickly agree. What the fuck? Mr. Xiao Wan. Could he have also watched the video on Bilibili? Miss Streamer, you're gaining popularity. No. Miss Streamer, you're already popular. Is this Mr. Xiao Wan very capable? Yizhua asked. Mr. Xiao Wan is a VIP on the website. He has more than 10 million fans. He is a chess expert who used to play professionally. Ah, I'm crying. Miss Streamer, I can't believe you don't even know who Mr. Xiao Wan is. He's so amazing. Yizhua raised her eyebrows slightly and then clicked to accept the challenge. Seeing that Yizhua accepted the challenge without even batting an eyelid, the comments section was filled with a pile of gifts again. Yizhua noticed that every time she refreshed the page to check on the gifts, there was a certain person by the moniker Purple Gold Hammer 1225 who showered her with tons of gifts. She smiled and teased, this Purple Gold Hammer friend, does your family own a mine? My house owns 10 gold mountains. Fuck. Even rich people want to get close to Miss Streamer. A rich guy has been captured. At this moment, the live stream of the other player was connected, and the face of the other player was revealed. Mr. Xiao Wan was a man in his 30s. He looked very delicate, and the comments section was filled with the words, my husband is so handsome, and go, hubby. Yizhua greeted politely, hello, Mr. Xiao Wan. Hello. Mr. Xiao Wan adjusted the microphone. Can we start now? His voice was very nice and warm. One of the reasons why Mr. Xiao Wan was so popular was because of his melodious voice. Sure. Mr. Xiao Wan clicked on the start button. I've been to the national finals. I'll give you a head start and let you have 3 pieces. As he said that, he disabled 2 chariots and 1 cannon. Yizhua also disabled 2 chariots and 1 cannon. Mr. Xiao Wan, it's not certain who will win or lose. I'm not used to being given a head start. Mr. Xiao Wan nodded with a smile and said somewhat helplessly, all right. As the game finally began, the comments section was flooded with comments. Go, streamer. Mr. Xiao Wan is a professional after all. It's not shameful to lose. Go, little missy. All the best. On the other side, Mr. Xiao Wan's live stream channel was flooded with a different string of comments. This newbie streamer is so arrogant. She actually thinks that she can win Xiao Wan. Is she a dumbass? The newbie streamer is dreaming. She is indeed a little boastful. She doesn't appreciate Xiao Wan's kindness. Hubby, torture her. Ruthlessly torture her. Meanwhile, the situation on the chessboard had become more and more tense. As usual, Yizhuo was being nonchalant. The game had already reached the point where she was in hot water, but she was still in the mood to joke with her fans. In the comments section, someone asked Yizhua, what if she lost? Lose? Are you joking? Don't you know Daddy's motto? Miss Streamer, are you for real? By the looks of how the game is progressing, I can't believe you're still bragging. There were even quite a few of Mr. Xiao Wan's fans who came to her live stream channel specifically to scold Zhuo for being arrogant. Zhuo ignored them. Instead, she said in a faint tone, "Mr. Xiao Wan, pay attention. I'm about to checkmate." Mr. Xiao Wan was stunned. All the steps he had taken so far were in his favor. How could the other party checkmate him? Zhuo reminded him, "My horse is about to eat your general." Only then did Mr. Xiao Wan react. He quickly moved his general out of the way, as a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Zhuo then moved her cannon over. Check. Mr. Xiao Wan would lose if he retreated, and he would also lose if he advanced. He was in a dilemma. He had underestimated this newbie. What should he do now? If he lost, where would he hide his face? After all, he was a well-known VIP player. How would he look if he lost to a newbie? Since Mr. Xiao Wan had nowhere else to go, Zhuo immediately ended the game with a checkmate. "Mr. Xiao Wan, thank you for letting me win." The comments section exploded. How could our Mr. Xiao Wan lose? Mr. Xiao Wan deliberately went easy on her, didn't he? He definitely went easy on her. Mr. Xiao Wan looked at the comments section and left a message. Heh-heh is a girl after all. Ladies first. It's only right. My husband is so gentlemanly. I love my husband so much. Other party, what's there to be proud of? Our husband went easy on you. Otherwise, did you think you would win? Zhuo was about to log off when she saw this comment, then her expression froze. "Mr. Xiao Wan, what do you mean? Please explain yourself. What's wrong with me being a girl? Can't a girl beat you? Do you mean that you intentionally let me win just now? Do you think I need you to let me win?" She won with her own strength, so why did he say that he had let her win? Mr. Xiao Wan smiled and said, "Actually, your chess skills are also very good." What did he mean by "also very good"? Let's play again. Zhuo did not waste any time. Play again. Mr. Xiao Wan, who was on the other end of the screen, frowned. This Hitara's chess skills were very profound. Even if they played again, he would not be able to win against her. It's very late now. Why don't we leave a private contact number and have another chess competition when we have the time? He was a VIP on the platform and had an annual income of more than 10 million from the platform. Usually, countless female streamers wanted to have tea and chat with him. This time, he took the initiative to give this girl his contact information. She should be very happy. After all, not everyone had the honor. "Mr. Xiao Wan, either you make it clear, or we'll play again." Mr. Xiao Wan maintained his smile. Winning or losing is just a result. There's no need to be so serious, right? You don't dare to play another game with me? Zhuo raised her eyebrows slightly. She's gone overboard. Hubby, if you want to play again, play again. Don't let her win this time. Hubby, teach her some manners. The fans' enthusiasm was so great that Mr. Xiao Wan had no choice but to accept the challenge. Seeing that the situation was about to go downhill, his assistant, who was by his side, immediately took out his phone and helped him download a strategy to crack the chess game. With this strategy, was he afraid that he could not win? Mr. Xiao Wan heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Since Heh-heh doesn't want to thank me for my graciousness, don't worry. I won't let her win this time. A woman who doesn't even dare to show her face is not worth letting her win." That's right, that's right. Ah! Hubby spoils his fans so much. The game began. Mr. Xiao Wan kept following his assistant's instructions. Mr. Xiao Wan's chess strategy was obviously different from the previous game. Zhuo raised her eyebrows slightly when she noticed it. This time, she was determined to end the game quickly. Otherwise, she would have played around a little more with Mr. Xiao Wan just for fun. Therefore, within 10 steps, she blocked all of Mr. Xiao Wan's escape routes. "My two cannons have cornered your general. Mr. Xiao Wan, thank you for the game. Mr. Xiao Wan's face turned white immediately. He had been following the strategy on the phone. How did he lose? His assistant, who was by his side, was also dumbfounded. He did not expect that someone could actually win the phone. Little Missy is so amazing. I'm a converted fan. I'm in love with you. Fuck. Little sister is so awesome. Guy next door, don't lie again this time. Admit your defeat. Ha ha ha. This is a huge slap to his face. I'm so embarrassed for the guy next door. The fans of Mr. Xiao Wan in the other channel instantly quieted down. They were embarrassed. Without saying another word, Yizhuo directly cut off the intercom. And this time, the intercom with Mr. Xiao Wan immediately rose to the top one of the live streaming platform's trending searches. In just 10 minutes, the video click rate had exceeded 100,000. However, Yizhuo did not know about this. After she went offline, she continued playing some other games. When Yishu came back in the evening, Yizhuo told Yishu about Yisen's breakup. Hearing this, Yishu was stunned. It was obvious that she had not known about Yisen's relationship either. It's good news that this kind of girl is no longer with him. If they really got married, it would just spell trouble for him in the future. It was said that a good wife would bring less trouble to her husband, but that Li Yi was clearly not a good person. Yizhuo nodded. I think so too. After saying that, Yizhuo continued, Mom, how's business at the restaurant today? Very good. There was a 2-hour-long queue outside the restaurant tonight, Yishu replied. Yizhuo thought for a moment. Why don't we rent the 2 shops next door? Yishu thought about the turnover for the past few days and said, I heard that the rental fee will be lower soon. Why don't we wait a little longer? Sure. Yizhuo nodded slightly. The next morning, Yizhuo came back from her jog and saw Yisen sitting in the dining room, having breakfast. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Neither of them said anything. Seeing that Yisen was in a better mood, Yizhuo heaved a sigh of relief. After breakfast, Yizhuo went to school. As soon as she walked out of the house, she saw Zhao Pingting waving at her from afar. Zhuo Zhuo. Pingting. Yizhuo jogged over. Zhao Pingting was panting as she ran. Her face was covered in sweat. Yizhuo smiled and said, Why are you in such a hurry? I was afraid that you had already left. Zhao Pingting's family was very strict. She was in grade 12 and was not allowed to have her own phone, so she could not contact Yizhuo in advance. Yizhuo said, Since I agreed to wait for you, I will definitely wait for you. Zhao Pingting then took out her breakfast. This is the omelette my mother made for me. Try it, Zhuo Zhuo. Yizhuo had always welcomed delicious food. She took the omelette and took a bite. Wow, it's so delicious. Auntie's cooking is not bad. Zhao Pingting said a little embarrassedly, maybe that's why all our family members are fat. Yizhuo slowly finished the omelette and then said, Pingting, have you ever thought about losing weight? Excessive obesity could cause fatty liver and affect health problems. Zhao Pingting was stunned. Yizhuo smiled and said, Pingting, look at how good-looking you are. You'll definitely look better if you lose weight. Oh really? Zhao Pingting asked a little embarrassedly. Of course. Yizhuo nodded. Haven't you heard of the saying, every fat person has potential? But, I don't think I can lose weight. Zhao Pingting continued, I've tried going on a diet before. I even fainted from hunger, but I still haven't lost any weight. Which girl didn't like to look beautiful? Zhao Pingting had tried to lose weight in the past, but despite trying out various methods, she still couldn't lose weight. Actually, you don't have to go on a diet to lose weight. I know a method. Go back and try it. As long as you can persevere, you don't have to go on a diet to see the effect. Zhao Pingting was feeling hopeful once again. I really don't have to go on a diet? Yizhuo continued, but this method needs to be combined with exercise. I get up at 5:30 every morning to run. If you want to lose weight, you can run with me every morning from now on. 5:30 a.m. If it were 5:30 a.m. in the summer, it wouldn't be a problem. However, if it were 5:30 a.m. in the winter, the skies would still be dark. Zhao Pingting was a little hesitant. Seeing her so hesitant, Yizhuo decided to add fuel to the fire. Pingting, we are already in our 3rd year of high school this year. We are about to enter university soon. Don't you want a brand new university life? Hearing this, Zhao Pingting's originally wavering heart instantly became firm. For a brand new life, she would risk it all. Okay, Zhuo. I'll join you on your run tomorrow. Yizhuo nodded. When we get to school, I'll write down my special method for you. Okay. The first class in the morning was Chinese class. The Chinese teacher was Jiang Wenhui. Jiang Wenhui stood on the podium, holding the test papers from the previous few days. Our class's students are so smart. We only have a total of 36 ordinary classes in the entire grade, yet our class actually scored 3rd from the bottom. Smart. Really too smart. This tone. If it were someone who didn't know the teacher well enough, they would think that their class had scored 3rd from the top. Oh my god. It's amazing that our class has such good discipline, and on top of that, why are our results so good? You guys are really a bunch of geniuses. I really like you guys to death. The students below the stage were all as quiet as mice. They held back their laughter and did not dare to make a sound. Jiang Wenhui knocked on the blackboard and continued, "Now, let me distribute the test papers. Li Min, 101, Sun Dao, 102, Zhang Li, 115, Zhao Pingting, 118. The test papers were distributed according to the students' scores from low to high. Yizhuo 141. When she read Yizhuo's test scores, a smile appeared on Jiang Wenhui's face. She is a good seedling. She would fare even better if only she would put in some effort. Yizhuo stood up and went to the podium to get her paper. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yizhuo. She scored 141 points in Chinese. How did she do it? She scored the highest in the entire class. She was too amazing. Jiang Wenhui held Yizhuo's paper and asked, "Student Yi, do you know what you did wrong? Fill in the blanks?" Yizhuo asked. Knowing what she did wrong proved that there was still hope. Jiang Wenhui unfolded Yizhuo's test paper. It was rare for the teacher to not speak sarcastically. "Student Yizhuo, you only had 2 points deducted from your essay. Your reading comprehension was all correct. But for the last section of the test, why did you fill in the blanks all wrong? This is a free question. As long as you spend some effort to memorize the text, you wouldn't have lost all 7 points here. Don't you think it's a pity to have all these 7 points deducted? You scored full marks in mathematics, full marks in English, and 296 points in the comprehensive science examination. Student Yi, do you have a problem with me?" Hearing this, the students below the stage sucked in a breath of cold air. With her total score added up, it was likely that even the students from the ace class would not be able to surpass her scores. Yizhuo's attitude of admitting her mistake was very sincere. "Teacher, I know my mistake now. I'll pay attention next time." Jiang Wenhui patted Yizhuo's shoulder. "Teacher believes in you. Strive to do better in the next midterm exam to make our class proud." The midterm exam rankings would be posted on the honor roll on campus. In the past, the honor roll spots had been snatched away by students from the ace classes. This time, it was finally their turn. Yizhuo nodded. Jiang Wenhui handed the exam paper to Yizhuo and said, "All of you should also learn from Student Yi. Don't be so lazy every day. It's the 3rd year of high school. Students, we're in the 3rd year of high school. Let's do our best." "Yes, teacher." The students below the stage were enthusiastic. Jiang Wenhui nodded in satisfaction. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday. At exactly 5:30 in the morning, Yizhuo went out for a run as usual. Zhao Pingting was already waiting for her in her sportswear. "Zhuo." Yizhuo jogged over. After the run, Zhao Pingting invited Yi Zhuo out for lunch. Yi Zhuo said, I have an appointment at noon. Why don't we hang out tonight? Let's invite Lizzie and go out for a kebab. Okay. Zhao Pingting nodded. At 11 a.m., Yi Zhuo arrived at the Royal Cafe on time. She turned on her phone and sent a message to her client. I'm here. Where are you? Third floor, room L9. The other party replied very quickly. I'll be there soon. Yi Zhuo walked into the cafe. Meanwhile, in private room L9 on the third floor. The overall decoration of the private room was relatively simple and elegant, leaning towards a traditional style. Wherever one looked, there were classical carving techniques. The gentle breeze and the jingling of the beaded curtains made people feel very comfortable. Li Qiandong walked around the room with a face full of excitement. He was going to meet the gods soon. He was so excited. Brother Fifth, what do you think of me? Am I handsome today? Is my hairstyle cool? Sun Shaoqing was sitting on a wooden chair by the window, holding prayer beads in his hand. Compared to Li Qiandong, he was extremely calm. The green incense burner next to him was burning sandalwood incense. At this moment, smoke was rising, giving him a mysterious look. Seeing that Sun Shaoqing did not answer him, Li Qiandong turned around and asked his sister, who sat beside him, Qianmei, what do you think of brother today? Am I handsome? Li Mimi smiled and said, handsome, handsome, handsome. My brother is the most handsome guy. That's great. After saying that, Li Qiandong felt that something was not right again. No, I have to change my clothes. What if the god is not as handsome as me and his fashion sense is not as good as mine? Will he feel inferior when he sees me like this? Li Mimi said speechlessly, brother, don't bother. He should be here soon. In his excitement to finally meet Neo-huru.yz, Li Qiandong had already changed his clothes more than 10 times and changed his style more than 10 times. That's right. The god will be here soon. There's no time left. In desperation, Li Qiandong could only mess up his hair and try to make himself look sloppy. He did not want to steal the god's limelight. Li Qiandong then instructed Li Mimi, Qianmei, let me tell you, God Neo-huru.yz is very powerful. You must seize the opportunity later. Let the god see you. A tech nerd god like him has probably never seen a beauty under normal circumstances. You're so beautiful, I believe you can definitely make him fall in love with you. Brother, you're thinking too much. Li Mimi said, maybe he already has a girlfriend. Besides, most tech nerds are bald. Do you think that God Neo-huru.yz is also bald? Tech geeks like to stay up late to code. Staying up late was equivalent to being bald. Li Mimi's worries were not without reason. Li Qiandong scratched his hair. If I had known, I would have gone bald. I wonder if the great god would feel inferior when he sees my exuberant hair volume. Li Mimi felt that her brother was thinking too much. Brother, a great god with such capability should be very old. Do you think that Neo-huru could be 50 to 60 years old? Li Qiandong touched his chin. It's very possible. If I had known earlier, I would have dyed my hair white. What if the god sees that I'm younger and more handsome than him? What if I make him unhappy? Li Mimi rolled her eyes speechlessly. Knock. 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 Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Sun Shaoqing, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The depths of his eyes were as deep as ink. One could not see the bottom of it at all. I'll open the door. Li Mimi ran to open the door. Wait. Li Qiandong pulled Li Mimi back. What's wrong? Li Qiandong held back his excitement. I'll do it. I'll open the door for the Almighty God. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qiandong walked over to open the door. As he did so, his hands were trembling. Creak. The door opened. A slender figure stood outside the door. She was wearing a simple white shirt with the hem of her shirt tucked into her pants. She looked somewhat unruly and had a tall figure. She was a little cold and somewhat indescribably handsome. Why was she a girl? Li Qiandong was stunned for a moment and raised his head to look at her face. When he saw her, Li Qiandong was immediately stunned. He looked at her with a disappointed expression. Isn't this Yizhuo? Why is Yizhuo here? Could she have known that Sun Shaoqing was here today and that's why she came looking for him? She even came here in such a hurry. Isn't she a little too shameless? It's you. Li Qiandong's tone was a little unpleasant. Yizhuo also didn't expect the client to be Li Qiandong and nodded slightly. It's me. Why are you here? Li Qiandong asked. You're not here to look for my brother Fifth, are you? Let me tell you, brother Fifth already has a fiancée. Yizhuo took a step back. That's right. This was room L9. She hadn't come to the wrong place. Yizhuo continued, I'm neohuru.yz, and you're Mr. Tsin. WH what? At this moment, Li Qiandong thought that he was hearing things. Yizhuo was neohuru.yz? How was that possible? Who was neohuru.yz? It couldn't be Yizhuo. After all, Yizhuo was a well-known piece of trash in Yunjing. At this moment, a slender figure walked out of the room. As he stood against the light, his facial features were shrouded in shadows. He extended his hand towards her and said, Hello, I'm Sun Shaoqing. Neohuru, Yizhuo. Yizhuo didn't act pretentious and directly reached out to shake his hand. The girl's hand wasn't as rough as a man's. It was as delicate as jade. Her touch reminded Sun Shaoqing of the suet jade he had obtained in an auction house a long time ago. This was the first time Sun Shaoqing knew that there was such a big difference between a man and a woman. Li Qiandong, who was beside him, was stunned. No, he could not just watch Sun Shaoqing fall for it. How can she be neohuru.yz? Brother Fifth, you must not be deceived by her. Sun Shaoqing glared at Li Qiandong. Although it was only a faint glare, it made Li Qiandong shiver. Li Qiandong felt like dying from Sun Shaoqing's stupidity. Even if he were using his toes to think, he knew that Yizhuo could not be a tech god. Ignoring Li Qiandong, Sun Shaoqing tilted his head to look at Yizhuo and explained gently, his brain is not in a good condition, don't bother with him. Yizhuo nodded, indicating that she would not bother with people with bad brains. Sun Shaoqing made a respectful gesture. Please come in. Yizhuo entered the room. Sandalwood incense curled up in the room, and the beaded curtains tinkled. The decorations were very elegant. Li Mimi did not expect that great god Neohuru would look like this. He was not a man. He was not old. And he was not bald. Instead, he was very young and very beautiful. What kind of beauty had Li Mimi not seen in the capital? But this was really the first time she had seen such a beauty. If this person were to arrive in the capital, he would probably cause a tsunami that would shake the earth and the mountains. Li Mimi was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly brewed tea. Have a seat. Sun Shaoqing twirled the Buddha beads in one hand and beckoned Yizhuo to sit down with the other. He was extremely gentlemanly. After Yizhuo sat down, Li Mimi hurriedly served the tea that she had brewed. Please have some tea, Guru. Thank you. Yizhuo took a sip of tea. I don't have much time. Let's get straight to the point and talk about the commission. Sun Shaoqing looked at his assistant beside him. The assistant quickly took out the check that he had prepared beforehand. Sun Shaoqing took the check and pushed it in front of Yizhuo. You can fill in the amount. This client was really rich. Yizhuo did not stand on ceremony. She picked up the pen and lowered her eyes to fill in a string of numbers. Then, just as she was prepared to push the check in front of Sun Shaoqing so that the client could look at it, unexpectedly, Sun Shaoqing did not even look at it and said directly, just keep it well. I will never go back on my words. The client was really confident. And rich. Yizhuo kept the check. Sun Shaoqing clapped his hands and someone immediately took a computer over. Miss Yi, I have a set of data with problems. Can you take a look? Sure. Yizhuo nodded slightly. Since this client of hers was so generous with her pay, she couldn't be too stingy. It was just a set of data. The assistant handed the computer to Yizhuo. After taking a look, Yizhuo said, "It's not a big problem. Give me 10 minutes." Then, the sound of typing could be heard in the quiet space. After a minute or two, Yizhuo suddenly stopped and looked up at Sun Shaoqing. "What's going on here?" Sun Shaoqing walked over and stood behind Yizhuo. "Where?" Yizhuo pointed at the computer screen. "Here." Because it was backlit, it was hard to see clearly. Sun Shaoqing leaned slightly and held the table with one hand while pointing at the computer screen with the other. This is a collection of data that multiple users are using to cover each other. As he was explaining, Sun Shaoqing realized how close the two of them were. From the looks of it, it was as if his entire body was enveloping her. His chin even touched her hair a little. It was soft, just like top-quality silk. It also carried a faint fragrance. Yizhuo was so focused on the data that she did not realize the two of them were so close. They were so close that whenever she turned her head, her red lips would brush past his chin. After explaining the data, Sun Shaoqing straightened his body and sat back in his original position. He picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. As the green tea entered his mouth, he managed to suppress the heat in his heart. Yizhuo looked at the computer very seriously. As she lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her under eye. Her jade-like fingers typed rapidly on the silver keyboard. She looked both beautiful and cold at the same time. Li Qiandong stood at the side in a daze and looked at Yizhuo. His pupils slowly widened. At this moment, Li Qiandong finally reacted. She really was Neo-huru.yz. Yizhuo was the god that he worshipped. There was no way an ordinary person could manipulate such complicated data. 10 minutes later, Yizhuo handed the computer back to Sun Shaoqing. "Check if there are any other problems." Sun Shaoqing took the computer. "There are no more problems." The problem that others could not solve despite working on it for 2 months had only taken her 10 minutes. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Sun Shaoqing would never have believed that an 18-year-old girl would have such ability. He wondered if the Mu family would regret it when they found out that they had switched a watermelon for a sesame seed. After all, it was the head of the Mu family who had taken the initiative to sign the severance agreement with Yizhuo. With her character, if the Mu family had not taken things to such an extreme, she would definitely remember their kindness of raising her for so many years. It was a pity. In the future, all of her glory would have nothing to do with the Mu family. "Gee God, I'm sorry." Li Qiandong walked in front of Yizhuo and apologized with a blushing face. This was the first time Li Qiandong knew that there was really a girl who could be so amazing. He wished he could beat himself to death. Stupid. He was really too stupid. Yizhuo looked at him and said, "It's fine." When he heard Yizhuo say that it was fine, Li Qiandong heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he took out the white shirt that he had prepared beforehand and said, "God, can I have your autograph please?" Chapter 68. Yizhuo was stunned for a moment. It was obvious that she did not expect Li Qiandong to ask for her autograph. However, she was only stunned for a moment before she picked up the pen and signed her moniker, Neo-huru.yz, on the white shirt. Her handwriting was strong and powerful. The strokes of her signature were dignified and majestic. It was very beautiful. There was a saying that one could see a person's character from their writing. If one looked at her handwriting, no one would have guessed that the person who wrote it was a girl. Among all the people that Li Qiandong had met in his life, other than Sun Shaoqing, no one else was qualified to be compared to her. Thinking this, Li Qiandong was stunned again. Yizhuo's handwriting was so beautiful. Why were there rumors of her being a good-for-nothing who could not even read Chinese characters? Rumors and slander were really capable of ruining one's life. If it weren't for those unrealistic rumors, he wouldn't have misunderstood Yizhuo and almost offended the person he worshipped the most. Now that he thought about it, it was too late for regrets. After signing the autograph, Yizhuo returned the shirt to Li Qiandong and turned around to say goodbye to Sun Shaoqing. Leaving so soon? Sun Shaoqing's hand that was twirling the Buddha beads paused. Add me on WeChat? Sure. Yi Zhuo nodded. Do I add you or are you going to add me? I'll add you. Sun Shaoqing took out his phone. The two of them successfully added each other on WeChat. Yi Zhuo picked up her backpack and turned to walk out of the door. Her slender waist was very straight, and there was a certain coldness and brightness in her beauty. Sun Shaoqing was one step ahead of her. His slender fingers lifted the bead curtain in front of the door, and he said in a deep voice above Yi Zhuo's head. Where do you live, Miss Yi? Shall I ask the driver to give you a ride? Thank you, but there's no need, Yi Zhuo declined politely. No need? Sun Shaoqing was stunned. He had been in a high position since he was young. All these years, he had been used to being flattered, but this was the first time he had been rejected. Moreover, the other party was a young girl. So this was what it felt like to be rejected. Sun Shaoqing stood by the beaded curtain and watched the slender figure disappear into the elevator before he retracted his gaze. Li Qiandong sighed and said, Brother Fifth, I never thought that Miss Yi was the great god Neohuru. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Li Qiandong would never have believed it. This feeling was too magical. So, do you still dare to discriminate against women in the future? Sun Shaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly. I don't dare to anymore. Li Qiandong really did not dare anymore. The events of today had really renewed his worldview. In the past, he thought that men were capable of doing anything. However, now he knew that women could also stand tall. For example, people like Yi Zhuo. Fifth Masterson, brother, what are you guys talking about? Why can't I understand a thing? Li Mimi asked in puzzlement, why did you assume that Miss Yi could not have been the great god Neohuru? Although Yi Zhuo was a little young and was still a girl, she did not have the slightest bit of the delicate air of a little girl. Instead, she was exceptionally domineering. Standing beside Sun Shaoqing, she was not inferior at all. In Li Mimi's heart, this was the attitude that a god should have. Li Qiandong continued, the god is the fake daughter of the Mu family that I told you about before. Li Mimi covered her mouth in surprise. Fifth Master's ex-fiancée? Li Qiandong nodded. What? It's fate. Li Mimi exclaimed in surprise. If no one had found out about the god's true origins as a Yi family member, she would have married Fifth Masterson. Married? Hearing this, Sun Shaoqing's fingers that were twirling the Buddha beads paused. He closed his eyes and his thick, black eyelashes covered the bottom of his eyes. Yi Zhuo went straight to the bank. Because it was noon, there wasn't anyone in the lobby. The receptionist was a lazy one. Seeing that Yi Zhuo was a little girl, she was even more lazy to respond. She asked casually, may I know what business are you here to handle? Yi Zhuo's tone was indifferent. I need to transfer the amount on this check to my bank card. Okay. The lady at the counter glanced at Yi Zhuo. Please show me your bank card, identity card, and check. Yi Zhuo took out her bank card, identity card, and check. When she saw the check, the lady at the counter's originally lazy expression instantly turned into shock. Holy shit! Was she seeing things? 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 4 zeros. 6 zeros. 7 zeros. 90 million. Her laziness disappeared in an instant. The receptionist was suddenly all smiles. Hello, Miss Yi. May I know if you need any help to handle your finances? I can recommend a few good packages to you. Yi Zhuo looked up slightly. How much balance do I have in my card? In addition to the OS system, she had also done a lot of small tasks in the past few days. Since they were just minor payments, she had not kept track of them. Please wait a moment, let me take a look. The lady behind the counter checked the balance and said, excluding the money on the check, you have 12.68 million current deposits in your card. In that case, I'll withdraw the change from and purchase the financial management package you mentioned. Yi Zhuo's tone was nonchalant. Change? How much was the change? The lady looked at the balance on the card. The change was 680,000. May I ask if you want to use this 680,000 to purchase the package? Zhuo raised her eyebrows slightly. Didn't you say that I still have 12.68 million in my card? Use the change of 2.68 to buy it. Zhuo said it so simply, as if 2 million yuan was only 2 yuan in her eyes. Fuck. It turned out that in the eyes of the rich, 2 million yuan was just a small amount. Okay. I'll handle it for you right away. The counter lady's heart was bursting with joy. After working for so long, she finally met a living rich woman. With this woman purchasing 2 million yuan of financial management package product, she could get at least 20,000 yuan as a commission. After leaving the bank, Zhuo got into a taxi and set off for Shingdong Express Company. Shingdong Express Company was also the express delivery company that Yisun was currently working at. The acquisition of the company was not a spur-of-the-moment idea. She had already planned for it. A week ago, Zhuo had already figured out the details of Shingdong Express Company. Shingdong Express Company was part of a relatively new industry. As its founder had invested in other projects overseas, it caused a shortage of funds. The current situation of the express delivery company was not good. 2 months ago, the owners thought of selling the company. However, because they couldn't come to an agreement on the price with the buyers, it had been delayed until now, the main reason being that few people understood the express delivery industry as it was still a relatively new industry. Yisun had been in the express delivery industry for 10 years, and he was experienced. Zhuo felt that he definitely had the ability to bring this company back to life. About 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the gate of the headquarters of Shingdong Express. Because Shingdong Express was still developing, it had not opened branches and scaled up to other parts of the country. At present, the company was only located in the Yunjing province. Young lady, who are you looking for? Zhuo had just entered when she was stopped by the customer service staff at the front desk. Zhuo smiled slightly. My surname is Yi. I'm looking for Director Wu. Please follow me this way. Zhuo followed behind the customer service staff. Soon, they arrived at the chairman's office. The customer service staff knocked on the door. Director Wu, Miss Yi is here. Please come in. Zhuo pushed the door open and entered. Director Wu was in his 50s this year. Recently, he had been worrying about the company's matters and could not sleep at all. Half of his hair had turned white. His express delivery company had only been open for a year and was initially in good shape. He had not expected that there would suddenly be a crisis in his other foreign investments. In addition to the fact that all the major express delivery companies had joined forces to monopolize the market, business had been getting more and more sluggish recently. At the moment, he had no choice but to sell the company to stop his losses. When he saw that the person who came was a 17 or 18-year-old girl, Director Wu was stunned for a moment before he asked, "May I ask if you're Miss Ye's assistant?" Zhuo smiled slightly. I'm Zhuo. What? She's Zhuo. Little girl, don't joke with me. Oh right, you're Miss Ye's daughter, right? Where's your mother? Although his express delivery company had already gone downhill, the price to buy over the company still required a considerable sum of money. How could a teenage girl have so much money? Zhuo took out a check from her bag and placed it on the desk in front of Director Wu. This is the price we agreed on over the phone. May I ask if you have the contract ready? Director Wu was stunned again. Zhuo continued, Director Wu, if you're afraid that I've written you an empty check, you can call the bank to confirm it. Director Wu raised his head and glanced at Zhuo. Could this young lady be an heiress to a rich family? After all, Yunjing was full of wealthy people. There were way too many second-generation heirs who had so much money that they couldn't spend it all. In the eyes of these people, 20 million wasn't even worth 200 yuan. Realizing this, Director Wu hurriedly stood up. I'm sorry, Miss Yi. I've offended you just now. Please take a seat. It's fine. Zhuo sat on the sofa. Director Wu took out the contract that he had prepared earlier. Please take a look and see if there's any problem. All businessmen were profiteers. Director Wu had prepared 2 contracts in advance. One was fine, the other had loopholes. If the company grew bigger and bigger in the future, he could totally get the company back after suing the company and become one of the shareholders. Zhuo was so young. She might not even understand the contract, so how could she find a loophole? Director Wu's eyes were filled with happiness. This way, he could get a huge sum of money and still keep the company as his. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhuo looked at the contract with a glance. There was no expression on her face. After a brief moment, she put the contract back on the desk. "Miss Yi, have you read it well?" Director Wu suppressed his happiness and asked. Zhuo nodded slightly. Seeing that there was no strange expression on Zhuo's face, Director Wu smiled and took out a pen. "Then sign it." "Oh right, in order to avoid future disputes, there are a few other places that need to be stamped." A child was a child. She had not noticed such a big loophole. She was way too easy to fool. Fortunately, he was smart enough to make 2 plans. Zhuo took the pen and signed it with her eyes lowered. Seeing this, the gloating look in Dong Wu's eyes became more and more intense. The haze in his heart from the past few days instantly disappeared. Suddenly, Zhuo paused. "What's wrong, Miss Yi? Did the pen run out of ink?" Dong Wu asked in confusion. Zhuo smiled slightly, but there was a layer of coldness in her eyes. "Director Wu, do you really take me for a child?" Director Wu was stunned. Could Zhuo have seen through his wicked intentions? Or was she just scaring him? "Miss Yi, is there some kind of misunderstanding? I don't understand what you mean." Director Wu pretended to be confused. She was just a kid. How could she have seen through his schemes? She must be trying to scare him. Zhuo flipped 2 pages of the contract and pointed at the loophole on the contract with her fair finger. "It says here that you will be a shareholder. Can you explain what it means to be a shareholder? Also, here, to take out such a flawed contract, who are you looking down on?" Director Wu saw that she was a little girl, so he took out such a contract to fool her. It was a really shitty thing to do. If she was really clueless about it, she would have taken a huge loss and be taken advantage of. Moreover, with the way it was stated on the contract, there was no way she could fight back for what was rightfully hers. Seeing this contract, Zhuo suddenly understood why this express delivery company was facing bankruptcy. As a businessman, he did not even have the most basic integrity. He really deserved it if his company were to shut down from bankruptcy. Director Wu's face immediately turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't expect Zhuo to really understand the contract. Was she really a teenage girl? Let me see. Director Wu picked up the contract and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Yi. I took the wrong contract. You should sign this one." This time, Director Wu didn't dare to fool Zhuo anymore. He obediently took out the contract that had no problems. Zhuo took a look at the new contract. After confirming that there were no problems, she signed it. "Miss Yi, shall I give you a tour to familiarize you with the company's environment now?" Director Wu asked. "Tomorrow." Zhuo stood up. "Tomorrow, my uncle will come over. When the time comes, you can just hand over the work to him." Director Wu nodded and followed behind Zhuo. He said respectfully, "Okay. Also, what about the current employees in the company?" After witnessing Zhuo's abilities, Director Wu did not dare to treat Zhuo as a child anymore. He was the blind one just now. He had failed to notice that this little girl had a certain calmness and temperament that was not present in people of her same age. In fact, she was just like a person who had gone through 1,000 trials. Even he, who was in his 50s, did not have much of a presence when he stood in front of her. Zhuo continued, "There's no need to change the personnel for the time being. As for the specifics, my uncle will make arrangements when he comes tomorrow." "All right." Director Wu nodded. "I understand." Afraid that he would offend Zhuo again, Director Wu carefully escorted Zhuo out of the company building. When they passed by the reception desk, the customer service staff were stunned. They even thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Who was this little girl? She actually made their boss act so respectfully toward her. Seeing as it was still early, Zhuo made a trip to the sales department and prepared to buy the shop Yi family's private kitchen was currently renting. After all, they were going to do business for a long time. It was not worth it to continue renting it. When the sales lady of the sales department, Qingyu, saw Zhuo, she was scared out of her wits. Oh my god! Why is Zhuo here? Did she come here to request a refund? Back then, it was Qingyu and the owner of Zhangji's braised pork rice who tricked Zhuo into paying 2 whole years' worth of rent in one go. That shop's location was so bad, and there had been no business for such a long time. Zhuo must have come to find trouble. Qingyu's face turned pale. It was obviously summer, but she felt really chilly. At this moment, Zhuo walked in. May I know if Qingyu is here? Qingyu was the one who handled the rental of the shop. Zhuo didn't know anyone else in the sales office, so she intended to discuss with Qingyu about her intentions of buying up the shop. Hearing this, Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Zhuo really came to find trouble. No! I can't let Zhuo find me. I must find a scapegoat. Qingyu gulped and pointed at a new employee who had just arrived. Xiao Lu, go and receive that client. Ah! The new employee, Xiao Lu, was stunned. Can't you understand what I'm saying to you? Qingyu pressured the newbie with her seniority as an employee in the department. Her tone was especially harsh. Xiao Lu said with some difficulty, Sister Qin, but that client is here to look for you. Qingyu said with a straight face, if I tell you to go, then go. Don't talk so much. Be careful or I'll get the manager to fire you. Zhuo was only separated from them by a cubicle. Her 5 senses were better than an ordinary person's to begin with. Hearing the noises on the other side of the cubicle, she somehow understood the situation. This Qingyu should be feeling guilty, right? Did she think that I'm here to cause trouble? Zhuo raised her eyebrows slightly but did not point it out directly. Under Qingyu's pressure, Xiao Lu had no choice but to rush over to receive Zhuo. Hello, miss. Is there anything I can help you with? Xiao Lu was a little nervous. For some reason, she felt that Zhuo's arrival was not a friendly one. Otherwise, Qingyu would not have evaded the client who came to the door looking for her. Zhuo smiled slightly. I'm a little tired. Can we go to the lounge to talk? Come with me. Xiao Lu brought Zhuo to the lounge. After they sat down, Zhuo slowly said, My name is Zhuo. I am currently renting a shop here. Can you pull out the information on that? Xiao Lu took out her work iPad. Yes, I found it, Miss Yi. It's the shop on Yinqing Road, right? Yes. Zhuo nodded slightly and continued, I want to buy that shop now. I also want to buy the 2 empty shops next door. Hearing this, Xiao Lu was stunned. She thought she had heard wrongly, buy up 3 shops? The shops in Yinqing Road were not popular, so they had not been sold. They still belonged to the developers. In order to sell the 3 shops, the developers offered the sales office a special bonus as motivation. If anyone could sell those shops, they would be rewarded with 200,000 yuan, not including the commission. 200,000 yuan. Xiao Lu's current monthly salary was only 4,000 yuan. 200,000 yuan would be equivalent to her salary of several years of work. Xiao Lu felt like she was dreaming. She originally thought that Zhuo was here to cause trouble, but who knew that this person was a god of wealth? After a long while, Xiao Lu finally found her voice. You're not joking. Zhuo said, we can sign the contract now. This way, please. Xiao Lu quickly stood up. Xiao Lu held back her excitement and handed 3 contracts to Zhuo. Just as Zhuo took the contracts, Qingyu suddenly jumped out and pushed Xiao Lu away. Miss Yi is my client. What does it have to do with you? The 200,000 yuan was hers. Xiao Lu was just a new employee. How dare she steal her client? How shameless! Yizhuo frowned slightly. As soon as she finished speaking, Qinyu looked at Yizhuo with a smile on her face, looking like a completely different person from her fierce self a moment ago. Miss Yi, I'm Xiao Qin. The shop you're currently renting is handled by me. You want to sign the contract, right? Come with me. By the way, are you thirsty? I'll go get you some water. Sister Qin. Don't bully me like that. Xiao Lu, who looked like she was about to cry, said angrily, when you thought Miss Yi was a difficult customer, you forced me to attend to her. Now that you see we're about to sign the contract, you casually come over and say that Miss Yi is your customer. How could you do this? You can ask anyone here. Who doesn't know that Miss Yi is my customer? Qinyu rolled her eyes at Xiao Lu. I just went to the washroom for a moment and you beat me to it. How could you be so shameless? Lu Jia stared at Qinyu in disbelief. She didn't expect Qinyu to twist the truth like this. The noise soon attracted the manager. Qinyu was a senior employee, and she was quite close with the manager. She immediately opened her mouth to complain. She would not give Xiao Lu a chance to speak. Of course, the manager wouldn't criticize an old employee for the sake of a new employee. Xiao Lu, there's nothing else for you to do here. Hurry up and leave. Miss Yi, this way please. We're sorry you had to see that. I'll get Qinyu to give you a 15% discount. Qinyu, quickly print a new contract for Miss Yi. Qinyu's eyes flashed with a hint of pride as she smiled and said, all right manager, I'll go right away. Xiao Lu felt very wronged, but she was just a new employee. In order to keep her job, she could only let others take advantage of her. Yizhuo raised her eyes slightly. Manager Zhao, is it? You guys don't bully people like that, do you? They're both your employees. Shouldn't you treat them both equally? Xiao Lu's service attitude is very good. I like her very much. If it wasn't for Xiao Lu serving me, I wouldn't have wanted to buy the shops. After saying that, Yizhuo turned around and left. Lu Jia was stunned. She raised her head to look at Yizhuo, her eyes filled with gratitude. If it were any other customer, they would definitely sit by idly and do nothing. After all, not only did this matter not cause her any loss, but the manager also gave her a 15% discount. Unexpectedly, Yizhuo actually stood up and spoke up for a small employee like her. This Miss Yi was really a good person. Hearing this, the manager was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly caught up to Yizhuo and lowered his head to apologize. Miss Yi, please don't be angry. This matter was indeed handled unjustly by me. Please don't be angry. Xiao Lu, come over quickly. Lu Jia hurriedly ran over. Miss Yi. It was only then that Yizhuo was satisfied. Qinyu was so stunned by the turn of events that her face alternated between green and white. She had not expected Yizhuo to suddenly cause trouble for her. That 200,000 yuan was supposed to be hers. This Lu Jia is such a shameless bitch. If she had known that Yizhuo was here to buy a shop and not to cause trouble, she would not have asked Lu Jia to attend to her. Manager, Qinyu looked at the manager unhappily, hoping that the manager would speak up for her. In the service industry, service was the most important thing. The manager's face darkened. Shut up. If Yizhuo was unhappy and complained to his superior, he might even lose his job. Seeing the manager's reaction, Qinyu was so regretful that her face turned green. It was as if she had just died. But it was useless to regret now. She could only watch helplessly as Lu Jia took away her 200,000 yuan. Yi family. When Yi Shu and Yi Sun returned home, Yizhuo called both of them into the living room. She announced two things very solemnly. The first thing was that she had bought a shop. The second thing was that she had bought the express delivery company that Yi Sun was currently working at. Mom, when you have time, you can find someone to start the renovations. This is the purchase contract. And Uncle, this is the purchase contract for your company. Tomorrow, you will go to the headquarters. The former owner will hand over the work to you. You are now the new owner of the company. Yi Shu and Yi Sun were stunned. Both of them could not believe what they had heard. It felt like a dream. Yi Shu was the first to react. Zhuo, where did you get so much money? Could it be from the Mu family? We can't take their money. Quickly send it back to them. These things were worth tens of millions. Other than from the Mu family, where else could Yi Zhuo get such a large sum of money? Yi Sun also recovered from his shock and reacted. Right. Hurry up and send it back. Zhuo, although we are poor, we must have some backbone. I'll go with you. Yi Zhuo smiled and said, Mom, Uncle, don't worry. This money has nothing to do with the Mu family. I earned it by trading stocks myself. A few days ago, I got very lucky. The few stocks I traded made me a lot of money. Yi Zhuo could only use trading stocks as an excuse now. Otherwise, there was no other way to explain. She couldn't tell them that she was a tech expert. This made Yi Shu and Yi Sun even more skeptical. Fortunately, the original owner grew up in the Mu family. It was very normal for the daughter of a rich family to know how to trade stocks. Are you sure? Yi Shu asked. Yi Zhuo nodded, yes, of course. I had been living Mu Yorong's rightful life by mistake since I was young. The Mu family wants nothing more than to kill me, so how could they possibly give me money? On the night I returned to you, they even signed a severance agreement with me. I really earned this money myself. She was not lying, the Mu family really hated her to the bone. The original owner had been killed by the Mu family in her previous life. Hearing this, Yi Shu heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't given by the Mu family, she was fine with it. Yi Shu continued, Zhuo, I heard that investing in stocks is also risky. Don't invest in stocks in the future. Our family's restaurant is doing very well now. We can earn quite a lot of money in a day. Even if Yi Zhuo hadn't bought the shop, in a few months, the turnover in the shop would be enough to buy the shop. Yi Zhuo smiled and said, Don't worry, Mom. I know what I'm doing. Yi Sun pushed the contract back across the table. Zhuo, Uncle can't take this company. Although Yi Sun had always said that he would let Yi Zhuo buy him a big villa, in reality, he was just saying it. He had never thought of taking Yi Zhuo's things. As an uncle, it was bad enough that he did not have the ability to make his niece's life better, but how could he take her things? Yi Sun was simply not that kind of ungrateful and opportunistic person. Yi Zhuo said, Uncle, do you know that your company is going bankrupt? Actually, I did not spend much money. If you are not willing to take over, then I can only watch it go bankrupt. Yi Sun was stunned. It was obvious that he did not expect that his company was already on the verge of bankruptcy. Yi Zhuo continued, You will not make me waste this money for nothing, right? I believe in you. With your ability, you can definitely bring it back to life. If you really don't feel at ease, you can treat this money as my shares. In the future, you can give me a bonus every year. Uncle, if you refuse me again, you're not acknowledging me as your niece. With that said, Yi Sun could not refuse anymore. Perhaps, he could give it a try. Yi Sun stood up. Then let's straighten things out first. The company is still yours. I'm only responsible for helping you take care of it. Yi Zhuo smiled and said, This is unfair to you. How about this? You get 80% and I get 20% of the company's shares. You can give me a bonus at the end of the year. The person who was really going to operate the company was Yi Senator. It was not a loss for Yi Zhuo to have 20% of the shares. After saying that, Yi Zhuo did not give Yi Sun a chance to refuse. She scratched her hair, stood up, and left. You get 80% and I get 20%. It's settled then. I'll go back to my room first. After settling two important matters, Yi Zhuo felt refreshed. She went back to her room to take a shower and started live streaming. Meanwhile, the moment Sun Shaoqing turned on his computer, he saw the system notification on the game. Hitera.yz has accepted your friend request. This was a message from a few days ago. It was just that he had been at the headquarters a few days ago and was busy with the OS system, so he had not logged on to play any games. Sun Shaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly. To think that he had suspected that Heh-heh and Neohura.yz were the same person. It was difficult to believe that they were really the same person. How could she be so free to play online games every day? It was impossible. Moreover, Zhuo was only 18 years old this year. How could one do missions on an international website and play games at the same time? Who in the world had so much energy? Sun Shaoqing sent a challenge to the other party. The other party accepted the challenge very quickly. The game began. A few minutes later, Sun Shaoqing discovered that this Heh-heh person played chess in a very strange way. He seemed to play without strategizing. It was almost as if this person did not think things through before making a move. He was even capable of losing a chariot for the sake of saving a soldier. Sacrificing his important pieces for a soldier? A normal person would not be able to do such a thing. Could it be that this person did not know how to play chess at all? The 2 games that he won last time were just a fluke. Just as Sun Shaoqing let down his guard, the system notification popped up, informing him that the opponent was about to checkmate. He was at a sudden loss for words. He lost. He actually lost again. Losing to the same person 3 times in a row, this feeling. It was a little overwhelming. A frown appeared on Sun Shaoqing's beautiful face. As he studied the chessboard again, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into a smile. So, turns out he was playing a diversion game. He had played chess for so many years, but this was the first time he had witnessed such extraordinary gameplay that seemed to only exist in legends. Interesting. Sun Shaoqing sent a message, "One more game." Okay. On Yizhua's live stream channel, the comments flooding in were very amusing. This layabout scholar is so stupid. He has already lost 3 games in a row, yet he still wants to go for another round. Those who know will understand the game, those who don't understand the game are just here for the action. In fact, this layabout scholar is also an expert. One could say that he's at the level of a professional chess player. Yizhua smiled and said, "This person is indeed quite capable. Unfortunately, his opponent is me. Streamer, your boasting is so cute. I like you so much. Account notification, Heaven Toppling Purple Gold Hammer 1225 gifted 2 luxury sports cars. I really want to kidnap that Heaven Toppling Purple Gold Hammer 1225 Nouveau Riche and bring him home. Sheesh. If we're on that topic, I want to bring the streamer home. +1. +1. Yizhua was focusing on her game with the layabout scholar when she saw someone mention that they wanted to kidnap her home. She smiled and said, "Fuck. Are you guys human traffickers? Ha ha ha. Yi, you are really talented." Yizhua's streamer name was Yi from Heh-heh, hence her fans affectionately called her Yi. Sun Shaoqing played a few more rounds in a row and lost all of them. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Li Qiandong pushed the door open and walked in. "Brother Fifth, there's a document here that needs your signature." Sun Shaoqing finished signing the document and pointed at the computer screen. "What do you think of this person's chess skills?" Li Qiandong had a look and said, "Damn. Brother Fifth, you lost? Is this person so clever? Heh-heh. Doesn't God have the same IGN? Could this person be Neohura.yz? Sun Shaoqing's chess skills were well known in the circle. Li Qiandong had never seen him lose before. This was the first time. Sun Shaoqing narrowed his eyes. This person can't be Yizhua. Li Qiandong continued, "Actually, Miss Mu's chess skills are not bad either. Brother Fifth, if you have time, you can play a few rounds with her." Li Qiandong did not understand why Yizhua and Sun Shaoqing had such a deep misunderstanding of Mu Yorong. In fact, Mu Yorong was really very kind. Could it be that the more outstanding a person was, the more blind they were? Mu family. Another week had passed, but Mu Yorong still could not get hold of Li Qingyue's contact details. Hence, she prepared to personally make a trip to the Yi family residence. Just as she left the house, her little assistant rushed over. "Miss Mu. Xiaolan, why are you here?" Mu Yorong was a little surprised to see the little assistant here. Xiaolan was sweating profusely. "It was Brother Tao who sent me here." Brother Tao's full name was Zhao Tao. He was Mu Yorong's manager. Mu Yorong learnt that other than Sun Shaoqing's habit of eating vegetarian food and praying to Buddha, he also had another hobby, which was playing chess. Therefore, on the day that Mu Yorong was reborn, she had sought help from the system. With the help of the system, Mu Yorong's chess skills had reached the level of a grandmaster. Now, not only was she the vice president of the Chess Association, she had also signed a contract with the largest video streaming company in China. She was known as the #1 online chess player. She was also the youngest grandmaster-level chess player in Yunjing. Most importantly, the live streaming company that Mu Yorong had signed with was under the Li Corporation. The boss behind the scenes was Li Qiandong. Mu Yorong continued, "Why did Brother Tao ask you to come?" Xiaolan took out her phone. "Miss Mu, please take a look at this." Mu Yorong took the phone. The screen on the phone showed a live stream. A young girl was playing chess on the live stream. Xiaolan glanced at Mu Yorong and said, "Miss Mu, Brother Tao said that if you don't start live streaming again, you might get replaced by this newcomer." Mu Yorong looked disdainful as she threw the phone back to her assistant. It was obvious that she did not take this matter to heart. "What kind of nobodies are you comparing to me?" Based on her observations, that little streamer Yi called Heh-heh only had 20,000 to 30,000 viewers online. What was there to be afraid of? When she was live streaming, when had she not have more than 100,000 viewers? Xiaolan continued, "Miss Mu, Brother Tao said that we must not let our guard down. This newcomer, Heh-heh, is very capable. Right now, many companies want to sign contracts with her. We have to be wary of her." Currently, in the live streaming industry, other than Mu Yorong, the other female streamers' skills were terrible. They basically relied on their looks to earn a living. They were nowhere near to being as good as Mu Yorong. Not to mention female streamers, even some professional male streamers could not hold a candle to Mu Yorong. Every one of them were crushed by Mu Yorong in their shared live stream sessions. But now, a newcomer named Heh-heh had appeared out of thin air. Without signing a contract with any management agency, she had maintained her top 1 ranking for an entire week. Even Mu Yorong had not achieved such an outstanding result back when she first started live streaming. "Tell Brother Tao to rest assured." Mu Yorong's eyes were filled with disdain. "I really don't care about a clown who doesn't even dare to reveal her face. I have some other matters to attend to now, so I'll be heading out for a while. As for the other matters, we'll talk about them when I return to the company tonight." Her chess skills were unparalleled. No one could beat her. Mu Yorong really looked down on this nameless newbie. Seeing that Mu Yorong was so calm, Xiaolan also let out a sigh of relief. "Well, in that case, Miss Mu, I'll go back first." "Okay." Mu Yorong nodded. Mu Yorong stuck to her original plan and made a trip to the Yi family residence. An hour later, Mu Yorong stood outside her car. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, but she felt a chill all over her body. Her palms were covered with layers and layers of sweat. The young miss died a sudden death half a month ago. She couldn't shake off those words by the Yi family's butler. Why was Li Qingyue dead? Shouldn't the one dead be Yi Tao? However, she had just found out that Li Qingyue was dead, and the damned person, Yi Tao, was still alive, and had already returned to his original healthy state. What on earth was going on? In her previous life, Li Qingyue had dominated the entire industry chain in Yunjing. Her methods were extremely ruthless, and she was a strong woman. But in this life, Li Qingyue had dropped dead so mysteriously. System, can you find out the cause of Li Qingyue's death? And who is the miracle Dr. Yi who cured Yi Tao? The Yi family only announced to the public that the person who cured Yi Tao was Miracle Dr. Yi, but they did not reveal who this Miracle Dr. Yi was. Was it Yi Zhuo? It was clear as daylight that the current Yi Zhuo had changed a lot. Ever since Zhuo left the Mu family, it was as if she had changed into a different person. Mu Yorong frowned. If Zhuo was the legendary miracle Dr. Yi, why would she need to be a waiter in a restaurant? Moreover, how could a useless person who knew nothing suddenly turn into a miracle doctor? This was simply a fantasy. At this moment, the system showed Li Qingyue's specific situation. The cause of Li Qingyue's death was a myocardial infarction. It was a normal death. Mu Yorong frowned slightly and continued, then what about Miracle Dr. Yi? Who is Miracle Dr. Yi? The identity of Miracle Dr. Yi is very mysterious, the system hasn't found it yet. The system sounded a little distressed. But don't worry, host. It's just Qingyue. Her death won't affect you much. The most important thing for you now is to marry 5th Masterson and reach the peak of your life. Hearing this, the knot in Mu Yorong's heart dissipated a little. After all, in her heart, the system was omnipotent. Since the system said that it was fine, it meant that these things didn't affect her much. Moreover, she did not have any friendship with Qingyue. She took the initiative to befriend Qingyue because she thought that Qingyue would achieve great things in the future and wanted to befriend her in advance. At night, Mu Yorong came to the company. Zhao Tao's eyes lit up when he saw her. Oh my dear Yorong. You are finally here. The live stream room has been prepared for you. The live stream is at 8 o'clock. Hurry up and get ready. Got it. Mu Yorong put down her bag and sat in front of the makeup mirror, allowing the makeup artist to work her magic on her face. Her skin and features were good to begin with. Now that her facial features were enhanced with makeup, she looked even more beautiful. Mu Yorong's lips curled up slightly. It didn't matter whether it was in the live streaming world or the chess world, she would always be number one. Who else could surpass her? Even Zhao Tao, her manager, had to be respectful when he saw her. Zhao Tao said, "Oh right, Xiaolon told you about that rookie, Heh-heh, right? Remember to find a chance to compete with her. That rookie's momentum has been too strong recently. Take the opportunity to suppress her arrogance. Let her know who's the senior in this circle." Zhao Tao trusted Mu Yorong's chess skills very much. At this moment, Mu Yorong was the only one who could crush the rookie. You want me to play a game with that rookie? Mu Yorong turned her head in surprise. Brother Tao. Did I hear wrongly? He wanted her, the #1 chess player, to challenge an unknown junior in chess. Did anyone even think that that rookie could win against her? How dare they insult her? Chapter 69. Zhao Tao could understand Mu Yorong's thinking. He smiled and said, Yorong, you must not underestimate this newcomer. I've watched her live streams. Her chess skills are indeed quite good. Even Mr. Xiao Wan lost to her. Zhao Tao had been a manager for 10 years, hence his judgment of people was very sharp. Just by looking at the screen, even without seeing the newcomer in person, he could tell that this newcomer was extraordinary. She did not have a team of people working with her, nor had she signed a contract with a company. She also did not put in any effort on marketing herself. Despite it all, within just half a month, her fan count had risen from 0 to 3 million. Could an ordinary person achieve such a feat? Moreover, she had achieved all of these without revealing her face. This could only mean one thing. She was an expert and extremely skilled at her game. Looking at the entire platform, perhaps only Mu Yorong could win against her. That was why Zhao Tao had arranged for Mu Yorong to challenge her in a game. Hearing this, Mu Yorong pursed her lips, her eyes filled with disdain. Mr. Xiao Wan has always been a dabbler. You should know very well how he became famous. If you want me to challenge that rookie, what's the difference between that and losing my status? Mr. Xiao Wan became famous because he was not bad looking, and his voice sounded good through the subwoofer. That was why he had gained a bunch of female fans. On the other hand, Mu Yorong was good looking and skilled. How could Mr. Xiao Wan compare to her? Zhao Tao smiled. Why? Are you afraid of losing to that rookie? Me? Lose? Mu Yorong snorted. Zhao Tao walked over and patted Mu Yorong's shoulder. He smiled and said, I know you won't lose, which is why I suggested you challenge her to a game. Hetaera's popularity has been very high recently. She has gained 700,000 fans today. It's said that there are teams that want to sign her and give her the title of goddess of the chess world. If this continued, Hetaera's popularity would soon surpass Mu Yorong's. Hearing this, Mu Yorong's expression changed. It was said that one mountain could not accommodate two tigers. In the current live streaming world, she was the only number one, the only goddess in the Go world. She absolutely would not allow anyone to threaten her position. Her assistant, Xiao Lan, continued, if Miss Mu had not disappeared for so long, Heh-heh would not have become so popular so quickly. She was simply taking advantage of the situation. She is too shameless. Miss Mu, the fans are also looking forward to you and Heh-heh battling it out. Teach her a lesson. Alright then. I'll play one round with her. Mu Yorong turned to look at Zhao Tao. Brother Tao, this can't happen again. Zhao Tao nodded. Don't worry. This time, you'll crush Heh-heh to smithereens, then she won't have a chance to turn the tables later. Soon, it was 8 o'clock. Mu Yorong turned on her live stream right on time. Seeing Mu Yorong, her fans were all very excited. Rong Rong is finally back. I miss you so much. I heard that Rong Rong is going to challenge Heh-heh in a chess game tonight, is that true? I'm so looking forward to it. Recently, that Heh-heh has been really arrogant. A few days ago, she even beat Mr. Xiao Wan with her schemes. I like to watch a good face slapping the most. Rong Rong, slap her face. Mu Yorong said gently, it's been a while since I saw you guys. I miss everyone too. Actually, I don't really want to fight with newbies. If word of it gets out, I would be suspected of bullying people. After all, we are all on the same platform. Rong Rong, don't talk about losing face with this kind of person. You don't even know how shameless that Heh-heh is. Last time, it was clearly Mr. Xiao Wan who let her win, but she was so ungrateful. She even said a lot of arrogant words. Sob sob sob. Rong Rong is so kind. Seeing that the number of comments was increasing, Mu Yorong could only force herself to say, since everyone is looking forward to the game between me and Heh-heh, then I will listen to everyone for once. Just this once. Rong Rong is so amazing. I love you so much. When Yizhuo saw the game invitation, she immediately rejected it. Firstly, it was because she did not know this person. Secondly, it was because she had promised to show everyone her LOL gaming skills tonight. When she saw that her game invitation was rejected, Mu Yorong did not seem surprised. She was a grandmaster level chess player, and she was very famous on the website. It was normal that the other party did not have the guts to take up her challenge. However, facing the screen, Mu Yorong still pretended to be very surprised. Ah! That miss has rejected my game invitation. Perhaps she is busy. Why don't we not disturb her? Heh-heh is scared, right? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. She's scared to play even before the game has started. Mu Yorong's tone was gentle as she said, don't say that. It's not easy for rookies to make it this popular either. I don't think she intentionally rejected me. She's probably just busy. After saying that, Mu Yorong continued, and I heard that her chess skills are very good. She might even be better than me. Yorong, you are too modest. Hetaera's chess skills are not even 1/3 of Yorong's. Yorong, you think too highly of her. Heh-heh is really shameless. She must have deliberately rejected you. Mu Yorong concealed the smug look in her eyes very well, and her tone was gentle as she said, don't say that. It's normal for Miss Hetaera's chess skills to be better than mine. After all, there are many talented people in the world. The younger generation is very much capable of beating an old bird like me. When Mu Yorong said this, the comments section was filled with curses. All of them were scolding Yizhuo for overestimating himself. A newbie actually wanted to compete with Mu Yorong for the position of chess goddess. Shameless. Zhuo was about to start her game when she suddenly saw many discordant comments on the screen. This streamer is a coward. She doesn't dare to accept our Rong's challenge to a chess game. Shameless. White Lotus. Do you dare to accept our challenge? Trash, do you think you can beat our Rong? Zhuo raised her eyebrows slightly. Who is Rong? Do I know her? Yi. Rong is a big V at the Grandmaster level. I think she just sent you a game invitation, but you rejected it. Hey you, watch your mouth. Our Yi is going to show us her LOL skills. We don't have time for your challenges. What are you talking about? Did our Yi provoke you? Zhuo could tell that Rong was not a friendly party, so she stopped playing games and said, "Babies, do you want me to play a game with her?" Yes. +1. Yi, Rong's fans have been asking you to do that for a few days. They are all jealous. They even said that you won against Mr. Xiao using some underhanded methods. I have been displeased with them for a long time. Yes. Yi, you can do it. Teach these rude people a lesson. Okay, then I will play one round with her. After all, I am a person who dotes on my fans. After saying that, Zhuo tapped on the challenge button and invited her for a game. Today is yet another day that we fall in love with Yi. Yi dotes on her fans so much. The moment the shared live streams got connected, she saw the person in front of the screen. Zhuo was a little stunned, thinking that she had seen wrongly. This was Mu. It really didn't seem like she had seen wrongly. Mu-Yorong's tone was gentle as she said, "Hi, young miss, nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too." Zhuo's tone was nonchalant as usual. Seeing that the other party didn't even dare to reveal her face, Mu-Yorong smiled and said, "Young miss, you're so thin, and your collarbone is so beautiful. You must be very beautiful, right?" After saying this, Mu-Yorong continued, "Little sister, you must be very good at taking care of yourself, right? Your hands are so white and soft. Unlike me, I don't even know the most basic skincare knowledge." Zhuo smiled slightly, and her tone was clear as she said, "No wonder your skin is so dark. Ha. Yezi, you're good. I've learned it. Yi, you're such a straightforward person. I'm dying of laughter. Yi is simply a little expert in judging whores." Mu-Yorong's face froze, and her skin color turned a little yellowish when she heard it. Every time she opened her live stream, she would put on a layer of foundation and turn the filter to the maximum to cover up this flaw. It upset her the most when someone commented that she had dark skin. She did not expect this little slut to be so arrogant. It seemed this rookie completely disrespected her without regard of her status. "Young miss, your words are really interesting." Mu-Yorong avoided the statement and said with a smile, "Right, shall we begin? Is it convenient for you to play with me now? Let's begin." Zhuo did not waste any time. The game began. With the help of the system, Mu-Yorong got rid of 3 of Zhuo's chess pieces at the start of the game. She had the upper hand. On the other hand, Zhuo was not in a hurry either. She was taking her own sweet time. She noticed that Mu-Yorong's chess moves were a little strange. It did not feel like she was playing chess with someone, but rather with a machine. Zhuo raised her eyebrows slightly. Could there be a built-in hack on Mu-Yorong's body? Was she cheating? There goes your chariot. Mu-Yorong had a smile on her face and her tone was extremely gentle. "Little sister, you have to be careful. I'm about to checkmate." Prior to playing this game with Heh-heh, she had the impression that this rookie was very capable. It turned out that she was just a low-level White Lotus. Heh-heh's chess skills were nowhere near as good as hers. Before she could even reveal her true abilities, the other party had already been utterly defeated. To think that Zhao Tao was so wary of her. Zhuo's tone was indifferent. "It's a little too early for you to be so pleased with yourself. Don't be a sore loser when you lose later." Don't find some lame excuse that you're not feeling well or that you're intentionally giving in to a rookie like me. Mu Yorong smiled slightly and moved a chess piece on the keyboard. Check. Little sister, you've lost. Yorong is so amazing. Just asking if White Lotus's face hurts from this tight face slap. Ha ha ha. The White Lotus has lost. Ro is the undefeatable number one. How can a rookie even stand a chance against our number one? Are you sure you can check me? Yizhua's tone was indifferent. When she said this, Mu Yorong was stunned. What did she mean? Take a closer look. Seeing Mu Yorong's blank face, Yizhua reminded her. The comments section was suddenly silent as everyone was also stunned. After a while, everyone immediately came to a realization. Ah! 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 My blood is really boiling right now. +1. I'm crying. Fuck. Yi is awesome. Yi is awesome. Ah! Today is yet another day that we fall in love with Yi. Oh my god. Yi has refreshed my understanding of chess. It turns out that one doesn't need to keep getting rid of the opponent's chess pieces to win the game. This move is super epic. Yi is amazing. Mom, I'm doing well. I just saw my streamer idol win against a grandmaster. Mu Yorong frowned slightly. Only then did she realize that the opponent's cannon had been waiting for her. She had been careless. She had actually fallen into the opponent's trap. She had taken one wrong step, and this wrong step led her straight into the enemy's trap. I'll give you a second chance. You can move your chariot back. Yizhua said. Mu Yorong's face turned pale, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She was a grandmaster. Did she need to be given a chance by a nobody? But if she didn't give in, she would lose. What should she do now? Of all the chess games that she had played before, this was the first time that Mu Yorong was faced with such a dilemma. Helpless, Mu Yorong could only seek help from the system. The system should definitely be able to help her. However, unfortunately, she was already in a dead end. Even the system couldn't do anything to save her. Seeing that Mu Yorong didn't take any further action, Yizhua didn't stand on ceremony with her. She moved her general. Checkmate. Black wins. Seeing this result, the comments section exploded. So what if you're number one? Our Yi still defeated you. Our daddy Yi is now your daddy Yi. I love Yi. Account notification, Heaven Toppling Purple Gold Hammer 1225 gifted a sports car to hitera.yz. Account notification, Sincere 2005 gifted a sky full of fireworks to hitera.yz. Account notification, Eternal Pirates gifted a sports car to hitera.yz. Seeing that Mu Yorong had lost, her fans felt incredulous, and someone immediately began to lead the comments in the comments section. What's wrong with Rong? Is she not feeling well? How could Rong lose? It must be because she is not feeling well. If it was not because she was not feeling well, how could Mu Yorong lose? However, Yizhua's fans were not to be trifled with. They immediately retorted back. Here it comes. Here it comes. She's going to come out with a lousy excuse for her defeat. It's so easy to claim that one isn't feeling well, that's why one lost the game. So the number one is no different from a certain big V who won't admit defeat. Are you sure she still deserves the title number one? Number one, have some dignity. Won't admit defeat. Won't admit defeat. White Lotus, she's a White Lotus. I've never seen such a shameless person. Since you can't afford to lose, then don't challenge others to a game. What's the point of doing this now? Mu Yorong was just about to continue listening to her fans' words, but when she saw these comments, her expression instantly changed. If she used the excuse that her body wasn't well, it would be as if she were admitting that she couldn't afford to lose. Now, she could only grit her teeth and swallow her humiliation. It's my fault that my skills are inferior to others. Young miss, you're indeed very capable. It's a competition. It's very normal to lose or win. Senior, you shouldn't worry yourself over such things. Hearing this, Mu Yorong's face turned even darker. This little slut did not address her respectfully as a senior since the very beginning. Of all the times to address her as senior, this rookie chose now, after she had lost. Is she deliberately embarrassing me? Just you wait. I'm going to make you regret what you've done today. Mu Yorong maintained her gentle smile until the end of the live streaming session. Zhao Tao walked in at the end of the live stream, clapped his hands and said, "To celebrate Yorong's successful start on her first day back, I'm leaving work early tonight. I'll treat everyone to crayfish." With that, the entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, very embarrassed. Mu Yorong's expression was even more terrifyingly gloomy. Xiaolan walked over and tugged at Zhao Tao's sleeve. "What's going on?" Zhao Tao was puzzled. Wasn't going to eat crayfish after ending work early worth cheering for? Xiaolan said in a low voice, "Miss Mu lost." What? Zhao Tao was immediately stunned. He had never thought that Mu Yorong would lose. "You lost to Heh-heh?" Zhao Tao asked. Xiaolan nodded. Zhao Tao's face was full of surprise. How could this be? Mu Yorong was so capable, how could she lose? After a long while, Zhao Tao finally reacted. He walked to Mu Yorong's side and asked with concern, "Yorong, are you not feeling well?" Mu Yorong did not directly answer Zhao Tao's question. Instead, she said, "I suspect that Heh-heh is cheating." She had the help of the system. This Heh-heh could not be more powerful than the system. Then there was only one possibility. Heh-heh was cheating. Right. She was definitely cheating. Zhao Tao narrowed his eyes. What you said makes sense. Although Hatara's chess skills were not bad, in Zhao Tao's heart, Mu Yorong was the number one. Moreover, Mu Yorong was a grandmaster. How could she lose to a nobody in the chess world? If this wasn't cheating, then what was? Mu Yorong continued, "Not only cheating, I think this Heh-heh is also an ugly freak. Just like the former princess of the magnificent Tang Empire. Otherwise, why doesn't she dare to show her face?" Princess of the magnificent Tang Empire was a very famous streamer. She was even more popular than the current Heh-heh. She never showed her face and claimed to be a beauty that only appeared once in 5,000 years, so she had to maintain her mysteriousness. But unexpectedly, one day, the camera accidentally captured her face. The fans found that not only was this magnificent Tang princess extremely ugly, but she was also a 50-year-old aunt. This matter stirred up a storm on the internet. For a very long time, the princess of the magnificent Tang Empire was the talk of the nation. Therefore, this Heh-heh who didn't even dare to show her face was certainly an ugly woman. After all, the internet world was a world that looked at aesthetics. If Heh-heh was really that good-looking, why would she not show her face? Thinking of this, the corner of Mu Yorong's mouth curled up into a smile. She was not only an ugly woman, she was also a liar. Once this news was spread out, would Heh-heh still have a chance to turn the tables? Just one lie was enough to make Heh-heh suffer. People hated it when someone lied. That little bitch. How dare she fight with her? She was such an ignorant tramp who didn't know what's best for her. Mu Yorong turned to look at Zhao Tao. "Brother Tao, do you know what to do now?" Zhao Tao nodded. "Yorong, you're still the smart one." The next day, Mu Yorong turned on her live stream at the same time. Her mental state seemed to be a little bad. Her eyes were red, as if she had not slept well. "Yorong, did you not sleep well?" Mu Yorong said in surprise, "Ah. You guys can tell that I don't look too well today." "Yes. But you still look very beautiful. Our Rong Rong is the most beautiful person in the world. Unlike some clown that keeps spewing nonsense." Mu Yorong continued, "I'm not that good at chess, and I was afraid to disappoint you again, so I stayed up late last night to read up some ancient chess books. I have to say that our ancestors are really very intelligent. Rong Rong is really hard-working. Rong Rong, you didn't lose yesterday, The one who lost was that cheating dog. Mu Yorong asked in puzzlement, what cheating dog? Why don't I know anything about this? Heh-heh is that cheating dog. And an ugly one at that. Mu Yorong said, you must have misunderstood that new girl. She doesn't seem like the kind of person who would cheat. It's a fact that I lost to her. Don't worry, I can afford to lose. You don't have to worry about me. Wah, Rong, you are too kind, that's why you find yourself at a disadvantage. Rong, please don't find excuses for her. A cheating dog is a cheating dog, and it can't be washed clean. The more Mu Yorong defended Heh-heh, the more everyone felt that Heh-heh was cheating. Mu Yorong took advantage of the situation and said, moreover, she has such a nice voice and such good-looking hands, so she must be even better looking. She's definitely not some ugly freak, nor is she the second princess of the magnificent Tang Empire. Rong, ah. How can you be so innocent? She was so mean to you last night, yet you still speak up for her. You were fooled by her. The voice of the princess of the magnificent Tang Empire was also nice, but in the end, she was still an ugly freak. Seeing that the time was almost up, Mu Yorong said, alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's play chess. Yes. That ugly freak is not worth our time. Zhuo was helping out in the restaurant, so she did not know what was happening on the internet. The business of the restaurant had been very good these days. Fortunately, they had hired 2 more waiters. Otherwise, they would not have been able to cope with all the crowd at the restaurant. They were busy until 10 o'clock in the evening before closing up the shop for the day. Yishu said while mopping the floor, Zhuo, your most important task now is to study. Don't come to help tomorrow night. There are 11 people in the restaurant now, so you can focus on your studies. Yishu smiled and said, I've finished my homework. It's okay. You don't have to worry about me. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. Is anyone here? Who is it? Yishu raised her head slightly. Me. An ant with permed hair walked in from outside the door. Yishu smiled and said, may I know who you are? The ant introduced herself. My surname is Zhang. I used to be the lady boss of Zhang's braised pork rice restaurant. Oh, it's you. May I know if you have something to say? Yes. Why wouldn't I have something to say? When she thought of this, Auntie Zhang was furious. She had rented this shop previously. If she had not transferred the lease of the shop to Zhuo, would their business have been so good? These businesses should belong to her family. Seeing that the business of the Yi family's private kitchen was getting better and better, Auntie Zhang became more and more envious. She couldn't eat well or sleep well. Every day, she thought about how to get back the money earned from the Yi family's private kitchen, because that was her money to begin with. Aunt Zhang continued, we're all on the same side, so I won't stand on ceremony. I rented your shop previously. If I hadn't transferred the lease to you, would you have such a good business? Sister, I don't think you're an unreasonable person. You should understand the concept of making money together. Yishu frowned slightly. What do you mean? Then I won't beat around the bush. Aunt Zhang continued, what I mean is that your family should split your profits with me. Actually, even Aunt Zhang felt that it was a loss to split the money with her. After all, before this was her shop. If she didn't rent it to Yishu, all the money she earned now would be hers. Hearing this, Yishu laughed. After living for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she had seen such a shameless person like Aunt Zhang. What are you laughing at? Aunt Zhang looked at Yishu unhappily. Yishu raised her eyes slightly, I'm laughing at someone's face. It's really comparable to the thickness of the Great Wall of China. How can you talk to me like that, little girl? Aunt Zhang pointed at Yishu and said, do you know that the reason why your family's business is so good is because of me? If I didn't rent the shop to you, you and your mother would not have a place to open up your shop. So, according to what you mean, we should thank you. Yishu raised her eyebrows slightly. There's no need to thank me. Aunt Zhang continued, just do something practical. From now on, the money your family earns must be split 50-50 with me. Isn't 50-50 too much of a loss for you? Why don't we give it all to you? Zhuo said seriously. Aunt Zhang was stunned. It seemed that this Zhuo still had some self-awareness. 50-50 is indeed a bit of a loss. How about this, I'll take 90% and you guys take 10%. Aunt Zhang pondered for a moment. I'm too nice of a person. Your turnover these days should be at least 200,000. Quickly go and get me 180,000. Aunt Zhang said it as if it was a matter of course, and she did not feel the least bit guilty or embarrassed for saying that. 200,000 is nothing. We've earned this amount within these few days. Yishu stretched out 5 fingers. Oh my god. 500,000. Aunt Zhang's eyes shone with a green light. She did not expect the business at Yi family's private kitchen to be so good. However, this money was now all hers. Then you have to bring me 450,000. Yizhua crossed her arms in front of her chest. We did earn 500,000 yuan. Moreover, our restaurant has a long queue outside every day, and business is booming. But we won't give you a single cent. How about it, Zhang Zhenhua, are you angry? Aunt Zhang's full name was Zhang Zhenhua. Zhang Zhenhua was very angry. She was so angry that her face turned pale. This little girl was simply too bold. She actually dared to challenge her. She even dared to call her by her name. You don't want to give me the money, right? Just you wait. Don't regret it. I won't continue renting this shop to you anymore. I'll make sure you don't earn a single cent. I'll call my niece right now and ask her to rent this shop to me. Zhang Genhua's niece was Qinyue. The reason why she dared to ask Yishu for money so boldly was because Qinyue at the sales office was her niece. As long as she requested Qinyue to do so, Qinyue would be able to get the shop back. Yizhua looked at Zhang Genhua with a faint smile on her face. Zhang Genhua had not expected Yizhua to buy up the shop. Hence, she said proudly, well, do you know the consequences now? If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand me the money. Don't make everyone look bad. This money belongs to our family. I'm already merciful enough to leave you 50,000 yuan. Other people won't be as generous as I am. Yizhua cooperated with Zhang Genghua's act very well. God! I'm so scared. Please go and find Qinyue quickly and ask her to take back the shop. Okay. Just you wait and see. Seeing that Yizhua did not know what was good for her, Zhang Genghua did not hesitate to whip out her cell phone and dialed Qinyue's number. Hello, Qinyue, this is Aunt. When Zhang Genghua heard her niece's reply, the expression on his face changed from complacency to anger, and finally to disbelief. Finally, a layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Even her voice became softer. She had bought it. Never in her dreams did Zhang Genghua expect that Yizhua would actually buy up all 3 shops. Zhang Genghua's legs went soft. 450,000. Her 450,000 was gone. Yizhua's voice rang out at this moment. Mom, hurry up and call the police. Tell them that someone here is trying to extort money from us. Call the police. Zhang Genghua's body trembled and she dashed out of Yi family's private kitchen as if there were a monster chasing after her. Outside the shop, Zhang Genghua sat on the ground and wailed. She was extremely sad. Money. All of it was supposed to be her money. If she had known that the business here would be so good, Zhang Genghua would not have sublet the shop to Yizhua. It was useless to regret now. Seeing Zhang Genghua sitting some distance away and crying, Yizhua clapped her hands speechlessly. I've never seen such a shameless person. Yishu smiled and said, Zhuo, it's all thanks to you this time. If you hadn't bought the restaurant, we would have been in trouble this time. Zhang Genghua was very difficult to deal with. She even had a niece who worked in the sales office. The sales office had 100 ways to take back the house. If they really caused a ruckus, their shop might not be able to continue operating. Yizhua said, even if I didn't buy it, I still have a way to deal with her. Yi Shu smiled as if she suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Zhuo, you should sleep early tonight. We'll go to your sister Shasha's house tomorrow. Why are we going to sister Shasha's house? Yi Zhuo was stunned. Yi Shu said, your sister Shasha's boyfriend will come over tomorrow to announce their engagement and discuss the marriage. So soon? Yi Zhuo was stunned. Yi Shu nodded. I heard that her future husband's family is quite well off. Plus, your sister Shasha is dead set to have him as a husband. That's why they decided to get married. At this moment, Yi Zhuo's phone rang. She picked up the phone and realized that it was from an unknown number. Hello. Hello, I'm the director of Wonderful Sound Broadcasting. My surname is Du. May I know if you're Heh-heh? I am. The other side continued, I'm calling you because I want to inform you that 2 months later is the 3rd anniversary of Wonderful Sound Broadcasting. There will be a gala at that time, and I sincerely invite you to attend. Yi Zhuo's popularity had risen too quickly during this period of time. She had been on the recent headlines. She was very, very famous right now. The broadcasting platform wanted to use this to hype up their own popularity. On the other hand, they also wanted to verify whether Yi Zhuo was the second princess of the magnificent Tang Empire. Yi Zhuo was not interested in attending this kind of gala, so she tactfully said, thank you. I'll consider it. The other side seemed to chuckle and then said, the electronic invitation has been sent to your email. Please remember to check it when you go back. You're welcome to attend our gala on time. Okay. Meanwhile, Zhuo had just hung up the phone when Mu Yorong on the other end of the screen asked impatiently, how is it? Has she agreed to come? Zhuo shook her head and looked at Mu Yorong on the screen. No, she probably doesn't dare to come. Zhuo was the director of Wonderful Sound Broadcasting, and she had a very good relationship with Mu Yorong. This was because when Zhuo came to Yunjing on a business trip, she was robbed on the way and even stabbed by a gangster. If Mu Yorong had not happened to pass by and called the police in time, Zhuo would have died. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Mu Yorong was Zhuo's savior. This was also the reason why Mu Yorong was able to successfully sign a contract with Wonderful Sound Broadcasting. Hearing this, Mu Yorong smiled and said, I knew she wouldn't dare to come. How could an ugly freak dare to attend such a large-scale party? After saying this, Mu Yorong continued, Sister Du, I heard that CEO Li will also be attending this party, right? Li Qiandong was Wonderful Sound Broadcasting's boss. If Li Qiandong were to attend, then 5th Masterson would definitely come along. Zhuo nodded. Yes, this year is Wonderful Sound Broadcasting's 3rd anniversary. Not only will the big boss be attending, the other shareholders will also be attending. At that time, we will broadcast it live on our platform. With that, Zhuo continued to ask, Yorong, will you be attending that day? After all, this is your first year joining Wonderful Sound Broadcasting. Mu Yorong nodded. Yes, I've already promised my fans. Zhuo smiled and said, when that time comes, you will definitely be an existence that can captivate the entire audience. Although there were countless female streamers under the banner of Wonderful Sound Broadcasting, there weren't many who were as beautiful as Mu Yorong. Sister Du, you like to make fun of me. Mu Yorong continued, there are plenty of people who are more beautiful than me. How can I captivate the entire audience with my beauty? Zhuo said, I'm not bragging at all. Yorong, you are so beautiful and your chess skills are good. On our platform, who can surpass you? Mu Yorong's eyes hid a sense of pride. She was a phoenix that roamed the 9 heavens. If she did not captivate the entire audience, who would? When the time came, all the female streamers present would be her backdrop. The day that she finally got 5th Mastersons was not far away. Right, Zhuo's eyes flashed brightly as she continued, CEO Li doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Yorong, you're so beautiful, she did not need to complete the rest of the sentence. One could clearly understand what she implied. These two were the best match. Li Qiandong. Mu Yorong's eyes flashed with disdain. Compared to 5th Masterson, who was Li Chendong? At most, he was just a stepping stone. Sister Du, you're making fun of me again. Mu Yorong's face turned red. How am I worthy of CEO Li? Du Ruo naturally assumed that Mu Yorong was being shy. I have a good relationship with CEO Li. When you come to Beijing, I'll introduce you two to each other. Even if you don't end up as a couple, it's still not bad to be friends. Mu Yorong was worried that she wouldn't have the chance to befriend Li Chendong. She didn't expect Du Ruo to take the initiative to set up a connection. This was great. Li Chendong had such a good impression of her now. When the time came, she could use this stepping stone to get in touch with Fifth Master Tsun. After saying this, Du Ruo continued, "Alright, I'll stop here. My mother asked me to join her for dinner. I'll see you in Beijing in 2 months." Wonderful Sound Broadcasting's headquarters was in Beijing, so the annual gala was also held in Beijing. Mu Yorong nodded. "Okay, see you in Beijing." After ending the video chat, Mu Yorong began to pick out the gowns to wear for the gala. Although there were still 2 months left until the gala, Mu Yorong wanted to make preparations for her presence to overwhelm the entire venue. At the Yi family residence. Because she was going to Lin Shasha's house the next day, Yizhua did not host any live stream sessions after she returned home that night. She took a shower, did a set of aerobic exercises, and then went to sleep. Yizhua did not turn on her live stream, so she naturally did not know anything about the gossip that had spread on the internet. The next morning, Yishu and Yizhua arrived at the Lin family residence. Lin Shasha knew that Yizhua had not done any live stream sessions last night, so she assumed that Yizhua had been hit by the blow. She held Yizhua's hand and said, "Zhuo, don't be sad. Those people on the internet are jealous of you. Those who are innocent have nothing to fear. However, you'd better show your face tonight. Otherwise, those people will continue spewing nasty things about you." Yizhua was so beautiful. Once she revealed her face, those rumors would naturally fall apart. "Sister Shasha, what are you talking about?" Yizhua asked in confusion. You still don't know?" Lin Shasha looked at Yizhua in surprise. Yizhua asked curiously, "What should I know?" Lin Shasha immediately opened her phone and showed Yizhua a short video. This short video was very popular. It had 2 million likes and 200,000 comments. The content of the video was that the female streamer who had recently become popular on the Wonderful Sound Broadcasting platform was not only a cheating dog, but she was also the second princess of the magnificent Tang Empire who was too ugly to dare reveal her face to the public. The video claimed that she was a cheat and an ugly one at that. The entire video was about flattering Mu Yorong to belittle Yizhua. The comments below the video were all scolding Yizhua. Whenever a fan spoke up for Yizhua, they would be ridiculed. Although they were ridiculed miserably, those fans who truly liked Yizhua still continued to defend Yizhua. Yizhua pursed her red lips tightly. No expression could be seen on her face as she swiped her fingertip downwards. Then, she saw a new video with the caption that said, "According to the latest reply from Wonderful Sound Broadcasting, Wonderful Sound Broadcasting's 3rd anniversary party invited new member Heh-heh to participate, but YZ did not explicitly accept this invitation. I wonder if YZ was guilty of cheating during the chess match with MY Rong previously." Mu Yorong's moniker was MY Rong. There were 30,000 comments below, all of them mocking YZ for being guilty and not daring to participate in the party. After all, thieves were not allowed to see the light of day. My heart aches for Rong Rong, to actually meet such an opponent. This is simply an insult to Rong Rong. Cheating dogs are shameless. They will die with their entire family. Even Lin Shasha was angry when she saw these unsightly comments, let alone Yizhua. Lin Shasha quickly comforted her, "Zhuo, don't be angry. These people are all jealous of you. I think Mu Yorong is most likely responsible for this. Does she already know that Heh-heh is you?" Yizhua raised her eyebrows slightly. "I don't think so." "Then what are you going to do now?" Lin Shasha continued, "Oh right, Zhuo, did that Wonderful Sound Broadcasting platform really invite you to their 3rd anniversary party?" "Yes." Zhuo, you didn't accept the invitation? Yizhua said, I was too lazy to attend these events before, but now that someone wants me to attend so badly, I will fulfill her wish. In fact, Yizhua did not care about it at all at first. However, when she saw that her fans were desperately defending her, she felt that she should do something for them. The anniversary party would be so lively. Of course, she had to join in the fun. Then, Yizhua picked up her phone and began to record a video. Hello everyone, I am Yi. I am very grateful to all my fans and babies for their support and protection. Here, I want to explain two things. Firstly, I didn't cheat. She knows exactly who the sore loser is. Secondly, I will attend Wonderful Sound Broadcasting's 3rd anniversary party on time and send Miss Rong an invitation for a live chess match. A fair and just game. I wonder if Miss Rong is willing to accept my challenge. Chapter 70. Everyone would be able to witness whether she had cheated through the chess match. Yizhua had never been someone to beat around the bush and be afraid of others. Since Mu Yorong wanted to whip up trouble, then she would play along with Mu Yorong. After Yizhua finished recording the video, she did not edit it and directly sent it out. Lin Shasha looked at her from the side, her eyes almost sparkling. The way Yizhua recorded the video just now was really handsome and beautiful. It was simply too much. If Yizhua were a boy, she would definitely fall in love with Yizhua. Lin Shasha said, Zhuo. I can't wait to see you give them a huge face slapping. Unfortunately, I can't go to the venue to watch it personally. Wonderful Sound Broadcasting's 3rd anniversary party would be live broadcasted, and when that time came, it would definitely be a very exciting scene. Yizhua patted Lin Shasha's shoulder as she said, Don't worry, Sister Shasha. I heard that the party will be live broadcasted the entire time. You will definitely be able to see it. As a platform, Wonderful Sound Broadcasting would definitely add fuel to the fire and create heat for this event. When that time came, the face-smacking scene would definitely be even more exciting. Really? Lin Shasha's eyes lit up. Yizhua nodded. That's great. Lin Shasha said, By the way, Zhuo, when is the anniversary party? It should be in 2 months' time. I'll need to see the invitation letter for the specific date. I'll check it online. Lin Shasha turned on her phone and suddenly said excitedly, Damn, Zhuo. The statement you just made has already received 100,000 likes. That was amazing. It had been less than 10 minutes since Yizhua posted her video online. Lin Shasha read the comments and said, Zhuo, your fans are so loving. Ah! Yizhua is so handsome. I love Yizhua. We're all here, Yizhua. We believe in you, Yizhua. I knew that the streamer of my dreams is not a white lotus at all. Yizi, you're so amazing. Please do your best, we'll be rooting for you. Screenshots have been taken to keep a record of the video. I hope the streamer keeps her word and doesn't act like a coward. I'm just here to watch the show and eat melons. Cheating dogs are so shameless. The streamer has made herself very clear. We'll find out whether there's any cheating going on in the anniversary party. Ugly freak. If you weren't the second princess of the magnificent Tang Empire, why didn't you dare to show your face? Why did you say that you would attend the 3rd anniversary party? Who knows if this is just a delaying tactic? When the time comes, we don't want to hear some lame excuse from you, such as something urgent came up or there's a plane delay. Let's wait for the anniversary party. Whether it's a mule or a horse, you'll know when you take them out for a walk. Wow! This year's Wonderful Sound Broadcasting anniversary party is going to be a very interesting one. I'm looking forward to it. Suddenly, Lin Shasha jumped up from the sofa. She said excitedly, Zhuo, I read in the comments that those attending the Wonderful Sound Broadcasting's anniversary party are allowed to bring along a family member. Can you bring me? I haven't been to Beijing before. Quick, check the invitation letter and see if it's true. Yizhua opened her phone and looked at the invitation letter in the mailbox. Yes, we're allowed to bring a family member. Sister Shasha, we can go together. That's great. Lin Shasha hugged Yizhuo excitedly. As they hugged each other in the summer, even though the air conditioner was turned on, it was still a little hot. Lin Shasha could not help but complain, "It's so hot today. It's so stuffy. Even though the air conditioner is turned on, it isn't as cooling as I want it to be. It would be great if there were clothes that could adjust to the desired temperature at will." Hearing that, Yizhuo's eyes lit up. In her previous life, she was also very afraid of the heat, so she specially invented a suit that could adjust to one's desired temperature. With the suit, one could stay warm in winter and cool in summer. It was like a walking air conditioning. It was very convenient. The most important thing was that this suit was not limited to styles. As long as it was designed by a designer, it could be manufactured. However, this body did not seem to be very afraid of the heat, so Yizhuo almost forgot about this invention of hers. Perhaps, she could bring the work of her previous life into this world. In her previous life, this style of clothing had become popular all over the world as soon as it was released. Yizhuo made up her mind and reached out to hug Lin Shasha again. "Sister Shasha, thank you." Lin Sha was confused and speechless. What's she thanking me for? At this moment, Zhou Yulian's voice came from outside the door. "Shasha, Xiao Zhang and the others have arrived." Hearing this, Lin Shasha immediately stood up. "Oh! They're here. Let's go, Zhuo, let's go out quickly. I'll introduce your brother-in-law to you." Yizhuo nodded, put her phone back into her pocket, and went to the living room with Lin Shasha. There were 3 people standing in the living room. Lin Shasha dragged a young man to Yizhuo and introduced him. "Zhuo, this is your brother-in-law, Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang, this is my good sister, Yizhuo." Lin Shasha was so infatuated with Zhang Chang that she was in a hurry to get married when she had just turned 20. Yizhuo originally assumed that Zhang Chang would be a very handsome guy. After all, Lin Shasha was quite beautiful, so her taste in men should definitely be not too bad. However, Yizhuo did not expect Zhang Chang would look so ordinary. He was so ordinary that he could not be found in a sea of people. He was a little fat, his beer belly was slightly puffed out, and there were even some parts of him that looked older than his actual age. From the looks of it, Zhang Chang was at least 30 or 40 years old. His parents were both businessmen, so they took good care of their appearance. Zhang Chang and his dad did not look like father and son, but more like brothers. Could this be the very definition of beauty is in the eye of the beholder? In fact, beauty was indeed in the eye of the beholder. Lin Shasha did not want anything, she only wanted Zhang Chang to be honest, sincere and to treat her well. Lin Shasha believed that honest people wouldn't have any tricks up their sleeves, unlike a scumbag. Her greatest fear was that she would meet a scumbag who would go out and have an affair with another woman after they got married. Yizhuo raised her eyebrows and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, brother-in-law." "Hi, Miss Yi." Zhang Chang thought that Lin Shasha was very beautiful, but he didn't expect that Lin Shasha to have a sister who was even more beautiful. Lin Shasha hit Zhang Chang and scolded, "What, miss? You're being too distant. Zhuo is my good sister, you can just call her by her name." "Sister Shasha is right," Yizhuo pipped in, "Brother-in-law, you can just call me Zhuo." Zhou Yulian was introducing Zhang Chang's parents to Yishu. Zhang Chang's father didn't like to talk much, so he nodded at Yishu as a greeting. Mother Zhang was a person who knew how to make conversation. "Sister Yishu, I've long heard about you from my in-laws. I heard that you opened a restaurant, right?" "Yes." Yishu nodded. "How's business?" Mother Zhang asked. Yishu smiled and said, "Business is pretty good." Mother Zhang said again, "Where's the location of your restaurant? If our company has a gathering next time, I'll go to your restaurant to support you." Yishu continued, "It's at 612 Baqing Road. You are welcome to come over anytime. I will give you a discount when the time comes." 612 Baqing Road? Mother Zhang frowned. If she remembered correctly, the customer flow at 612 Baqing Road was particularly poor. Many restaurants had closed down. Yishu said that the business was not bad. Was she bragging? Yes. It must be. She must be afraid that she would laugh at her. After all, it was a shabby restaurant that was about to close down. It was really scary to say it out loud. However, Mother Zhang did not point it out, but there was a hint of mockery in her eyes. It seemed that birds of the same flock together. From the beginning, she did not agree with the union between her son and Lin Shasha. Their family was so well off, what kind of daughter-in-law could they not find? But Zhang Chong was a stubborn man, and he had decided to marry Lin Shasha, out of the sea of women he could have his pick from. So, Mother Zhang thought of a way to get the two to marry as soon as possible. She originally thought that Lin Shasha was only 20 years old this year, so her family would not want her to get married so early. Who knew that the family actually agreed? She could guess the reason. They must have taken a fancy to their family's money. Their family ran a renovation company, and their business was very good, with an annual revenue of over $1 million. Moreover, every time Lin Shasha visited their house, she would think of ways to make things difficult for her, but the girl would have no reaction at all. How shameless! This family would do anything for money. If Zhang Chong wasn't her only son, she definitely wouldn't compromise so easily. But who asked her to have such a precious eldest son? So, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and come to acknowledge her future in-laws. When she saw Yi Zhuo walk to Yi Shu's side, Mother Zhang's eyes lit up. And she asked with a smile, "Who is this little girl?" Yi Shu answered, "This is my daughter, Yi Zhuo." "Zhuo, this is your sister Shasha's future mother-in-law, Aunt Zhang. Quickly greet her." "Hello, Aunt Zhang," Yi Zhuo greeted politely. Mother Zhang looked at Yi Zhuo and said, "How old is the little girl this year?" 18. Mother Zhang continued, "Do you have a boyfriend?" "Aunt Zhang, I'm still in school," Yi Zhuo said. Mother Zhang said in surprise, "You're still in school? Auntie, don't be angry if I say something unpleasant. For a girl to study and receive a higher education, there's no use for it at all. She will still get married in the future. Look at me, I didn't even graduate from primary school. Am I worse off than so many people out there? And your sister Shasha, she is only 2 years older than you, yet she is getting married soon. And she is getting married into such a good family. In the future, you just have to enjoy life in our family. It was better to get married than to study well." Mother Zhang was living a good life because she got married with a good and well-off husband. Therefore, she thought that girls didn't need to have a high education. Lin Shasha was lucky enough to marry into their family. If it were not for their family, Lin Shasha would be a poor person for the rest of her life. After saying that, Zhang's mother continued, "Our company also hired an undergraduate designer. She is also a girl. Now, she only gets 5,000 yuan a month." The important thing was not 5,000 yuan a month. It was that this undergraduate was actually working for her, who had not even graduated from primary school. Mother Zhang's words were filled with pride. So what if she had not graduated from primary school? She could still be a boss even if she had not graduated from primary school. Those who had graduated from university still had to call her the lady boss. Yi Zhuo smiled slightly. One who is filled with knowledge always behaves in elegance. "Auntie, your words are too biased. Only when you stand on a high ground can you see far. Your own structure determines your current speech and behavior." Mother Zhang's life structure was there. She did not have the opportunity to meet a truly successful person, so she felt that reading was useless. She truly fit the description of, "The longer one's hair, the shorter their knowledge." She thought that she was the most successful one, but little did she know that there were people who fared far better than her in this world. "What do you mean? Why don't I understand it?" She could understand every word, but when combined, she could not understand it. Mother Zhang looked at Yi Zhuo in confusion. Yi Zhuo smiled slightly. This is probably the difference between studying and not studying. Mother Zhang suddenly understood what she meant. This little girl was mocking her for being uncultured. She was really sharp-tongued. To dare to treat an elder like this, she was really uncultured. Mother Zhang believed herself to be a kind person. Hence, she refused to lower herself to Yi Zhuo's level. If it were anyone else, they would definitely argue with Yizhua. Mother Zhang looked at Yizhua and rolled her eyes. The bridge that Auntie has crossed is longer than the road that you have walked. Going to school is really useless for girls. How about this, Auntie will introduce you to a boyfriend. Auntie's nephew is not bad. He owns a car, a house, and a large supermarket. You can just marry him and become the boss's wife. Mother Zhang's nephew did not have any shortcomings. He just liked to compete with the Joneses. Seeing that Zhang Chang had found a beautiful girlfriend, he wanted to find a girlfriend that was even more beautiful than Lin Shasha. If he could not find a girl that was even more beautiful than Lin Shasha, he would not get married. Zhang Chang's mother was about to become a mother-in-law herself. Seeing that her nephew was almost 40 years old and still alone, she was really anxious for his future. Although Yizhua's family background was not that good, she was still quite good-looking. She was barely worthy of her nephew, and she seemed to have quite a bad temper. However, her temper issues could be slowly resolved after they got married. If it really did not work out, Mother Zhang would personally handle it. When that time came, she would definitely be able to teach Yizhua to become an obedient wife. Yishu frowned slightly and directly interrupted Mother Zhang's words. Auntie, thank you for your good intentions, but our family's Zhuo is going to enter university next year. Right now, our main priority is for her to focus on her studies. We can't be distracted at this time. Yishu's temper had always been very good. She never lost her temper. However, this time, she really couldn't listen to it anymore. Yizhua was her last line of defense. Others could joke about her, they could say that she was fine, but she would not stand for it if others were to say anything bad about Yizhua. Mother Zhang's expression turned cold, and she said with a fake smile, "It's my fault for not thinking things through. Zhuo is so beautiful, her academic results must be pretty good too. Next year, she will definitely be able to get into a university." A university? For someone like Yizhua, it would be impressive enough if she could get into a junior college. Did Yishu really think that her daughter was some kind of treasure? Did she not like her nephew? She thought highly of Yizhua, so she took the initiative to introduce Yizhua to her nephew. Otherwise, how could Yizhua be worthy of her nephew? This woman was simply overestimating herself. She wanted to pull Yizhua out of the slums, but she did not expect Yishu to be so unappreciative. She deserved to marry a poor man and be poor for the rest of her life. Yizhua also frowned. Mother Zhang was so rude. Would Lin Shasha really be happy if she married Zhang Chang? She saw that the Zhang family didn't think too highly of Lin Shasha. It was the first time they had come to discuss marriage. Logically speaking, as the man, he should have brought some gifts to show their sincerity. There was no need to mention about chicken, duck, fish, and meat. The Zhang family did not even bring any fruits. Moreover, when Mother Zhang was talking to her just now, she did not seem to like Lin Shasha very much. Instead, there was a sense of superiority in her words. As a good friend and a good sister, Yizhua felt that it was time for her to talk to Lin Shasha. When one was in love, they were usually oblivious to the obvious. Yizhua did not want to see her first good friend in this strange world fall into such a dangerous situation. It was better to break up now than to divorce after they got married. Lin Shasha was helping Zhou Yulian wash the vegetables in the kitchen. When she heard Yizhua call her, she said, "Zhuo, wait a minute, let me finish these." Yizhua smiled and walked over to help Lin Shasha wash the vegetables. "Why didn't you ask brother-in-law to help you?" Lin Shah scratched her hair and said, "He seems to be busy playing games." Yizhua frowned slightly. Playing games? This was the first time he came to visit his parents-in-law. Not only did Zhang Chang not perform well in front of his future parents-in-law, but he was also busy playing games. They were not even married yet. If they got married, wouldn't he be even more outrageous in the future? Although it was a trivial matter, it was precisely because of these trivial matters that it reflected a person's character and quality. The details revealed the truth. Yizhua teased, "Sister Shasha, you are really a good wife and mother." Brother-in-law is playing games while you are washing vegetables in the kitchen. It seems that in the future, brother-in-law will have the final say in everything when the both of you form a family. You are the only one who knows how to tease me. Lin Shasha smiled at Zhuo and said, your brother-in-law's upbringing is stricter. The men in his family don't cook. They believe that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. It's surely an older generation thinking that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. What era is it now? Oh right, Zhuo continued, Sister Shasha, who usually cooks when you go to your brother-in-law's house? Me, Lin Shasha answered. You? Zhuo was a little surprised, you're a guest. Why are you cooking for their family? Cooking a meal wasn't the problem. The problem was, the whole scenario didn't seem right. Lin Sha was a guest and Zhang Chang's girlfriend. It was reasonable that their family should not let Lin Shasha cook their meals for them. Yeah. Lin Shasha obviously did not take it to heart. Uncle and auntie all like my cooking. Seeing that Lin Shasha was smiling so happily, Zhuo couldn't help but frown. She didn't understand what it meant that a woman's IQ became 0 when in love, but now she finally understood. Lin Shasha was usually a smart person, but now she was so blinded by love. Zhuo smiled and said, they asked you to do the laundry and cook their meals even before you get married into their family. When you get married to Zhang Chang one day, wouldn't all the housework be done by you? Lin Shasha looked at Zhuo and asked, Zhuo, how did you know that I did the laundry for uncle and aunt? Her words left Zhuo speechless. You really did the laundry for them? She had just said it casually. She didn't expect that Lin Shasha had actually done it. Yes. Lin Sha nodded. Aunt said that the washing machine is not capable of properly cleaning the laundry, so every time I go there, I wash the clothes for them by hand. Washing clothes was one thing. They even wanted her to hand wash their dirty laundry. Zhuo was really shocked. Her face was full of shock and question marks. Sister Shasha, after you marry him, are you going to wash their clothes and cook for them every day? Lin Shasha was stunned. It was obvious that she had not considered this question. Zhuo continued, Sister Shasha, there is a saying that goes, habits become nature. When you go there, you do this and that for them. They are already used to your efforts. Once you get married, all the housework will be yours. It's just washing clothes. I don't think it's anything wrong. Lin Shasha didn't think anything was wrong. Zhuo continued, in other words, have you helped your dad and mom wash clothes at home? Lin Shasha shook her head, no. So, Sister Shasha, uncle and aunt are reluctant to let you wash their clothes, but you actually do it for others. Don't you think it's a bit wrong? Lin Shasha was a treasure in her parents' eyes, but in the eyes of Zhang Chang's parents, she was just a blade of grass. If Zhang Chang's parents had a little respect for Lin Sha, they wouldn't let her wash their clothes. As she listened to Zhuo's words, Lin Shasha suddenly felt that something was wrong. Zhuo decided to persuade Lin Shasha slowly and gradually, have you discussed with brother-in-law where you will live after you get married? Zhang Chang said that his parents are old, so it's convenient to stay with them so that we can take care of the elderly. So you will live together with his parents after you get married? Zhuo raised her eyebrows slightly. Yes. So, their family didn't get a new daughter-in-law, but hired a free nanny. Seeing that Lin Shasha's face had become pale, Zhuo continued, Sister Shasha, good medicine is bitter to the mouth, and good advice is harsh to the ear. Think about it carefully. How old were the parents of the Zhang family? They were not even 50 years old. They were not even 50 years old, yet they needed someone to take care of them. Zhuo continued, today is the first time they came to visit. What did they bring? You should be well aware of the common etiquette in Yunjing. This is the first time the man has come to visit. What should he bring along? To put it nicely, they don't care about trifles. To put it bluntly, Sister Shasha, they don't take you seriously at all. Zhuo's words seemed to wake Lin Shasha up from her dream. Her face turned paler and paler. At this moment, a sigh sounded in the air. Zhuo looked up and saw that it was Zhou Yuelian. Zhou Yulian continued, Sha, I also think that Zhuo is right. It seems that Xiao Zhang's parents really don't think much of you. How could someone come empty-handed for the first time to visit their future in-laws? Hearing this, Yizhuo breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was someone in the Lin family who spoke up about it. Mom? Lin Sha looked at Zhou Yulian in surprise. Zhou Yulian looked at Yizhuo. Zhuo, what do you think we should do about this? Yizhuo was only 18 years old. However, in Zhou Yulian's eyes, Yizhuo was more thoughtful than her elder. She could see the essence of the situation through appearances. Aunt Lian, we can't force love, and we can't break up the couple. It's mainly up to Sister Sha. After saying that, Yizhuo turned to look at Lin Sha. Sister Sha, do you want to see if brother-in-law values you or not? Yes. Lin Sha nodded. Then do as I say. Yizhuo whispered a few words. Hearing that, Lin Sha smiled and said, Don't worry, Zhuo. It's only 80,000 yuan. Uncle and aunt will definitely agree. Sister Sha, are you that confident? Yizhuo raised her eyebrows and asked. Lin Sha patted her chest and said, Of course. Just wait and see. Zhou Yulian also said, 80,000 yuan is nothing to the Zhang family. Zhuo, if you really want to use the betrothal gifts to test the attitude of the Zhang family, it would be better to say 180,000 yuan. Anyway, I don't want their money. I will let Sasha take it back after they get married. The annual income of the Zhang family was 1 million yuan. 80,000 yuan was a small amount to them. Let alone 80,000 yuan, I think the Zhang family doesn't even want to pay 8,000 yuan, Yizhuo said faintly. She could tell that the Zhang family wanted to take advantage of the situation and pay nothing at all. The reason Yizhuo did not suggest 180,000 yuan was because she wanted Lin Sha to open her eyes and see her situation more clearly and thoroughly. No way. Lin Sha said firmly, Zhang Chang is not that kind of person, and uncle and aunt are not that kind of people. Yizhuo smiled and said, Whether it is or not, Sister Sha, just wait and see. But Sister Sha, I advise you to be mentally prepared. Zhou Yulian also felt that 80,000 yuan was not enough to test the sincerity of the Zhang family, because 80,000 yuan was nothing to the Zhang family. During dinner, Zhou Yulian talked about the betrothal gift. Mother Zhang was stunned when she heard that. There wasn't any mention about the betrothal gift before. 80,000 yuan. Lin Sha came knocking on the door, and she actually wanted a betrothal gift? No way. She had never seen such a shameless person. Seeing Zhang's mother's attitude, Zhou Yulian's heart turned cold. She did not expect the Zhang family to be unwilling to even pay 80,000 yuan. It seemed that Yizhuo was right. The Zhang family wanted to find a free nanny to serve them. Zhou Yulian smiled and said, Look at what you're saying. We didn't say we wanted a dowry before, but we didn't say we didn't want a dowry either. Go outside and ask around. Which family doesn't ask for a betrothal gift when they marry their daughter? Take for example the girl who lives from across us who is 3 years older than Sasha. Not only did her in-laws gift a car and a house, but they also gave a betrothal gift of 280,000 yuan. Zhou Yulian's words were indeed reasonable. Throughout the ages, there had never been anyone who did not ask for a single cent of a betrothal gift when they married their daughter. Mother Zhang smiled and said, 80,000 yuan is not a small amount. I have to go home to discuss it. Zhou Yulian nodded. Then when you have discussed it, we will discuss the marriage of these two children. Mother Zhang's smile did not disappear as she said. Then we will do as you say, Shasha's mother. Mother Zhang did not even address her as her in-law anymore. What disappointed Lin Sha was that throughout the entire process, Zhang Chang did not say a word. Zhang Chang did not seem to care about her at all, just as Yizhuo had said. After dinner, Lin Sha went to look for Zhang Chang. Is your family going to pay the 80,000 yuan betrothal gift or not? Zhang Chang said awkwardly, I have to ask my mother about that. Zhang Chang's mother was in charge of the Zhang family. She was already very unhappy when Zhang Chang insisted on marrying Lin Shasha. Lin Shasha looked at Zhang Chang. What if your mother doesn't agree to it? Zhang Chang remembered what his mother had said to him just now. Shasha, are you going to marry me for me, or are you marrying me for my money? It seemed that his mother was right. Lin Shasha had chosen to marry him because of money. Otherwise, how could someone like Lin Shasha fall in love with him when he looked like this? What's 80,000 yuan enough for? Do you think that 80,000 yuan is even enough to host a wedding? Zhang Chang, do you think I care about 80,000 yuan? She wanted Zhang Chang to understand where she was coming from and fight for her. Then, she continued, do you even want me to pay for your family's part of the expenses? Seeing that Lin Sha was really angry, Zhang Chang quickly explained, no. That's not what I meant. Shasha, don't think too much. I'll definitely persuade my mother to pay 80,000 yuan. What if your mother refuses to? Lin Shasha asked again. Zhang Chang said, I will sit her down and talk to her properly. Zhang Chang, if I remember correctly, your secret stash is more than 80,000 yuan, right? Zhang Chang was stunned for a moment and then continued, my mother knows about the money in my card. If I suddenly lose 80,000 yuan, she will definitely find out. Shasha, I love you. Don't worry, I will definitely get my mother to pay this 80,000 yuan. Lin Shasha looked at Zhang Chang. Okay, I'll wait for you. Before this, Lin Shasha trusted Zhang Chang very much, and she also trusted his parents. But now, she was very nervous. She was even afraid. In the hearts of the Zhang family, she wasn't even worth 80,000 yuan. When she returned home, Mother Zhang threw a tantrum. She said that Lin Shasha didn't know what was good for her. She was so angry that her face turned white. Zhang Chang tried to persuade her, isn't it just 80,000 yuan? Our family doesn't lack money. Just give it to her family. Mother Zhang glared at Zhang Chang, this is not about 80,000 yuan. If I take out this money today, that Lin Shasha will dare to climb over my head tomorrow. She had long seen through Lin Shasha's intentions. Lin Shasha was trying to show off. The Lin family was lucky that the Zhang family didn't ask them for any money for allowing their daughter to marry into the Zhang family. After saying that, Mother Zhang pointed at Zhang Chang and said, call Lin Shasha now and tell her that the Zhang family won't pay a single cent of the 80,000 yuan. Zhang Chang looked at Mother Zhang with a troubled expression. He could tell from Lin Shasha's words and actions today that if the Zhang family didn't pay the 80,000 yuan, Lin Shasha might really break up with him. Lin Sha was so beautiful and was a few years younger than him. It would make him look very dignified if he brought her out to show her off to others. He did not want to break up with her. Zhang Chang knew his own conditions. His family conditions were better, but he did not have any advantage over Lin Shasha in other aspects. Zhang Chang's mother saw Zhang Chang's hesitation. She continued, son, our family conditions are so good. It's not like you can't get a wife. Lin Shasha didn't even look at herself in the mirror. She is so lucky to be able to marry into the Zhang family. Don't worry, son. Lin Shasha won't let you go. You can just tell her about our decision. Zhang Chang also felt that Mother Zhang was right. He was so well off. Lin Shasha definitely wouldn't break up with him. Could Lin Shasha even find someone better than him? When Lin Sha received Zhang Chang's call, her face was full of disbelief. She didn't expect that the Zhang family would be so stingy. Lin Shasha felt nauseous and couldn't help but vomit. What should she do now? Lin Shasha came out of the bathroom and looked at her pale self in the mirror. Should she ask Zhuo for help? Yes. Zhuo must have a way to handle this situation. Lin Shasha informed her parents and went to the Yi family home. Yishu was about to go to the restaurant when Lin Shasha arrived at the Yi family residence. Shasha is here. Yishu quickly poured a glass of water for Lin Shasha. Lin Shasha nodded, Auntie Shu, you go ahead. I'll say a few words to Zhuo and then I'll leave. By the way, is Zhuo at home? She's in her room. Go ahead, look for her. I'll make my leave first. Take care, Aunt. The door to Yizhua's bedroom was open. She was wearing a black singlet, revealing her delicate collarbone. Under the contrast of the black singlet, her fair skin now looked even whiter and flawless. Yizhua sat on the carpet, lowering her head to study something. A wisp of her hair playfully slanted down and brushed past her picturesque features. Her expression was so focused that she did not even notice that Lin Shasha had entered. There were a bunch of parts, machines, wrenches, and so on the ground beside her. On the furthest side, there was a piece of clothing. Lin Shasha subconsciously felt that this piece of clothing was not quite the same as ordinary clothes. Zhuo. Lin Sha knocked on the door. Yizhua finally reacted. She raised her eyes to look toward the door and asked in surprise, Sister Shasha, why are you here? I came to look for you about something. Lin Shasha was not as bright and active as she usually was. Yizhua noticed that her expression was not right. Sister Shasha, are you not feeling well? Lin Shasha said, I'm fine. She was just angry with the Zhang family. Let me take a look at you. Yizhua reached out and put her hand on Lin Shasha's wrist. After about 10 seconds, Yizhua looked up at Lin Shasha. Her expression was a little complicated. Lin Shasha was stunned. Zhuo, what's wrong? Yizhua hesitated for a moment and then said, Sister Shasha, you might be pregnant. What? Lin Shasha was shocked. Yizhua nodded. Sister Shasha, if you don't trust me, you can go to the hospital for a checkup. From what I can tell, the fetus is more than a month old. The next second, Lin Shasha laughed out loud. That's great, Zhuo. I'm pregnant. Yizhua was speechless. She thought that Lin Shasha would be very sad and surprised, but she didn't expect that Lin Shasha would be so happy. Lin Shasha continued, I'm pregnant now. Zhang Chang and his parents will be very happy when they find out. At that time, they would definitely pay 180,000 yuan, let alone 80,000 yuan. Moreover, Lin Shasha felt that Zhang Chang's parents were not that bad. This child came just in time. Yizhua raised her eyebrows slightly. That's hard to say. Sister Shasha, don't you feel that they don't value you at all? And Zhang Chang. Before Yizhua could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lin Sha. Zhuo, I can guarantee that Zhang Chang and his parents are not that kind of people. After learning that she was pregnant, Lin Shasha did not have any worries anymore. She wanted to go to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible and then tell the good news to Zhang Chang. Yizhua also knew that Lin Shasha would not give up until reality slapped her in the face, so she could only let her go. At the same time, Beijing. Lin family residence. Feng Qianhua spent some time chatting with Madame Lin almost every afternoon. So whenever it was time, Madame Lin would stand at the door and wait for her. Lin Jincheng was not in good health and was very busy every day. Lin Zhe had to go to school. Old people feared loneliness the most. Chatting with Feng Qianhua every afternoon became what Madame Lin looked forward to the most. Hearing the sound of a car engine coming from the door, Madame Lin's eyes lit up. Qianhua is here. After so many years, Miss Qianhua is the most thoughtful one. She comes to accompany you every day, Nanny Zhang said from the side. Madame Lin smiled and said, that's right. Among all the sons and daughters-in-law, she is the most thoughtful one. Madame Lin also liked her the most. Nanny Zhang hesitated for a moment and then said, Madame Lin, there is something that I want to say but I don't know if I should say it. Auntie Zhang, you've worked for the Lin family for so many years. What else are you afraid of saying? Speak. Nanny Zhang had only been 20 when she first came to work for the Lin family. Now, her grandson was already 3 years old. After so many years, she was no longer as simple as a servant to Madame Lin. Auntie Zhang continued, I just feel that Miss Qianhua has been waiting for Jincheng for so many years. Shouldn't Jincheng give her a status? She has given Jincheng her best 18 years. How many 18 years can a woman have? Old madam, do you think this is right? At this point, Nanny Zhang paused, then she said, "Madam, I don't mean anything else. It's just that Miss Qianhua hasn't had it easy, and I don't want you to miss out on such a good daughter-in-law. If I say anything inappropriate, please don't mind me." After saying that, Nanny Zhang sighed. Logically speaking, I'm a servant of the Lin family, so it's not my place to say these words. But I just feel that Miss Qianhua has been wronged all these years. Even an outsider like me feels that she's wronged, let alone herself. Madame Lin also sighed. "Aunt Zhang, how could I not want Qianhua to become our Lin family's legitimate daughter-in-law as soon as possible? But you also know the character of that Jincheng." Nanny Zhang looked in the direction of the manor's entrance, her eyes flashing. "Madam, Jincheng has always cared about Ah Zhe the most. As long as Ah Zhe asks Miss Qianhua to marry his father, Jincheng will definitely agree. Moreover, after so many years, Miss Qianhua has long treated Ah Zhe as her own son." Hearing this, Madame Lin's eyes lit up. That seems reasonable. She had to start with Lin Zhe. Once Lin Zhe had his eyes set on Feng Qianhua as his mother, Lin Jincheng would have to marry her even if he didn't want to. Just then, Feng Qianhua walked in with a thermos box. "Aunt Lin, what are you talking about with Nanny Zhang? You seem to be having such a good time." Madame Lin smiled and said, "Of course we're talking about happy things. This is the health-preserving soup I made for you. Let's go in and drink it while it's hot." Madame Lin had a serious cough, and many doctors were not able to treat her condition. After Feng Qianhua learned about this, she was very anxious and asked a miracle doctor for a prescription for health-preserving soup. Strangely enough, after drinking Feng Qianhua's soup, Madame Lin felt much better. So, all these years, Madame Lin had been relying on Feng Qianhua's health-preserving soup to heal her body. Feng Qianhua had been doing the same every day for 10 years, personally making soup for Madame Lin. If not for Feng Qianhua's health-preserving soup, Madame Lin would have kicked the bucket a long time ago. Therefore, Madame Lin felt that Feng Qianhua was her lucky star, or rather, their Lin family's lucky star. This was also an important reason why Madame Lin liked Feng Qianhua so much. Madame Lin patted Feng Qianhua's hand. "Qianhua, out of so many people, none of them can compare to you." Feng Qianhua smiled and said, "Don't make me shy. Shouldn't I be filial to you? Besides, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, fifth brother, and sister-in-law are also very filial to you." Them? A hint of dissatisfaction flashed across Madame Lin's eyes. They are only filial verbally. She had a total of 5 sons. Apart from Lin Jincheng who lived with her, she did not see much of her other 4 sons, not to mention her daughters-in-law. It was as if they did not exist. Feng Qianhua stayed at the Lin family residence until evening before returning. Aunt Zhang sent her out. As they were walking out of the manor, Feng Qianhua suddenly stopped in her tracks. "Nanny Zhang, here's fine. You should go back quickly." Nanny Zhang looked around and then said in a low voice, "I've already mentioned that matter to the old madam today. Madam likes you very much. Don't worry. The position of the matriarch of the Lin family will be yours sooner or later. Thank you for your kind words." Feng Qianhua took out a box from her bag and handed it to Nanny Zhang. "I heard that your little grandson's birthday is today. Take this as a small token of my appreciation." Nanny Zhang did not take it. "It's not easy for you to raise Xian all by yourself." The Feng family was a place where the weak would be eaten whole. Feng Qianhua and Feng Xian looked like they lived glamorous lives on the surface. However, only this pair of mother and daughter knew about the troubles and heartaches they had to face. "Take it." Feng Qianhua stuffed the box into Nanny Zhang's hands. "It's nothing valuable." Chapter 71. Feng Qianhua patted Nanny Zhang's hand. "The weather has been bad recently. It's been cloudy and rainy. Your joints aren't good. Remember to take care of yourself." "All right." Nanny Zhang nodded. Both of their expressions were hidden under the heavy shadows. Everything was said without saying. Nanny Zhang did not reject Feng Qianhua's gift anymore. She said, "It's getting late. Drive carefully on the road. Feng Qianhua nodded. Nanny Zhang did not leave immediately after Feng Qianhua left. Instead, she stood where she was and watched as the taillights of the car completely disappeared into the night. Then, she turned around and walked into the manor. After Lin Shasha left, Yizhuo stayed at home to study the chip. She hoped that the temperature-adjustable clothes could be released on the market as soon as possible. Then, she logged into the international website to take on a few missions. Because she was busy, Yizhuo didn't go to the restaurant to help out in the evening. The next morning, Yizhuo and Zhao Pingting were returning after a run. They had just reached the gate of the community, when suddenly, an extended version of a Lincoln came across her. As the car door opened, 6 men in uniform stepped out of the car one by one and stood side by side in a row. All of them were in black clothes and sunglasses. It was very similar to the scene of the rich young ladies on TV. It was so cool. Then, an old lady with white hair walked out from inside like a star. Seeing who it was, Yizhuo was stunned. Granitsan. Used to Granitsan's shabby clothes, Yizhuo was taken aback when she saw the old lady dressed so elegantly. Yi. Madame Tsen rushed over quickly and gave Yizhuo a big hug. After not seeing her for so many days, her granddaughter-in-law was still as beautiful as ever. Yi was even more beautiful than she was when she was young. Madame Tsen continued, Yi, did you get a shock just now? Did you think that you saw the wrong person? Yizhuo nodded. A little. Madame Tsen said with a proud face, I already told you that my family owns a mine, but you still didn't believe me. Yizhuo said, yes, I believe you now. This bodyguard, this ostentation, this small luxury car, the old lady's family didn't just have a mine. Yizhuo would even have believed her if she said that her family had a banknote printing machine that specialized in producing banknotes. Madame Tsen continued, my eldest grandson is really a handsome man and is loved by everyone. As she said this, Madame Tsen winked at Yizhuo. How about it? Do you want to consider my eldest grandson? It was said that an elderly person was like a treasure. This was not wrong at all. Madame Tsen was acting like a child. Yizhuo subtly changed the topic. Granny Tsen, it's so hot outside. Let's quickly enter the house and talk. Before my mother went to the restaurant this morning, she specially made iced sour plum soup. It's really delicious. Alright. Madame Tsen nodded. She turned around and said to the 5 bodyguards, bring your weapons and follow me. Bring weapons? Yizhuo was stunned. Was Madame Tsen going to fight? Madame Tsen smiled and explained, Yi, you were so nice to me before. You treated me to crayfish and coke, so I brought some gifts for your mother and your uncle. Granny Tsen, you're too polite. I'll welcome you as a guest anytime, but you really don't have to spend money to buy anything. Madame Tsen patted Yizhuo's hand. My house has mines. All these are nothing to me. Furthermore, I've only brought just a little over. Oh, right, Yi, I also brought some Tibetan fragrant pig. Let's walk a little faster. I heard that Tibetan fragrant pig is really delicious. Madame Tsen had come to the Yi family residence once, so she was pretty familiar with the layout of the house. As soon as they entered the Yi family residence, she began to instruct the bodyguards to arrange the gifts she had brought. Yizhuo went to the kitchen to make tea for Madame Tsen. When she came out of the kitchen after making the tea, she was surprised to find that half of the living room was almost occupied by the gifts. Granny Tsen, why did you bring so many things here? What happened to just a little? Madame Tsen was stunned at first, then she said, you mean all these? This is too much. Yi, are you kidding me? If not for the car being too small and could not fit more, she had intended to buy even more things for Yizhuo. Yizhuo handed the teacup to Madame Tsen and continued, Granny Tsen, you are not allowed to bring anything over when you come to visit me here in the future. Otherwise, I will be angry. Madame Tsen took the teacup, looked around the house, and began to change the topic, right, Yi, where is your mother? Promise me first, then I will tell you. Back when she first met the old lady, Yizhuo had extended her hand to help the old lady, thinking that the old lady was a pitiful homeless. She did not expect anything in return. Now that the old lady had brought so many gifts over, Zhuo truly felt a lot of pressure. Madame Sun muttered, "Yi Zi, why are you still treating me like an outsider?" Zhuo smiled and said, "It's precisely because I don't treat you like an outsider that I don't allow you to bring anything over." Madame Sun rolled her eyes. "Then you have to come to my house for a visit when you have time." "All right." Zhuo nodded. "Pinky swear." Madame Sun stuck out her little finger at Zhuo. "The pinky swear will not change for 100 years. Whoever goes against it will become a little flower dog." On the other side, Beijing. Madame Lin called Lin Zhe into her room. "Grandma, what did you want to see me about?" Madame Lin glanced at Lin Zhe and considered her words carefully before continuing, "Ah Zhe, do you want your father to find you another mother?" The response to Madame Lin was silence in the air. There was no expression on Lin Zhe's face. He was not surprised. He was not angry. He was not furious. He was so calm that Madame Lin could not figure out what he was thinking. Just as Madame Lin was about to say something, Lin Zhe opened his mouth. "That person, is that Aunt Feng?" "Yes, yes, yes." Madame Lin immediately nodded. Feng Qianhua usually treated Lin Zhe very well, as if he were her own child. There was no reason for Lin Zhe not to like her. Nanny Zhang's words yesterday had woken her up from her dream. If it weren't for Nanny Zhang's reminder, Madame Lin wouldn't have thought of asking Lin Zhe for help. Lin Zhe was Lin Jincheng's only weakness. Lin Jincheng couldn't care about anyone but Lin Zhe. As long as Lin Zhe had his eyes on Feng Qianhua, Lin Jincheng could only accept his fate. As a mother, Madame Lin didn't want to see her son alone forever. As a grandmother, Madame Lin did not want to see her favorite grandson without a mother. Feng Qianhua was gentle and kind, and she was so beautiful. She was also the lucky star of the Lin family. Other than her, no one else was worthy of Lin Jincheng. After saying that, Madame Lin continued, "Ah Zhe, do you want Auntie Feng to be your new mother?" No, there was no emotion in Lin Zhe's voice. Madame Lin was stunned. She had always thought that Lin Zhe liked Feng Qianhua very much. After all, Feng Qianhua was so good to Lin Zhe. When they were young, Feng Qianhua had taken care of Lin Zhe quite a lot. Lin Zhe's answer really surprised Madame Lin. "Why?" Madame Lin asked. "Because I have a mother of my own," Lin Zhe answered. Madame Lin frowned. "But your mother is no longer around." Lin Zhe looked at Madame Lin. "Grandma, you've always said that my mother is no longer around, but I've never seen my mother's grave in my entire life. There's no memorial tablet for her in our ancestral hall. Tell me, is my mother really no longer around?" When Lin Zhe was very young, he knew that he was different from others. He had a special father. He also had a mother whom he had never met. In the past, he had been curious as to why other children had a mother but he did not. At that time, Madame Lin's answer was that his mother had died and was no longer with him. But was his mother really gone? Hearing this, Madame Lin was stunned again. She didn't expect Lin Zhe to ask this. For as long as she could remember, ever since Lin Zhe could read and write, he had never asked questions about his mother. Madame Lin had always thought that he didn't care. It turned out that it wasn't that he didn't care, but that he had always hidden it in his heart. This child was so pitiful. "Your mother is really dead." Madame Lin sighed. "How did she die?" Lin Zhe continued to ask. Madame Lin frowned slightly. When she thought of Yishu, her eyes were filled with disgust. "You just need to know that she's dead. A dead person can't be brought back to life. Why do you ask so much? But why isn't my mother's memorial tablet in the ancestral hall? Why have you never taken me to her grave?" Madame Lin felt a little sick when bombarded by Lin Zhe's questioning. Was he questioning his grandmother's words for the sake of a promiscuous woman? She recalled the time when Lin Zhe was a mere child. He did not even weigh 4 pounds back then. It was she, this old woman, who endured great pain and fed him little by little. Did Yishu ever do her part as a mother? Yet, Lin Zhe was still thinking of her up to this day. It was really chilling to the bone. "Grandma, tell me, where is my mother?" Madame Lin looked up at Lin Zhe, with a pained expression and said, "When that woman gave birth to you, she abandoned your father and you, who had just been born, and ran away with another wild man. I didn't expect that there would be a car accident on the way, and both of them died. Do you think that such a wicked woman with a bad history can enter our Lin family's ancestral hall? Do you think that such a fickle woman is worthy of me bringing you to worship her?" Yi Shu was a fickle woman to begin with, and she even gave birth to an unwanted bastard. Madame Lin did not accuse her wrongly. Madame Lin had not intended to take the initiative to tell Lin Zhe about Yi Shu. However, since Lin Zhe took the initiative to question her about it, there was no need for her to hide anything. As days passed, Lin Zhe was becoming more and more of a man. What if he suddenly saw Yi Shu one day and was bewitched by her? Madame Lin would never allow Lin Zhe to acknowledge a woman like Yi Shu as his mother. Rather than letting Lin Zhe keep thinking about this matter, it would be better to completely destroy that little thought in Lin Zhe's heart. This was the first time he heard about his birth mother from Madame Lin, and it was so unbearable. Lin Zhe couldn't accept it immediately. "No! You're lying. My mother isn't that kind of person. Definitely not." The mother in his dream was kind and amiable. She was a very kind and beautiful person. She was definitely not that kind of person. Lin Zhe was still a child after all. How could he accept such a blow? He almost burst into tears. Madame Lin let out a long sigh. "I'm your biological grandmother. Do you think I would lie to you?" Lin Zhe just looked at Madame Lin and did not say anything. "Your Aunt Feng knows this better than anyone else. If you don't believe me, you can ask your Aunt Feng." Madame Lin continued, "Go and ask her if that woman has an illegitimate daughter behind your father's back." After saying that, Madame Lin sighed. She said earnestly, "Your Aunt Feng is many times better than that woman. Back then, the person who was engaged to your father was also your Aunt Feng. That woman was shameless and stole your father away. She even cheated on him. Now, it's only right and proper for your Aunt Feng to return to your father's side." "Ah, Zhe, I hope you can understand Grandma's painstaking efforts." She scorned Yi Shu and painted her in extremely bad light. To her, Yi Shu wasn't worthy at all. It took Lin Zhe a long time to find his voice after listening to Madame Lin's words. "Where is my mother buried?" "Shut up." Madame Lin berated, "That woman doesn't deserve you to call her mother. She is most unworthy of being a mother. Is my mother not dead at all?" Lin Zhe turned to look at Madame Lin. "I told you. She's not your mother." After saying that, Madame Lin realized that she had raised her voice a little too loud, so she said, "Ah Zhe, she's really dead." "Is my mother really dead?" Lin Zhe suddenly raised his head and looked into Madame Lin's eyes. That gaze did not seem like the gaze of an 18-year-old youth. His gaze pierced through Madame Lin. Madame Lin looked away from Lin Zhe's eyes guiltily. "She's dead. Why was a woman like Yi Shu still alive in this world? It was better for someone like her to die early and be reborn early." Madame Lin had never been like this before. She hoped that Yi Shu would die of a terminal illness as soon as possible. Looking at Lin Zhe's expression, it was obvious that he was unwilling to give up. "I want to see her." Lin Zhe continued, "Do you have a photo of her?" "No." Madame Lin sighed again. "Ah Zhe, you're always a good child in Grandma's eyes. That kind of woman is really not qualified to be your mother. Only your Aunt Feng is qualified to be your mother. Regardless of family background or whatever, she is especially suitable for your father. She has waited for your father for half her life. Do you still have the heart to let her continue to wait?" Nanny Zhang was right. How many more 18 years did a woman have? Zhang Qianhua had given her best youth to Lin Jincheng. It was time for Lin Jincheng repay her in some way. "She is not qualified to be my mother." Lin Zhe's tone was very indifferent. "Grandma, anyone can be my stepmother, but Feng Qianhua can't." "What's wrong with you, child? Your Aunt Feng has watched you grow up since you were young. How can you talk about her like that? Madam Lin started coughing violently. This child usually looked quite sensible. Why was he so confused in front of the big and bad? He would rather acknowledge a fickle woman as his mother than let Feng Qianhua become his mother. Madam Lin's cough became more and more serious. In the end, she wished she could cough out her lungs as well. Lin Zhe sighed and walked over to give Madam Lin a back massage. Seeing Lin Zhe come over to massage her back, Madam Lin felt a little better. No matter what, this child still loved and respected his grandmother. Madam Lin held Lin Zhe's hand and wept, telling him that she would not live much longer. She did not want to see her son alone without a wife, and she did not want to see her grandson alone without a mother. Feng Qianhua was such a good person. Why did the father and son not accept her? Madam Lin was so frustrated that she felt they would piss her to death. Hearing his grandmother mention she was going to die soon, Lin Zhe frowned and said, "I don't like her, and I don't like her daughter either." Why? Madam Lin looked at Lin Zhe in confusion. There's no reason. Logically speaking, over the years, Feng Qianhua had tried her best to please Madam Lin and Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe should be able to accept her easily. However, Lin Zhe hated Feng Qianhua as much as he hated Feng Xianxian. "Grandma," Lin Zhe continued, "I want to see my mother just once, can I?" Ever since he was young, Lin Zhe had never been this eager to see his mother like this. He wanted to see whether his mother was the same as in his dream. It was said that love was born from the heart. He wanted to see if his mother was really as unbearable as his grandmother said. Moreover, he believed that his mother was still alive in this world. He wanted to see his mother in person. He wanted to ask her in front of her if she had really abandoned his father and him back then. Otherwise, he would not be able to live with himself not knowing the truth. He could not live with himself not knowing the truth. He did not believe that there was really someone in this world who could be so cruel as to abandon her own flesh and blood. How many times do you want me to say it? That kind of woman is not qualified to be your mother. As she spoke, Madam Lin covered her mouth and coughed again. I don't have a photo of her. In that case, can you tell me her name and where she is from? Lin Zhe continued to ask. With this information, he could go and ask his mother personally. I don't know. Madam Lin's face suddenly darkened. She covered her mouth, wishing that she could cough out her lungs as well. Did this child want to anger her to death? Madam Lin's cough was usually the most intolerable. Lin Zhe patted Madam Lin's back gently. Grandma, don't be angry. I won't ask you again in the future. Seeing Lin Zhe like this, Madam Lin couldn't help but tear up. The child was a good child. It was a pity that he didn't have a good mother. It was all Yi Shu's fault. Yi Shu was an unforgivable sinner. It was so pitiful that such a young child lost his mother. Madam Lin held Lin Zhe's hand. Ah Zhe, everything that Grandma just told you is absolutely true. Otherwise, I would be struck by lightning. It's okay if you don't understand Grandma now. Grandma believes that one day, you will understand Grandma's good intentions. The child was young. He was still very much insensible. Having lost her mother since she was young, Madam Lin could understand where the child was coming from. After that, Madam Lin said again, Your Aunt Feng is a good person. She's a rare breed. She is devoted to your father. I really don't want your father to miss out on having a lovely wife such as her. Don't worry, after your Aunt Feng marries into our family, she will definitely treat you as her own flesh and blood. Lin Zhe did not reply. Just then, a servant came in with medicine. Lin Zhe took the medicine and said, Grandma, let me feed you. Madam Lin took the medicine and fell asleep. Before she fell asleep, Madam Lin held Lin Zhe's hand and told him to accept Feng Qianhua. Lin Zhe covered Madam Lin with the blanket and left the room. Just then, the old butler came to look for Madam Lin. My grandmother is asleep. Lin Zhe closed the door softly. The old butler nodded. In that case, I'll come back later. Grandpa Butler. Lin Zhe spoke again. I have something to ask you. Young master, please speak. Lin Zhe continued, Grandpa Butler, how many years have you worked in our family? The butler thought about it seriously. It's been 19 years. Then you must know about my mother, right? Lin Zhe continued, can you tell me about my mother? Hearing this, the butler's expression changed. I don't know. Lin Zhe prodded on, can you tell me her name? The butler shook his head. Where is she from? The butler shook his head once again. Grandpa Butler, I haven't seen my mother since I was young. Don't you think I'm a rather pitiful child to have grown up without a mother? Saying that, Lin Zhe's eyes turned a little moist. 18 years. He had only seen his mother in his dreams. When he was in primary school, his teacher assigned him an essay with the title, A Letter to My Mother. He could only write to his grandmother every time. Only the butler would participate in parent-child activities. The butler's was a little moved. He had been in the Lin family for 19 years. If he claimed that he did not know anything about what had happened back then, it would be fake. Sigh. The butler sighed and was about to say something when he saw Nanny Zhang and another servant walking over from the corner of his eye. The words that were on the tip of his tongue immediately became, Young master, I really don't know. Please don't make things difficult for me. I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first. Lin Zhe looked at the butler's retreating figure and sighed softly. A moment later, Lin Zhe took out his phone. Li Wen, do you have time? They conversed for a while, then Lin Zhe said, I'll see you at the usual place. After saying that, he hung up and walked out of the door. Just as he was about to leave, he bumped into Lin Jincheng, who was returning from the office. Ah, Zhe. Dad. Lin Zhe stopped in his tracks. Where are you going? Do you need Dad to send you? Lin Jincheng was still as refined as ever, with a faint smile on his face. There's no need. Lin Zhe looked at Lin Jincheng as if he had 1,000 words to say, but when the words reached his mouth, there was only one left. Daddy. Ah, Zhe, what's wrong? Lin Jincheng could see that Lin Zhe seemed to have something on his mind. Lin Zhe's gaze fell on Lin Jincheng's artificial limb, and the corners of his mouth revealed a smile. It's nothing, I'll be leaving first. Lin Jincheng was a little worried. If there's anything, you must tell Daddy. Lin Zhe nodded. The noon sun was extremely scorching, but Lin Zhe did not feel the heat at all. Instead, he felt a chill all over his body. Half an hour later, a motorbike appeared on the winding mountain road at lightning speed. It was moving at a really high speed. It sped through big turns and small ones. The motorbike was moving so fast that the friction between the tires and the ground caused green smoke to rise. Fuck. Brother Zhe doesn't want to live anymore. Li Wen was originally holding a cigarette in his mouth, but when he saw this scene, the cigarette fell to the ground. What's wrong with Brother Zhe? A fat boy beside him asked. Another thin man patted the fatty. He must be missing his mother again. Fatty Tiger and Li Wen, pay attention to what you say later. Got it. Fatty Tiger and Li Wen nodded. Screech. At this moment, a cool motorcycle stopped in front of them. The helmet of the same color was taken off, revealing a young and energetic face with sharp edges. It was Lin Zhe. Brother Zhe, catch it. Li Wen threw a cigarette to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe tilted his head slightly and bit the cigarette. He just held the cigarette in his mouth and didn't light it. He said to the three of them, want to play? Okay. The three of them nodded, put on their helmets, and jumped on the motorcycles. They then raced each other, speeding down the road. While the four motorcycles were chasing each other, they experienced the excitement of adrenaline racing. An hour later, four motorcycles stopped on the grass by the roadside. The four teenagers were lying on the grass with their hands behind their heads, looking at the blue sky. No one said anything. A moment later, Lin Zhe said, Li Wen, Fat Tiger, but face, what do you think of my grandmother? The three of them looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Fat Tiger said, she's all right. She's quite passionate. But Face said, how should I put it? I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel that your grandmother doesn't really like me hanging out with you. But Face's family was the most ordinary of the four. Every time he visited the Lin residence, but Face always felt that there was something wrong with Madame Lin's gaze. It felt as if she thought he would lead Lin Zhe astray. Over time, but Face didn't really like visiting the Lin family residence. Li Wen nodded in agreement. I think so too. After saying that, Li Wen added, and I heard from my grandmother that when she was young, she had a very strong personality. She wanted to grab hold of everything. Hearing Li Wen and but Face's words, Lin Zhe fell into deep thought. He wondered. Could it be that his mother came from an ordinary background and Madame Lin didn't like her, which was why? Thinking of this, Lin Zhe suddenly sat up from the ground. I must investigate it thoroughly. Investigate what? Li Wen, Fat Tiger, and but Face were all shocked. Lin Zhe continued, Li Wen, how's the investigation going? Li Wen shook his head, Brother Zhao still hasn't found any clues. I heard that many places back then produced that kind of candy. There were only a few candy wrappers, so we have no idea where they came from. However, one thing is certain. Because of the traffic, this kind of candy was only popular in the vicinity of where it was produced. Lin Zhe thought for a moment before continuing, have you found out where those candies were produced? Li Wen tried his best to recall. Biancheng, Chuanyu, Yunjing, and Hucheng. These four places seemed to be the only ones. Lin Zhe's memory was pretty good. He immediately remembered these four addresses. He stood up from the ground and hopped onto his motorcycle. I'm heading back first. Rumble. The motorcycle kicked up dust as it sped away. Fat Tiger scratched his head. What do you think happened to our brother Zhe? Li Wen said, he must be missing his mother. I think those paper cranes made out of candy paper must be related to brother Zhe's mother. Half a month ago, Lin Zhe suddenly brought a few old paper cranes made out of candy paper to him and asked him to help find out where the candy was being produced. After checking, Li Wen found out that these candy paper cranes were 19 years old. He didn't know where Lin Zhe got these candy paper cranes. Fat Tiger looked in the direction where the motorcycle had disappeared and sighed deeply. I heard that Madame Lin is going to find a stepmother for brother Zhe soon. Actually, our brother Zhe is quite pitiful. Li Wen frowned and said, don't tell me she's really going to let Feng Xianxian's mother be brother Zhe's stepmother? I think it's very possible. Fat Tiger nodded. But Face said, it would be great if we can help brother Zhe. It's obvious that Feng Xianxian's mother isn't someone easy to deal with. When that time comes, she will give brother Zhe a younger brother or something. What will happen to our brother Zhe then? Fat Tiger's face was filled with worry. It would be great if we can help brother Zhe. Li Wen had an idea. Fat Tiger, aren't your grandmother and brother Zhe's grandmother good friends? Why don't you go back and ask your grandmother about brother Zhe's mother? Sure. Fat Tiger nodded. It just so happens that my grandmother's birthday is coming up in a few days. On the other side, Madame Sun stayed at the Yi family until the afternoon before taking a car back. Thinking of Yi Zhuo's beautiful face, Madame Sun's heart stirred again. She said to the driver in the front seat, Little Wang, I want to drop by the place where Shaoqing works. The Tsun group also had a branch in the Yunjing province. All right. Madame Sun said again, Little Wang, how old are you this year? Listening to this familiar question, Little Wang's temples twitched a few times. He remembered that the last time Madame Sun beat around the bush with him, it was to show off how beautiful her granddaughter-in-law was. What did Madame Sun want to show off this time? I'm 28 this year. Madame Sun was stunned. You're already 28. Then you're 2 years younger than Shaoqing. Do you have a girlfriend? No, Little Wang answered. Madame Sun continued, didn't your grandmother find you a beautiful wife? No, Little Wang shook his head. Madame Sun leaned back in her chair with a smile on her face and sighed, that's right. After all, a good Chinese grandmother like me is rare to find these days. So, it's normal that you don't have a girlfriend. Xiao Wang was rendered speechless. So this time, she was here to show off herself. The car soon arrived at where Tsun Shaoqing worked. Madame Tsun got out of the car and went straight to where Tsun Shaoqing worked. Brat! Guess who I went to see just now? I can't guess. Tsun Shaoqing held the Buddha beads in one hand and operated the computer mouse in the other, ordering his secretary to pour tea for Madame Tsun. No sense of humor at all, Madame Tsun spread her hands helplessly. No wonder you're still single. Her heart ached for Yi Zi now. Would Yi Zi be suffocated to death by this brat in the future? By the way, I have something to show you. Tsun Shaoqing raised his head and looked at Madame Tsun. Madame Tsun took out a scarf with Piglet's page printed on it from her bag. Do you think this scarf is cute? Tsun Shaoqing nodded. Don't you know how to speak? Madame Tsun slapped Tsun Shaoqing directly. Cute. Tsun Shaoqing's tone was indifferent. Madame Tsun rolled her eyes at him. Don't you know how to speak more than one word? Very cute. Madame Tsun said speechlessly, are you an emotionless speaking machine? Tsun Shaoqing was speechless. Madame Tsun continued, I'll ask you again, is this scarf cute? I think it's very cute. Tsun Shaoqing answered word by word. Madame Tsun said proudly, of course, I picked it myself. How can it not be cute? Here, let me put it on for you. Put on Piglet and you'll be a sociable person. Madame Tsun reached out to tie Tsun Shaoqing's scarf, and Tsun Shaoqing happened to stand up to take the documents. Madame Tsun was at most 1.6 meters tall. Tsun Shaoqing was nearly 1.9 meters tall. There was no suitable stool for her to stand on, so she could only say, brat. Bend down for me. After saying that, she ridiculed, what's the use of being so tall? You can't even get a wife. Facing Madame Tsun's childish attitude, Tsun Shaoqing helplessly bent down slightly. Madame Tsun tied the scarf around Tsun Shaoqing's neck and looked him up and down before shaking her head in disgust, so ugly. But everyone says that maternal genes are very powerful. It doesn't matter if you're a little ugly. My granddaughter-in-law is so beautiful. In the future, my great-grandson will definitely be super cute. Tsun Shaoqing was once again rendered speechless. After saying that, Madame Tsun continued, brat, do you really not want to know where I went today? Tsun Shaoqing shook his head. No. Madame Tsun took the opportunity to sit on the boss chair and crossed her legs. She looked like an old lady blackmailer whom one could not afford to offend. I went to my granddaughter-in-law's house. Madame Tsun glanced at Tsun Shaoqing. Shaoqing, do you really not want to know how beautiful she is? Yi Zhuo was so beautiful. Madame Tsun believed that as long as Tsun Shaoqing saw Yi Zhuo, he would be like her. He would be charmed by Yi Zhuo and would want to marry Yi Zhuo right away. Thinking of this scene, Madame Tsun couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. I don't want to. Tsun Shaoqing's tone was indifferent. Then, he added, Grandma, I really have no intention of starting a family. In his life, he could at most have a confidant like Yi Zhuo. Marriage was impossible. It was impossible for him to get married in this life. Madame Tsun turned around and looked at Tsun Shaoqing. Brat, don't be so full of yourself. I'm waiting for the day you run out of luck. Let's just wait then. Tsun Shaoqing said as he continued to twirl the Buddha beads. Madame Tsun fumed angrily. How could I have a grandson like you who is nothing but a sand sculpture? Tsun Shaoqing was rendered speechless. On the other side. After Lin Shasha went to the hospital for a checkup, she couldn't wait to tell Zhang Chang the good news. As a new father, Zhang Chang was also very excited. Really? Shasha, are you really pregnant? Lin Shasha nodded. That's great. Zhang Chang immediately picked Lin Shasha up and spun her around. I have a son. Lin Shasha was speechless. He hasn't been born yet. How do you know it's a son? Zhang Chang smiled. It's definitely a son. My mother said that our Zhang family has the genes to give birth to a son. Shasha, let's get married right away. I want to tell my parents the good news. They will definitely be very happy. Chapter 72. Zhang Chang was several years older than Lin Sha. His parents had long hoped that he would get married, start a family, and have a grandson soon. But because Zhang Chang's girlfriend was Lin Sha, their marriage had been delayed until now. Now that Lin Sha was pregnant, his parents would definitely be very happy. Compared to his eldest grandson, 80,000 yuan was nothing. The more Zhang Chang thought about it, the happier he became. He couldn't wait to go home and share the good news with his parents. Lin Sha continued, "Last time, my parents were angry about the dowry. This time, shouldn't your parents go to my house to apologize to mine?" Before this, the Zhang family couldn't even bear to part with 80,000 yuan, so the Lin family's parents were really disappointed. Zhang Chang quickly nodded. "Of course. Don't worry, Sha. I'll make my parents apologize." "That's good." Seeing Zhang Chang's good attitude, Lin Sha was also relieved. She knew that Zhang Chang was definitely not the kind of person Yi Zhao had described. How could she and the child not even be worth 80,000 yuan in Zhang Chang's heart? Back at home, Zhang Chang told his parents the good news. Hearing this, Mother Zhang looked at Zhang Chang in surprise. "What did you say?" Zhang Chang continued, "I said that Sha is pregnant. She has my child." Father Zhang was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. When he heard this, he said with a face full of joy, "Really? Shaolin is really pregnant?" "Really?" Zhang Chang took out the test report from his bag. "Look, this is the hospital report." Father Zhang took the report with trembling hands and saw the words clearly on it. He said excitedly, "There's a future. Our old Zhang family finally has a future. God bless. Thank you, Bodhisattva." Father Zhang immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times. Mother Zhang snatched the report from Father Zhang's hands. "What are you getting so excited about? Is she really pregnant?" "Mom, you're going to have a grandchild soon." Mother Zhang did not show much joy. She frowned and said, "Is she trying to trap you with a pregnancy?" "What?" Zhang Chang was stunned. Mother Zhang snorted. "Don't tell me she didn't ask for anything." She had seen many people like Lin Sha. She just wanted to use the child to tie Zhang Chang down. Pregnant before marriage. She was really unscrupulous. Shameless. The Zhang family had been through 8 lifetimes of bad luck to meet such a shameless woman. Zhang Chang continued, Sha didn't have any big requests. She just hoped that our family could pay the 80,000 yuan betrothal gift, and then what? Mother Zhang's face turned cold. Zhang Chang scratched his head. Then she wants you and Dad to go to her house and apologize to her parents. Go. It's the right thing to do. Father Zhang stood up from the ground, then said, speaking of which, that day was indeed our fault. How could we go empty-handed the first time meeting the family? Also, 80,000 yuan is not a lot, and now that Shaolin is pregnant, I don't think 180,000 yuan is too much. Shut up. Mother Zhang glared at Father Zhang. What do you know? Are you the one in charge of this family or am I? Father Zhang immediately shut up. He did not dare to say a word, like a mouse seeing a cat. Mom, Zhang Chang did not understand what his mother meant. Mother Zhang placed her hands on her hips and scolded like a shrew, little bitch. Bah! Do you really think you can threaten me just because you have a seed in your stomach? I have eaten more salt than she has eaten rice. She wants to fight with me. Zhang Chang's mother was a shrewd person. She knew that Zhang Chang's character was very soft. He was exactly the same as his father. Once Lin Sha married him, he would definitely listen to Lin Sha in everything. When that time came, where would she have the right to speak as his mother? So, she must not let Lin Sha get her way. Lin Sha wanted to use her pregnancy to show off. No way. If a tiger doesn't show its strength, she would be treated like a sick cat. Shameless little bitch. Mom, don't talk about Sha like that. She is pregnant with my child now, Zhang Chang looked troubled. Zhang Chang's mother snorted coldly. Which woman doesn't know how to get pregnant and give birth? Do you really think that she is the only hen in the world who can lay eggs? You want our family to fork out 80,000 yuan as a betrothal gift? And you want me to apologize to her? Dream on. Mom, don't tell me you don't want to fork out 80,000 yuan. Zhang Chang looked at Mother Zhang in surprise. No. Mother Zhang crossed her arms in front of her chest. Not to mention 80,000 yuan, she wouldn't even fork out 80 cents. Chapter 73. Zhang Chang said anxiously, but Sha already has my child. That's your biological grandson. Mom, you can't do this. Mother Zhang looked at Zhang Chang and said earnestly, silly child. Do you really think your mother is the kind of person who doesn't recognize her own family? Mother, what do you mean by that? Zhang Chang was stunned. Mother Zhang continued, that little slut used her pregnancy to threaten me because she was afraid you really wouldn't marry her. Son, don't worry. Even if we don't pay this 80,000 yuan, she will still marry into our Zhang family. When the time comes, it won't be me begging her, it will be her begging me. She was already pregnant. What was there to be afraid of? She could drag it out. Could Lin Sha's stomach really hold out? When the time came, it would still be Lin Sha who would lose face. But I've already promised Sha that our family would definitely pay the 80,000 yuan. How can I go back on my word? What if Sha gets angry? Mother Zhang's face was filled with disappointment. You're a man, why are you afraid of her? Since ancient times, it has been said that a woman should put her husband first. She should be afraid of you, not the other way around. Can you be a man or not? Besides, she's already pregnant. Why are you in such a hurry? Go tell her that the wedding will be held in 3 months. She can marry or not. If she has the guts, let her go and get an abortion. What? Zhang Chang's face turned pale. You want Sha to abort the child? Mother Zhang patted Zhang Chang's hand. Don't worry, son. It wasn't easy for that woman to get pregnant. She wouldn't bear to abort the child. If she really did abort it, what would she use as a bargaining chip to marry into our family? Mother Zhang knew Lin Sha too well. That little bitch couldn't wait to marry into their family and become the young mistress to enjoy a good life. How could she bear to abort the child? After saying that, Mother Zhang continued, son, she's the one who's pregnant. The stomach is on her body. Why are you so anxious? Zhang Chang was still a little worried. What if she really aborts the child? Don't worry, she wouldn't dare, Mother Zhang said confidently. Son, think about it carefully. Why does that bitch Lin Sha insist on marrying you? It's all because our family is rich. If she really aborted the child, would she still be able to marry into our family? Even if she carried a lantern, she wouldn't be able to find a second family as rich as ours. Zhang Chang was actually somewhat self-aware. From the moment Lin Sha agreed to be his girlfriend, he had known she was interested in his money. Otherwise, Lin Sha was so beautiful, how could she possibly be interested in him? They were simply taking what they each needed. Mother Zhang was right. Even if their family didn't pay the 80,000 yuan, Lin Sha wouldn't dare to have an abortion. After all, the child was her last trump card. Zhang Chang nodded. All right, Mom. I know what to do. Mother Zhang continued, son, just tell her directly, she can either get married in 3 months or go to the hospital for an abortion. There are plenty of people who want to continue the Zhang family bloodline. We don't need her. Tell her to stop playing tricks all day long. She doesn't even know how lucky she is. Zhang Chang returned to his room and called Lin Sha. Lin Sha thought she would hear good news. She never expected such a result. So, after all these years, had she really misjudged Zhang Chang? But she was already pregnant. She couldn't really break up with Zhang Chang now, could she? The first person that came to her mind was Zhuo. Zhuo would definitely have a way to help her. The next day was Monday. With no other choice, Lin Sha went to the entrance of North Bridge High School to wait for Yizhuo to finish school. When Yizhuo came out, she saw Lin Sha waiting at the school gate. Yizhuo wasn't surprised at all. After greeting Li Zi and Zhao Pingting, she ran over. "Sister Sha Sha. Zhuo Zhuo." Seeing Yizhuo, Lin Sha's eyes immediately reddened. Yizhuo patted her on the back. "Let's talk when we get home." Lin Sha nodded. Yi Shu was at the restaurant. Yi Sen was busy with the express delivery company. There was no one else at home. Lin Sha cried as she told Yizhuo everything that had happened. "Zhuo Zhuo, you have to help me." Yizhuo poured a glass of water for Lin Sha. "Sister Sha Sha, I already told you to be mentally prepared." "Zhuo Zhuo, what should I do now?" "Abort the child." Yizhuo's tone was indifferent. "What?" Lin Sha's expression changed instantly. It was obvious she didn't want to abort the child. Yizhuo continued calmly, "You won't be happy marrying someone like Zhang Chang. Even if you do get married, the two of you will still end up divorced. Rather than letting the child grow up in a broken family with an unhappy childhood, it's better to abort it before it fully takes shape." Chapter 74. Yizhuo was a very calm person. An unhappy family could very well destroy a child's future. Under such circumstances, if Lin Sha chose to have the child, it would not only be irresponsible to herself, but also to the child. Therefore, aborting the child was the best choice. After saying that, Yizhuo continued, "Sister Sha Sha, you are only 20 years old now. There are endless possibilities for your future. There is no need to waste your time on a scumbag like Zhang Chang. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it." 20 years old. The same age as flowers. Yizhuo really did not want Lin Sha to regret it in the future. Lin Sha held her stomach. But it is a small life. Are things really that serious? The 80,000 yuan, you know what? Forget it. Maybe Zhang Chang and his uncle and aunt are just upset about the 80,000 yuan. That's why there are so many misunderstandings. Actually, his uncle and aunt are very nice. Her words trailed off. Lin Sha paused, then said, "Zhuo Zhuo, why don't you go persuade my parents to let them forget about the 80,000 yuan?" Her parents listened to Yizhuo. As long as Yizhuo spoke, they would listen. Yizhuo frowned slightly. "So, Sister Sha Sha, do you still think the 80,000 yuan is the problem?" Lin Sha was stunned. "Wasn't it?" Yizhuo stood up from the sofa. "Sister Sha Sha, wait for me." Not long after, Yizhuo walked out of the room with a laptop. Yizhuo placed the computer on the table. The sunlight penetrated through the window and coated her porcelain white face with a faint layer of light. She bent down slightly, holding the computer screen with one hand while typing on the keyboard with the other. She turned her head slightly and asked, "Sister Sha Sha, does Zhang Chang's family live in room 201, building 9, lane 128 Garden Road?" It was a very simple action, but it was indescribably cool. Lin Sha was stunned. "Zhuo Zhuo, how did you know? Come and take a look at this." Her fair fingers tapped the enter key. Lin Sha walked over in confusion. The screen on the computer showed a frozen image of a living room where 3 people stood. "Isn't this Zhang Chang and his parents?" Lin Sha asked in surprise. "Is this the surveillance camera from their living room?" The Zhang family was a business family, and they kept a lot of cash at home. In order to prevent theft, they had installed several cameras in the living room. Yizhuo nodded. Lin Sha continued, "Zhuo Zhuo, where did you get this?" Yizhuo did not explain in detail, only saying, "I found it online." With that, she bent down and pressed the play button. At the beginning of the video, Zhang Chang went home to tell his parents that Lin Sha was pregnant. Then, Mother Zhang started calling her a little bitch, saying that Lin Sha wanted to marry Zhang Chang because of the Zhang family's money. At first, Zhang Chang even spoke up for Lin Sha. But later, it was obvious that he agreed with Mother Zhang's words. In their eyes, Lin Sha was a gold digger. Lin Sha covered her mouth and looked at this scene in disbelief. How could this be? So, she was such an unbearable existence in the hearts of Zhang Chang and his parents? She got pregnant with Zhang Chang's child just for the Zhang family's money. So, everything she did had a purpose in the eyes of Zhang Chang's parents. Ridiculous. How ridiculous. After watching the video, Lin Sha was already in tears. So, everything was just her wishful thinking. So, it turned out that a pushover was not a good person. Zhuo, I want to abort this child. Lin Sha looked up at Zhuo with a determined gaze. Have you made up your mind? Lin Sha nodded. Congratulations, Sister Sha. Zhuo reached out and hugged Lin Sha. Don't be sad. It's not worth it for such a person. Believe me, your future will definitely be bright. Zhuo, thank you. Lin Sha sniffed. By the way, can you send this video to me? Zhuo nodded slightly. Sure. Lin Sha wiped away her tears. Alright Zhuo, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go back first. Zhuo closed the computer. Sister Sha, I'll see you out. Zhuo was a little worried about Lin Sha's current state. Lin Sha smiled. I want to walk alone. Zhuo, don't worry, I'll be fine. He's just a scumbag. He's not worth me doing anything drastic. Alright then. Call me if you need anything. Zhuo patted Lin Sha's shoulder. Chapter 75. Lin Sha nodded. After Lin Sha left, Zhuo went to the fridge to get a cup of instant noodles. She skillfully prepared the noodles, then picked up a sketch pen and leaned against the window, drawing while waiting for the noodles to be ready. After a while, the outline of a gown appeared on the white paper. That's right. Zhuo was designing an evening gown. Melody's anniversary party was in 2 months. By then, the temperature in the capital would be below 0 degrees Celsius, which was very cold. She wanted to design a temperature-adjustable gown by that time. Then, she would not be afraid of the cold. At the same time, she would also be able to advertise the temperature-adjustable gown. She would save a sum of money on publicity. The people who could attend the Melody party were definitely female celebrities and female anchors. These were the kind of people who needed to walk the red carpet all year round. They needed temperature-adjustable clothes more than ordinary people. After all, they needed to walk the red carpet outdoors regardless of the season. Summer was not a big deal. Once autumn and winter arrived, they would face a severe test. Most importantly, the audience for temperature-adjustable clothes were not only female celebrities, but also male celebrities and ordinary people. After all, there were no restrictions on its style. It could be designed as an evening gown, and it could also be designed as a suit, a t-shirt, a dress. 3 minutes later, a perfect evening gown design appeared on the sketch. The entire sketch looked full of high-class elegance. Even professional designers would feel ashamed when they saw it. If they did not see it with their own eyes, no one would believe this was a work completed in only 3 minutes. Zhuo signed a capital Z at the bottom. After eating the instant noodles, Zhuo went back to her room and began the live stream. This was her first live stream after the cheating and the second coming of the Tang Princess incidents. As soon as she opened the live stream room, the viewers had already exceeded 200,000. Will you really attend Melody's anniversary party on time? I'm so looking forward to seeing you in person. Congratulations, on reaching 20 million fans. Looking at these comments, Zhuo realized that her fan count had increased from 3 million to 20 million. Don't worry, I never lie. I'll definitely be there on time for the 3rd anniversary gala. I'm so excited. You must be very beautiful. Zhuo said humbly, just so, 3rd in the world. The streamer is obviously an ugly freak, yet she still refuses to admit it. I've already recorded the video and saved the evidence. She's just waiting to get slapped in the face. Cheating bitch is embarrassing. If you're really that beautiful, is there a need to cover up like this? Our Rong Rong is the most beautiful. I don't want to explain the cheating matter a second time. A clear conscience fears no accusation. As for the specific situation, everyone can pay attention to the results of the PK between me and Miss Rong at the Melody 3rd anniversary party. Yezi is so tough. I support you. Yezi, we will always support you. Those who are just here to stir up trouble, please stop. Yezi said she would attend Melody's 3rd anniversary party. Are you blind? Right at this time, a challenge notification appeared on the computer. The idol scholar has issued a challenge to you. Do you accept? Yizhua slightly raised her eyebrows. This person is really unyielding. This person won't stop until he hits the wall. Actually, this person's chess skills are also very good. It's a pity he met our dad, Yi. Yizhua clicked accept. From the moment the game started, Sun Shaoqing had been paying full attention to the situation on the chessboard. He had to think for a few minutes before placing a piece. Only after he was sure there was no problem did he dare to place it. But even so, he still walked step by step into the trap set by his opponent. High. It was too high. Although he had lost a few rounds in a row, Sun Shaoqing was not discouraged at all. He still enjoyed it. In ancient times, there was a story of Boya meeting his soulmate Zhong Ziki. When the mountains flowed, a true friend was found. If possible, he really wanted to meet this person, see Terex, and share a toast. Judging from this person's playing style, he was definitely a remarkable person. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Is fifth brother here? Come in. Sun Shaoqing casually grabbed the Buddhist prayer beads on the table and lazily leaned against the back of the chair, closing his eyes to rest. Li Qiandong pushed the door open and came in. Fifth brother, there's a document here that needs your signature. Sun Shaoqing signed his name on the document. It was 3 very graceful characters. They carried a strong sense of restraint. For some reason, it made Li Qiandong think of Yizhua. Actually, Yizhua and Sun Shaoqing were quite compatible. Chapter 76. No. Sun Shaoqing quickly dismissed this unrealistic idea. Only the pure and kind Mu Yorong was the most suitable for Sun Shaoqing. Lin Sha took a walk outside. When she returned home, she calmly told her parents about her pregnancy and her decision to have an abortion. The Lin family's parents were conservative people. When they heard that their daughter was pregnant, they felt they should just forget about the dowry. Seeing that her parents felt this way, Lin Sha turned on her phone and showed them the video Yizhua had sent her. After watching the video, even someone as good-tempered as Lin Jinshui couldn't help but slam the table and stand up. The Zhang family was too much of a bully. Zhou Yuelian hugged Lin Sha heartbrokenly. Sha, don't be afraid. I'll go to the hospital with you tomorrow. Thank you, Mom. Lin Sha had thought Zhou Yuelian would scold her and blame her for not seeing people clearly. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yuelian and Lin Jinshui did not blame her at all. Silly child, you must not be so careless when you find a boyfriend in the future, Zhou Yuelian continued. This time, it's all thanks to Zhuo. If it weren't for her, you would still be suffering in the future if you really got married. How many mothers in this world would sacrifice their entire lives for their children's sake and not get a divorce? Zhou Yuelian was really scared now. Fortunately, they met Yizhua. The next day, Zhou Yuelian took Lin Sha to the hospital. The moment they came out of the operating room, Lin Sha felt as if she had been reborn. From now on, she would only be herself. She would not rely on anyone. And she would not entrust the rest of her life to a man. These days, Zhao Pingting had been insisting on taking Yizhua's prescription and running with her. The effect was very obvious. In just half a month, Zhao Pingting had lost more than 10 pounds. When Enlizi heard that the two of them ran together every morning, she also joined them. The 2-person line became a 3-person line. Class 7. Hey, did you guys notice that Zhao Pingting seems to have lost some weight recently? Yes. I noticed it too. A short-haired girl said in a strange tone, did you guys see wrongly? I think that fat pig is still as fat as before. An ugly freak. Even if she loses weight, she's still an ugly freak. Sho! Gaji is here. The students who were originally gathered together and chattering immediately shut up. Holy shit! Gaji walks with such presence. Gaji is so cool. Zhuo lazily threw her bag on the desk. Then, she walked to a seat and stopped, just looking at the short-haired girl. Her gaze was very indifferent, but it inexplicably made the short-haired girl shiver. Gaji, what's wrong? Zhuo casually picked up the ballpoint pen on the table and casually snapped it. Snap! The hard ballpoint pen broke just like that. The short-haired girl nervously swallowed. Everyone knew that Zhuo was very protective of her friends. Without even thinking, it was obvious who Zhuo was here for. Zhuo slightly bent over and tapped on the table with her fingers. She lowered her voice and said, fat pig? Ugly freak? Who gave you the courage to talk about my deskmate behind her back? The short-haired girl's face turned pale. I'm sorry, Gaji. At this moment, Zhao Pingting walked in from outside the classroom. Zhuo, what are you doing? Zhuo put her arm around the short-haired girl's neck and smiled. I'm telling a joke to Li Xiao. Li Xiao, is the joke I just told you funny? Li Xiao nodded. Yes, it's funny. Zhao Pingting walked over. Zhuo, her name is Li Xiao. Zhuo. On the other side, Lin Sha hadn't contacted Zhang Chong for a few days, which made him a little flustered. Zhang Chong immediately called Lin Sha. However, a cold electronic voice answered. Hello, the number you have dialed is switched off. Then, Zhang Chong logged into WeChat again and realized that Lin Sha had blocked him. Zhang Chong realized that something was wrong and quickly went home to find Mother Zhang. Mother Zhang did not take this matter to heart at all. She smiled and said, she just wants to scare you on purpose. Don't worry, she won't dare to do anything. Just leave her alone for a while. In less than 10 days, she will take the initiative to add you back on WeChat. Really? Zhang Chong looked at Mother Zhang in disbelief. Of course it's true, Mother Zhang said, I've seen all kinds of people in my life. But when the time comes, if she adds you on WeChat, you must not forgive her so easily. At least show her who's boss. Let her know what the rules of our Zhang family are. Chapter 77. Okay. Zhang Chong nodded. With Mother Zhang's words, Zhang Chong felt much more at ease. Mother Zhang picked up her bag, then she said, alright, I won't talk to you anymore. I heard that 2 big shops on Baking Road are going to be renovated recently. They have a total of 600 to 700 square meters. That's a piece of fat meat worth at least 10 million in profit. Many renovation companies are eyeing it. I have to go there personally. I can't let other renovation companies snatch this fat meat. When Mother Zhang brought the renovation plan to Baking Road, Ye's private kitchen was still crowded with people waiting in line. Mother Zhang was stunned. So there was such a good restaurant on Baking Road. With so many people lining up, how much money would they make in one day? No wonder they had to expand. For a moment, Mother Zhang was filled with envy. At this moment, Mother Zhang suddenly remembered that Yishu had said her restaurant was located on Baking Road. As for the exact number, Mother Zhang hadn't paid attention at the time. Could it be that the owner of Ye's private kitchen was Yishu? Mother Zhang widened her eyes in shock. That shouldn't be right, should it? That day, she saw that Yishu's clothes were very ordinary. There wasn't even a single piece of gold jewelry on her. If Ye's private kitchen really belonged to Yishu, would she dress so shabbily? Therefore, Ye's private kitchen definitely wasn't Yishu's. Thinking of this, Mother Zhang felt a lot more at ease. It wasn't easy for her to wait until the lunch rush was over. Finally, there were no customers lining up in the shop. Mother Zhang immediately walked inside. The interior decoration was very ordinary. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would be hard to believe that such an ordinary shop had a line every day. Mother Zhang looked around and then said to the waiter beside her, "Hello, I'm the owner of Zhangwang Renovation Company. I'm looking for the owner of your shop." At this moment, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. That was Yi Shu. That's right, it was Yi Shu. Mother Zhang was completely stunned. Ye's private kitchen really was Yi Shu's? Or was Yi Shu just working part-time? She was probably just working part-time, right? Mother Zhang tugged at the waiter's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Young lady, who is that woman?" The waiter looked at Mother Zhang. "She's our boss." Mother Zhang's face turned pale. So it really was. Yi Shu was really the owner of this shop. Oh my god. Mother Zhang swallowed her saliva and asked, "The two shops next door need to be renovated, right? How much is the rent here per month?" The waiter said, "These shops were bought by our boss herself. I don't know about the rent. Also, our boss has already finalized the deal with another renovation company. If you're here to talk about the renovation, I advise you not to waste your time." Bought? Bought? Mother Zhang felt like she had been struck. According to real estate prices in the capital, these three shops were worth at least 10 million. Oh my god. Mother Zhang's face grew paler and paler. She really hadn't expected Yi Shu to be so rich. After a long time, Mother Zhang finally pulled herself together. She straightened her back and walked toward Yi Shu. After all, she would be Lin Shasha's mother-in-law. With the relationship between the two families, even if these two shops had already been promised to other companies, Yi Shu would definitely give the job to her to renovate. Moreover, Yi Shu's restaurant was doing so well, she must have some special secret recipe. She could also ask Yi Shu for the recipe. At that time, she could also open a restaurant right across from Yi Shu. The more Mother Zhang thought about it, the more pleased she became. She walked up to Yi Shu. "Sister Yi Shu. Just now, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. So it really is you. We're family, so you can rest assured that I will handle the renovation for these two restaurants. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a discount." Who told us we're relatives? Yi Shu already knew what the Zhang family had done, so at this moment, there was no smile on her face. This family was really shameless. They were already like this, yet they still had the nerve to come knocking on her door. "Big sister, I'm not that close with you." Yi Shu smiled faintly. "Also, my shop renovation has already been handed over to Boss Yang from Hengshuo Renovation Company." Mother Zhang continued, "Sister Yi Shu, look at what you're saying. How can we not be close? I'm Sasha's future mother-in-law." Yi Shu frowned. "Didn't Sasha tell you that she broke up with Zhang Chang?" "No. Impossible." Mother Zhang smiled. How could Sasha break up with Xiao Chang? How could Lin Shasha bear to give up on Zhang Chang? Chapter 78. Impossible. "Nana." Yi Shu raised his voice. "I'm not familiar with this lady. Please ask her to leave." "Coming," Nana replied as she jogged over. Mother Zhang refused to leave. "Sister Yi Shu, we're all relatives. How can you turn against us like this? Even if you don't give me face, you have to give Shasha some face." Yi Shu frowned slightly and turned to look at Boss Yang. "The shop is too noisy. Why don't we go to your company to sign the contract?" Boss Yang nodded. "Okay." Mother Zhang quickly chased after Yi Shu. "Sister Yi Shu." Yi Shu ignored Mother Zhang and got directly into Boss Yang's car. Watching the black car drive away, Mother Zhang was so angry that she stomped her feet. Her 100,000 yuan. If she had known Yi Shu was so rich, she would never have offended her back at the Lin family. Now, she could only ask Zhang Chang to look for Lin Sha. She could have Lin Sha go look for Yi Shu. If Lin Sha wanted to marry into their family, she had to get Yi Shu to give them those two shops for renovation. Otherwise, Lin Sha would never be allowed to marry into the Zhang family. That's right. And the secret recipe. She also had to make Lin Sha get Yishu's secret recipe. Thinking of this, Mother Zhang was no longer in a hurry. She went home, found Zhang Chang, and told him about both matters. Zhang Chang couldn't get in touch with Lin Sha, so he went straight to the Lin family home to look for her. Lin Sha's parents were out working, and it was Lin Sha herself who opened the door. Seeing Zhang Chang, Lin Sha's expression was cold and indifferent. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Chang said, Sha, did you block my WeChat and phone number?" "Yes," Lin Sha replied calmly. "Zhang Chang, let's break up." Zhang Chang smiled. Sha, stop joking. Also, my mother knows you blocked my phone and WeChat. She's very angry right now. However, my mother said that as long as you go to Yi Zhao's house and ask her mother to hand over their shop to our company for renovation, she'll forgive you. The corners of Lin Sha's lips curled into a mocking smile. Who did Zhang Chang think he was? She had truly been stupid in the past. To have actually stayed with such a piece of scum for so many years. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. "I've already aborted the child," Lin Sha said flatly. "Zhang Chang, we have no relationship anymore." "What?" Zhang Chang's face instantly turned pale. Sha, you're joking, right?" Lin Sha had been so eager to marry into their family, how could she possibly bear to abort the child? "I'm not joking with you, Zhang Chang. From now on, you and I will go our separate ways and never see each other again." After saying that, Lin Sha slammed the door shut. Bang! Only then did Zhang Chang realize that Lin Sha wasn't joking. She was serious. What should he do now? Zhang Chang completely panicked. He kept pounding on the Lin family's door. Sha. Open the door. Sha. Hearing the continuous knocking, Lin Sha frowned and called the property management office. Not long after, several tall and sturdy security guards arrived and dragged Zhang Chang away. With no other option, Zhang Chang returned home to find Mother Zhang. She had just suffered a huge loss with Yishu, and upon hearing the news, she became even angrier. That little bitch. Just because she had Yishu backing her up, she dared to throw a tantrum right in her face. Did she really think she was afraid of her? Mother Zhang didn't believe Lin Sha had actually aborted the child. Don't panic. She's just trying to scare you. That little bitch really knows how to play tricks. You don't need to contact her anymore. Once her belly starts getting bigger, she'll naturally come looking for you. Hearing this, Zhang Chang finally felt relieved. He decided to wait patiently for Lin Sha's stomach to grow before taking the initiative to look for her again. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had gone by. During that month, Yi Zhao not only developed a chip that could regulate clothing temperature, but also registered a company. ZY Technology Company, Limited. The company's main products were temperature-adjustable clothing and high-tech smart products. Yi Zhao didn't plan to manage the company personally. Instead, he intended to hire a professional CEO and entrust the company to him. Today was the day Yi Zhao had arranged to meet the professional CEO. The man's surname was Zhao, his full name was Zhao Yang. He was a highly educated overseas returnee. They agreed to meet at the Royal Cafe. When Yi Zhao arrived, a young man was already seated by the window at their reserved table. He was dressed in a suit and wore gold-rimmed glasses. Yi Zhao glanced at his phone, walked over, and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhao, right?" Chapter 79. Zhao Yang raised his head, his eyes flashing with surprise. He hadn't expected such a beauty to be hiding in a small place like Yunjing. "I am," Zhao Yang nodded politely and asked, "May I know who you are?" Yi Zhao smiled and extended her hand toward Zhao Yang. "Hello. I am Z, the person in charge of ZY Technology Company, Limited. My surname is Yi." You're Miss Z?" Zhao Yang asked in shock. It was obvious he hadn't expected Yi Zhao to be so young. Was she even 18? When Zhao Yang had been negotiating with Yi Zhao online, He had assumed she was at least a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. After all, her way of speaking was something no ordinary teenage girl could possibly possess. Yi Zhao nodded slightly and sat down across from Zhao Yang. This is the contract. If you don't have any issues with it, you can sign it directly. Zhao Yang pushed up his glasses. Excuse me, but may I take a look at the product first? Although the proposal Yi Zhao had given him was extremely impressive, Zhao Yang couldn't fully trust her without seeing the product itself. There were too many people who only talked on paper, and Yi Zhao was still so young. Could she really invent clothing that could regulate temperature? It sounded like pure fantasy. Zhao Yang didn't want to become one of those so-called business elites who talked big but accomplished nothing. Yi Zhao handed Zhao Yang a bag. Mr. Zhao, you can try washing your phone. Zhao Yang took the bag with a doubtful expression and went into the restroom. After taking out the clothes, he frowned slightly. The clothing was far too ordinary. There was no noticeable difference between it and the white shirt he was currently wearing. Just as he expected. How could a teenage girl possibly invent something so heaven-defying? Zhao Yang's eyes were filled with disappointment as he returned to the cafe hall. Miss Yi, this outfit doesn't seem any different from ordinary clothes. Yi Zhao smiled faintly. Temperature-regulating clothes automatically adjust according to the surrounding environment. The air conditioning is on inside the cafe. You can try it outside. Zhao Yang stepped out. December in Yunjing was already quite chilly. The pedestrians outside were all wrapped in thick cotton coats. A gust of cold wind blew past. However, Zhao Yang didn't feel cold at all. Instead, a warm current wrapped around his entire body, making him feel incredibly comfortable. So it was real. This was truly a suit that could adjust temperature. Zhao Yang's eyes lit up instantly. He rushed back into the cafe. Miss Yi, this is incredible. This suit is truly incredible. Yi Zhao smiled calmly. Mr. Zhao, can you sign the contract now? I'll sign it. I'll sign it. Zhao Yang suppressed his excitement and quickly signed the contract. Clothing that could regulate temperature hadn't even been invented by Country P, the most technologically advanced nation in the world. Once this technology entered the market, it would sweep the globe. At that time, even his status as a professional CEO would skyrocket. At this moment, Yi Zhao wasn't just his employer, she was practically his benefactor. Happy working together, Yi Zhao said as she took out a set of keys. These are the company keys, the car keys, and the warehouse keys. You've just returned to Yunjing, so you can take some time to adjust first before officially starting work. If you run into any problems, feel free to contact me. Zhao Yang bowed respectfully to Yi Zhao. Thank you for trusting me, Miss Yi. Without realizing it, Zhao Yang had already begun using honorifics. Although Yi Zhao was young, she was absolutely worthy of his respect. There was only 1 week left until Miao Yin's 3rd anniversary celebration. Li Qiandong was preparing to return to the capital. Fifth brother, do you want to come back to the capital with me to attend Miao Yin's 3rd anniversary gala? I'm not interested. Sun Shaoqing closed his eyes as he rolled the Buddhist beads between his fingers. Rejected again. Li Qiandong had originally wanted to use this gala as an opportunity to properly introduce Sun Shaoqing to Mu Yorong. He hadn't expected Sun Shaoqing to shut him down so decisively. Li Qiandong narrowed his eyes and continued, Sitara YC will also be attending this gala. Fifth brother, are you really not going? Don't you want to see what the person who's beaten you several times actually looks like? Hearing this, Sun Shaoqing suddenly opened his eyes. The Buddhist bead spun slowly between his fingertips. Are you sure? Yes, I'm absolutely sure, Li Qiandong nodded. Sitara YC is one of our Amazing Sounds live streamers. This time, she'll be participating in the 3rd anniversary gala. When do we leave for the capital? Sun Shaoqing asked. He agreed. Seeing how much importance Sun Shaoqing placed on Sitara, Li Qiandong sighed inwardly. The more Sun Shaoqing anticipated meeting Sitara now, the more disappointed he would be when he arrived at the gala venue. After all, Sitara was nothing more than a cheating live streamer. Back then, Li Qiandong himself had been shocked that someone could actually defeat Sun Shaoqing. He hadn't expected that the other party had been cheating all along. Still, there were pros and cons. The most important thing was that Sun Shaoqing would get to see a completely different Mu Yorong at the gala. A Mu Yorong with exceptional chess skills, someone who would outshine everyone else. Not only was Sitara YC ugly, but she also cheated. Even if she showed up at the gala, she would merely serve as a foil for Mu Yorong. Chapter 80. Who knew, Sitara YC might not even dare to come to the party. He was ugly, and he cheated. Wouldn't he be embarrassed if he showed up? The reason she made that statement was probably just a delaying tactic to temporarily resolve the urgent situation. However, whether she came or not had nothing to do with him. His ultimate goal was simply to let Sun Shaoqing see a different Mu Yorong. To let Sun Shaoqing know that Mu Yorong was a perfect match for him. Whether it was vegetarianism or chess, Mu Yorong and Sun Shaoqing had plenty of common topics to talk about. Sun Shaoqing might not even be Mu Yorong's match in chess. After all, Mu Yorong was a grandmaster-level player who had participated in competitions and even obtained a national certificate. Therefore, Sun Shaoqing's real opponent was not that cheating Sitara, but Mu Yorong. Thinking about how Sun Shaoqing would soon be slapped in the face and how outstanding Mu Yorong was, Li Qiandong's lips curled into a faint smile. When the time came, that face-slapping scene would definitely be extremely exciting. Li Qiandong couldn't wait to witness it. What are you smiling about? Sun Shaoqing shifted his gaze toward Li Qiandong, his deep eyes carrying a faint pressure. Li Qiandong immediately wiped the smile off his face. Fifth brother, you're about to meet Sitara soon. Isn't that something worth being happy about? Oh right, the arrangements in the capital have already been made. We'll go a day earlier. We'll set off on Wednesday morning. Sun Shaoqing nodded slightly and immediately called his secretary to rearrange his schedule. On the other side, the countdown for the Exquisite Sound Gala had already begun. Lin Sha was also very excited. Over the past few days, she had been choosing which gown to wear to the gala. After selecting a few options, Lin Sha went to the Yi family home to discuss it with Yi Zhao. Zhao, do you think these two gowns I picked out look good? Yi Zhao smiled. Sister Sha, I've already prepared the gowns for the gala. These are yours. Go and try them on. With that, Yi Zhao handed Lin Sha a beige gown. Lin Sha took the dress and exclaimed in surprise, Zhao, how did you know beige is my favorite color? Because most of your clothes are beige. I figured Sister Sha would definitely like it. Go and try it on. Zhao, you're so thoughtful. Even after knowing Yi Zhao for so long, Lin Sha still didn't know what color Yi Zhao liked. Lin Sha took the dress and went into the bathroom. The label of the gown was embroidered with a capital Z. It must be the designer's mark. The light beige gauze dress was decorated with white pearls. The fabric was thin and clung closely to the body, outlining her figure perfectly. Yet it felt warm, as if an air conditioner were turned on around her. Curious, Lin Sha pinched the corner of the skirt to examine it, but the texture felt no different from ordinary fabric. Could it be an illusion? But she clearly felt very warm. Zhao, what material is this dress made of? It's so warm. Lin Sha came out of the bathroom with a puzzled expression. Yi Zhao replied calmly, this dress has a temperature-regulating function. Fuck. Are you serious? Clothing that could regulate temperature had only existed in her imagination. Lin Sha had never thought she would one day wear temperature-controlled clothing in real life. This was too surreal. She even wondered if she was dreaming. Yi Zhao nodded. If you don't believe me, open the window and try it. Lin Sha didn't believe her. She walked to the window and opened it. A cold gust of wind rushed inside. Yet Lin Sha didn't feel cold at all. Oh my god. This dress really could regulate temperature. This was unbelievable. Zhao, where did you buy this dress? Lin Sha asked. Yi Zhao smiled faintly. You might not believe it, but I invented it. So there's no need to buy it. Lin Sha laughed. Zhao, you're bragging. Although Yi Zhao was very capable, she was only 18 years old. How could she possibly invent such heaven-defying technology? She must be joking with her. Yi Zhao didn't explain. Lin Sha continued, by the way, Zhao, how much is this dress? I'll transfer the money to you. You don't need to, Yi Zhao said lightly. Sister Sha, I remember your birthday is coming up soon. Consider this dress my birthday gift to you. No. Lin Sha refused immediately. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. Chapter 81. This was a dress that could regulate temperature. Could such a dress be bought without spending tens of thousands of yuan? Although tens of thousands of yuan was indeed expensive, it was absolutely worth it for a dress that could adjust temperature. Even if it cost tens of thousands, Lin Sha still felt it was worth the money. This kind of high-tech product wasn't something that could be measured by money alone. Yi Zhao said, Sister Sha, I remember you gave me a necklace on my birthday. Do you want me to transfer the money for that necklace to you? As he spoke, Yi Zhao pulled the four-leaf clover necklace out from under his collar. The silver four-leaf clover pendant made his fair skin look even clearer, like snow. Lin Sha hadn't expected Yi Zhao to still be wearing the necklace she had given him. Her heart instantly warmed. The necklace I gave you wasn't worth much. How can it be compared to this dress? Yi Zhao held Lin Sha's hand. But in my heart, this necklace is priceless. It represents our friendship, just like the dress I gave you. Sister Sha, if you treat me as a friend, don't mention money anymore. Otherwise, I'll be angry. Yi Zhao had already said so much. If she continued refusing, it would seem unreasonable. Lin Sha nodded. Then I'll accept it. Thank you, Zhao. You're welcome, Yi Zhao replied. Wonderful Music's gala is on the evening of the 18th. I plan to go to the capital a day earlier. After the party, I'll stay there for a few days to have some fun. Sister Sha, do you have time? Hearing this, Lin Sha's eyes immediately lit up. Okay. I've never been to the capital before. Lin Sha had quit her job after the abortion and hadn't gone back to work yet. She had just enough free time to travel for a few days. After saying that, Lin Sha asked, but don't you still have classes, Zhuo? January 18th wasn't winter vacation yet. Yi Zhao was only a third-year high school student, and Lin Sha was worried this might affect her studies. Yi Zhao shook his head. I've already discussed it with my homeroom teacher. As long as I'm back in time for the final exams, it won't be a problem. Yi Zhao had already promised Jiang Wenhui that she would rank among the top 10 in the grade for the final exams, so Jiang Wenhui had approved her leave. That's good, Lin Sha nodded. Because it was Yi Zhao's first long trip, Yi Shu barely slept the night before, worrying non-stop. Yi Sen was also concerned. Zhao, why don't I go with you? Yunjing was thousands of kilometers away from the capital. If he didn't go along, Yi Sen wouldn't feel at ease. Yes. Let your uncle go with you, Yi Shu agreed immediately. Yi Zhao shook her head. Uncle, are you still not confident in my abilities? The express delivery company has just gotten on track, and this is a critical development stage. If you don't oversee things personally right now, who knows how much business you'll lose. Just as Yi Zhao thought, Yi Sen was extremely business-minded. In just 2 months, he had pulled the company back from the brink of bankruptcy. At present, Shandong Express's business had already expanded into neighboring cities. Yi Sen said firmly, no matter how important the business is, it's still not as important as you. I have to go with you. Even though Yi Zhao was capable, she was still only 18 years old. What if she got deceived outside? Uncle, you really don't need to worry. Besides, Sister Sha is going with me. Sha is going too? Yi Shu asked. Yi Zhao nodded. Hearing that Lin Shasha would be accompanying her, Yishu finally felt relieved. Lin Shasha had worked for several years and traveled alone many times. She had plenty of social experience. With Lin Shasha there was no need to worry. So, Mom, Uncle, don't worry. I'll be fine. The next morning, Yisun personally drove Yizeo and Lin Sha to the airport. Still worried the two girls might be deceived, Yisun reminded them of many things along the way. Remember to lock the hotel door. Don't open the door for strangers. Call me once you arrive. Yizeo nodded helplessly. I know, Uncle. Why are you acting like a little old man? You've already said this 10 times. People talk too much, and trees grow too many roots. Do you think I'm being long-winded? Yisun laughed and patted Yizeo on the head. Yizeo froze slightly. In her previous life, she had been a powerful technology tycoon. No one had ever treated her like a child, let alone patted her on the head like this. Soon, they arrived at the airport. Chapter 82. Yesun repeated what he had just said. This time, no one complained that Yesun was too long-winded. They boarded the plane. Lin Sha smiled and said, Zhao, I really didn't realize before that uncle was so cute. Didn't he treat Muyurong like this in the past? Yesun asked. No, Lin Sha shook her head. In the past, Muyurong despised Yisun for being nothing more than a delivery man. She didn't even want to talk to him and often mocked him openly. She never treated Yisun as an elder at all. Affection was mutual. Since Muyurong looked down on Yisun so much, Yisun naturally didn't like her either. Because of this, Lin Sha had always thought that Yisun was a very serious person. She hadn't expected Yesun to be so cute. The flight from Yunjing to the capital city took 4 hours. After the plane took off, Yesun put on an eye mask and began to nap. The live broadcast the night before had lasted until 3 in the morning, making this the perfect chance to catch up on sleep. Just then, a sharp baby's cry pierced through the cabin. Wah, wah, wah. All the passengers were startled awake and turned toward the source of the noise. It was a young couple. The husband was holding the baby and trying to comfort her. The wife's face was red as she said apologetically, I'm sorry, everyone. The baby choked while eating just now. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, love. Suddenly, the baby's crying stopped. The husband's expression changed instantly. Xuxiang, hurry. Look at the baby. What's wrong with her? Why is her face turning green? Chu Xuxiang looked down and was instantly terrified, her face turning pale. She cried shakily, Baby, baby, are you okay? The child's face was dark blue and purple, her lips tightly sealed, looking as though she was on the brink of death. Give the child to me, quickly. At that moment, a calm, clear voice rang out. Chu Xuxiang looked up and saw a young girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. She was stunningly beautiful. The kind of beauty that could only be described as devastating. The only problem was that she was far too young. What do you want to do? Chu Xuxiang asked warily, staring at Yizeo. Yizeo smiled faintly. I know the Qi Huang medical technique. Give the child to me now, or she will die. The moment those words fell, not only the young couple but also the surrounding passengers were stunned. Such a young girl claiming to know traditional Chinese medicine. Was this a joke? Chinese medicine was the nation's priceless heritage, filled with countless mysteries. Ordinary people needed 10 to 20 years of study just to grasp it. Since ancient times, practitioners of Chinese medicine were almost always elderly. How many young people dared to say they understood it? Yizeo's words sounded nothing short of absurd. The young couple didn't dare trust her. But at that moment, the child's face turned from green to deathly white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her body went limp. The husband panicked completely. Without thinking further, he thrust the baby into Yizeo's arms. I beg you, please save my baby. Jian Bang. Are you insane? Chu Shuxiang stared at Zhou Jianbang in disbelief. She immediately snatched the baby back from Yi Zhao. Give her back to me. Zhou Jianbang wrapped his arms around Chu Shuxiang. Shuxiang, calm down. Let this young lady try. The baby was already on the verge of death. At this point, trying was better than standing by and watching her die. Chu Shuxiang struggled violently. Zhou Jianbang, let go of me. She'll kill our baby. As a mother, Chu Shuxiang couldn't accept handing her flesh and blood to a girl who wasn't even an adult. Zhou Jianbang looked desperately at Yi Zhao. Little girl, please. Yi Zhao nodded slightly. Holding the baby, she half-squatted and laid the child across her knees. She quickly pressed several major acupoints on the child's body, then gently patted the baby's back. After a series of precise movements, not only did the baby fail to improve, her condition worsened. Lying motionless on Yi Zhao's knees, she looked completely lifeless. Seeing this, all the passengers sucked in a sharp breath. This girl was far too reckless. This was a human life. I knew it. This little girl definitely doesn't know Chinese medicine. This is outrageous. How did her parents raise her? She really doesn't know her limits. That poor baby, she's not even 2 years old yet. Amid the murmurs and accusations, Chu Shuxiang completely lost control. Chapter 83. Zhou Jianbang, you killed my daughter. I'll fight you to the death. Baby. Even though the people around were accusing her as if she were a murderer, Yi Zhao's expression did not change at all. She continued her movements and gently patted the child's back. She lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes concealing the emotions in them. Ugh! At that moment, the child suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Wah, wah, wah! The baby, who had been on the brink of death, suddenly began crying loudly again. This cry was obviously much stronger than before. At the same time, the child's complexion gradually improved. Seeing this, everyone was completely stunned. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, who would believe that such a young girl could possess such terrifying ability? Oh my God! This was simply unbelievable. They had actually suspected that this girl would kill the baby. Not only did she not kill the child, she had saved her life instead. Baby! Baby, you're all right. Thank you. Thank you so much, little girl. The couple was so emotional that they nearly knelt down in front of Yi Zhao. At the same time, thunderous applause erupted throughout the cabin. Everyone's blood boiled with excitement. It's nothing. You don't need to do this. Yi Zhao quickly helped them up and continued calmly, if I'm not mistaken, this child was born before full term, right? Chu Shuxiang nodded repeatedly. Young lady, you're right. My baby was born prematurely at 7.5 months. Her constitution is much weaker than babies of the same age. That explains it, Yi Zhao said. Children like this shouldn't eat seafood. Also, make sure to keep her warm under normal circumstances. Thank you. Thank you. Chu Shuxiang said emotionally. Little benefactor, what's your name? Where do you live? When we arrive in the capital, my husband and I must properly thank you. Chu Shuxiang was filled with regret. Just moments ago, she had doubted this young girl and even feared she would kill her baby. Only now did she realize. Age did not determine ability. Although the girl was young, her skills were extraordinary. If it weren't for her today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What impressed her even more was that Yi Zhao showed no arrogance after saving a life, nor any impatience. She wasn't angry at all, despite being misunderstood and verbally attacked by so many people. Such composure, such temperament. Not to mention a teenage girl, even many adults couldn't compare. There's no need to thank me, Yi Zhao said indifferently. Traditional Chinese medicine values fate between doctor and patient. I saved this child because I was destined to meet her. Zhou Jianbang spoke earnestly. Benefactor, may we know your surname? You saved our child's life. If we don't even know the surname of our benefactor, how can we ever feel at ease? My surname is Yi, Yi Zhao replied calmly. After saying that, she returned to her seat. Zhou Jianbang and Chu Shuxiang held their baby tightly and silently engraved the surname Yi deep into their hearts. When Yi Zhao came back, Lin Sha was so excited that her eyes were shining. Zhou Zhao, you were so damn cool just now. At first, Lin Sha had been scared out of her mind. She truly thought Yi Zhao was going to get into huge trouble. She never expected Yi Zhao to turn everything around so brutally at the last moment. So handsome. Yi Zhao raised her eyebrows slightly and said lazily, of course. Who told me to be this good-looking? This entire scene was observed by an elderly man with white hair. Admiration flashed in his eyes as he watched Yi Zhao, after which he slowly walked toward the first-class cabin. There were only 4 seats in first class, making the space extremely spacious. On the right side, an old man with white hair sat in the inner seat. His face was abnormally pale as he leaned back against the chair, resting with his eyes closed. Old man. Hearing the voice, the old man slowly opened his eyes. Fun Yan, what is it? Sun Fun Yan lowered his voice and recounted everything that had just happened in the cabin. After finishing, he said, Old man, that young lady's medical skills are incredible. Why don't we invite her to take a look at your condition? The old man waved his hand weakly. I know my own body. His illness was terminal. There was no cure. He had long since given up hope. Sun Fun Yan sighed. Are you really not willing to try? The old man's illness was extremely strange. When it flared up, the pain was unbearable. If it continued like this, even a young man wouldn't last long. There's no need, the old man said with a faint laugh. Fun Yan, I'm already this old. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are natural laws. There's nothing to fear. Chapter 84. Even though he said so. Who didn't want to live well? Especially since the old man still had an extremely important wish that had yet to be fulfilled. Only a disappointed sigh lingered in the air. Soon after, the plane landed at the capital airport. Sun Fun Yan helped the old man off the plane. Old Master Yang. At that moment, a deep male voice sounded from behind. Old Master Yang raised his head and saw a young man in his early 30s approaching. His features were cold and handsome. Although he was not old, the oppressive aura of a superior who looked down on the world was impossible to ignore. This was the Zhen family's 5th master, Zhen Shaoqing. Although old Master Yang had only met him once before, this young man was simply too outstanding. Among the younger generation in the capital, no one could compare to him. Old Master Yang recognized him instantly. 5th Master Xian. Old Master Yang stopped and looked at him. Zhen Shaoqing slowly twirled the Buddhist beads in his hand. Old Master, you're too polite. You're an elder, just call me by my name. Hearing this, Old Master Yang looked at him with admiration in his eyes. There's no need to be modest. You deserve the title of 5th Master Xian. Zhen Shaoqing had risen to fame from a single battle at a young age. Though he was still young, the Zhen family was currently in existence that overshadowed all others in China. Their status and prestige were unquestionable. Naturally, they were worthy of such a title. After exchanging a few polite words, Old Master Yang left. Li Qiandong stepped forward and sighed. I heard that the old patriarch of the Yang family was seriously ill and didn't have much time left. I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't expect it to be true. After a pause, he continued, looks like the Yang family is about to change hands. Old Master Yang's condition had been terrible just now. Even someone who knew nothing about medicine could tell that he didn't have long to live. The Yang family was the leader of the top 10 wealthy families in the capital. Back then, Old Master Yang was a legendary figure. But now, the hero was nearing his end. Who knew how many people were secretly waiting for Old Master Yang to fall? Zhen Shaoqing did not respond. The red prayer beads slid over the back of his pale hand as his gaze rested indifferently on the crowd ahead. Two young women stood not far away. One of them was wearing a beige down jacket and was speaking softly to the girl beside her. The other girl wore a beige overcoat, its buttons undone. Her long legs were slender, and a khaki English-style hat sat on her head. She lowered her head slightly as she listened, the wide brim of the hat obscuring her eyes and brows, revealing only her fair, delicate chin. Although her face could not be seen clearly, the powerful aura surrounding her was impossible to miss. Without anyone realizing it, the bustling crowd around her had become nothing more than background scenery. Li Qiandong looked carefully, then exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that the Almighty? Fifth brother, let's go say hello." Sun Shaoqing nodded lightly and walked forward. "Great God!" Hearing the voice, Yi Zhao raised her eyes slightly, revealing a clean, pale face. She was barefaced, without a trace of makeup, yet her beauty was breathtaking and soul-stirring. "It really is you." Li Qiandong's eyes lit up. "Great God!" Yi Zhao smiled faintly and greeted them first. "Mr. Li, Mr. Cien." Sun Shaoqing nodded. "Miss Yi." Li Qiandong continued enthusiastically, "Great God, what brings you to the capital? And who is this beside you?" Yi Zhao replied calmly, "I'm here on some business. This is my good friend, Lin Sha. Sister Sha, this is Mr. Cen, and this is Mr. Li." Just Li Qiandong alone was enough to make Lin Sha nervous. Now, with Sun Shaoqing standing beside him, the natural domineering aura of someone born to rule made the surrounding air feel suffocating. Lin Sha was so nervous that she stuttered, hello." She glanced at Yi Zhao again. Yi Zhao's expression remained calm and indifferent. Lin Sha felt deep admiration in her heart. Yi Zhao was simply too powerful. How could she remain so composed under such pressure? Li Qiandong said enthusiastically, "Great God, this is your first time in the capital, right? Come on, I'll be your host today. I'll take you around and let you get familiar with the place." "Thank you," Yi Zhao replied politely. "We've already booked a hotel, so we won't trouble you." Sun Shaoqing spoke indifferently, "Our driver is already here. If you don't mind, Miss Yi, we can give you a ride." As soon as he finished speaking, a luxurious extended Lincoln slowly pulled up in front of them. Chapter 85. Then we'll accept your offer. The traffic in the capital was notoriously heavy. It was difficult to hail a taxi, and even booking one online required an advance reservation. Since there was a car ready, Yi Zhao didn't refuse. "Please." Sun Shaoqing opened the car door like a gentleman and instinctively raised his other hand to shield the roof. "Thank you." Yi Zhao and Lin Sha got into the car. Seeing this, Li Qiandong was stunned. This was the first time he had ever seen Sun Shaoqing act so considerate toward a woman. Yi Zhao was probably the first woman to ever sit in Sun Shaoqing's car. Could it be Sun Shaoqing versus Yi Zhao? Although Sun Shaoqing and Yi Zhao did seem rather compatible, if those two really got together, then what about Mu Yorong? Mu Yorong was gentle, vegetarian, and even knew how to play chess. Although Yi Zhao was extremely powerful, she was only a big shot in science and technology. She didn't know how to play chess, didn't know business management, didn't know fashion design, and wasn't even vegetarian. Compared to Mu Yorong, Yi Zhao was just a technological geek. And Mu Yorong was all-round. Therefore, in Li Qiandong's eyes, Mu Yorong was still the most suitable match for Sun Shaoqing. The car drove off. Lin Sha felt like she was dreaming. An extended Lincoln. She had only ever seen this kind of car on television. She never imagined that she wouldn't just see one in real life, but actually sit inside it. Lin Sha nervously clutched Yi Zhao's hand, her palms slick with sweat. "Miss Yi, which hotel are you staying at?" A low, calm voice sounded from inside the car. Yi Zhao lifted her eyes slightly and saw a sharply defined side profile. From her angle, she could see the man's clean jawline and the distinct Adam's apple hidden beneath his white collar. Perhaps because he had long practiced Buddhist cultivation, a faint sandalwood scent lingered on his body. Inside the enclosed space, the fragrance was especially noticeable. We've booked the New World Glorious Hotel, 1788 Beeching Road. All right. Sun Shaoqing nodded lightly and turned to instruct the driver to head to the New World Glorious Hotel. The driver was slightly stunned. He couldn't help glancing at the rearview mirror. He had worked for the Sun family for 12 years. This was the very first time he had ever seen Sun Shaoqing take the initiative to speak to a woman. And whether it was his imagination or not, Sun Shaoqing's tone even carried a faint hint of accommodation. Before long, the car arrived at its destination. Sun Shaoqing stepped out first and opened the door. "Thank you for today, Mr. Sun," Yi Zhao said politely. "Miss Yi, you're too polite." Yi Zhao added casually, "I'll treat you to a meal when I have time." "All right." Yi Zhao froze slightly. She had only said it out of courtesy, she didn't expect Sun Shaoqing to actually agree. The dignified fifth Master Sun still needed someone else to treat him to a meal? Sun Shaoqing raised his eyebrows faintly. Countless people broke their heads trying to curry favor with him just for the chance to share a meal. Yet this little girl treated it like a perfunctory remark. Was he really that terrifying? Li Qiandong spoke up, "Great God, how many days are you staying in the capital? If you have time, let's all have a meal together." Sun Shaoqing replied indifferently, "It just so happens that Miss Yi still owes me a meal. I wonder if Miss Yi will still be in the capital on Saturday night?" "Saturday night, then." Yi Zhao's voice was light and calm. Why did she suddenly feel like she'd dug a hole for herself? "Then it's settled." Sun Shaoqing rotated the prayer beads slowly. "Contact me on WeChat." "Okay." Yi Zhao nodded. She didn't want to have too much contact with Sun Shaoqing, but now she was stuck riding a tiger and couldn't get off. After Sun Shaoqing and Li Qiandong left, Lin Sha asked curiously, "Zhao, is that Mr. Sun super powerful?" "Yes." "How did you two meet?" Lin Sha continued. "I think Mr. Sun is interested in you." Besides, she felt that Yi Zhao and Sun Shaoqing were actually a great match. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, it became more pleasing the more she looked. "That Mr. Sun is vegetarian all year round and doesn't marry," Yi Zhao said lightly. "Fuck. Really?" Lin Sha widened her eyes. "That's such a pity. Such an outstanding man doesn't even marry." Meanwhile, Li Qiandong and Sun Shaoqing got back into the car. "I really didn't expect to run into the great god in Beijing," Li Qiandong said. "Fifth brother, what do you think of the god?" Sun Shaoqing didn't answer. Instead, he said, "Send me Sitara's live stream account." Li Qiandong frowned slightly. "Fifth brother, do you suspect that Sitara and the god are the same person?" Sun Shaoqing remained silent. Li Qiandong continued, "That's impossible. I saw the god completing missions on the tech platform every day. How would she even have time to do live streams? Besides, Sitara is just a cheating dog." Chapter 86. How could she be Yi Zhuo? That was simply impossible. "I say," Sun Shaoqing turned his eyes slightly, impatience flashing through them. "I want you to send me Sitara's streamer ID." Li Qiandong did not dare say anything further and immediately sent the streamer ID to Sun Shaoqing. Sun Shaoqing opened Sitara's account. He frowned slightly. "What's this cheating about?" Li Qiandong explained the entire situation. "Fifth brother, I might disappoint you. Sitara didn't beat you with real skill at all, she cheated. But don't be discouraged. Even if Sitara cheated, Miss Mu is the real deal." "She didn't cheat." Sun Shaoqing interrupted him directly. Although Sun Shaoqing wasn't certain whether that person was Yi Zhuo or not. After playing chess with her for so long, he could tell from her playing style alone that she was not the type of person who would cheat. Li Qiandong sighed. Sun Shaoqing usually looked like a smart man. Why was it that at crucial moments, he couldn't judge people clearly? "Fifth brother, no matter what I say now, you won't believe it. Tomorrow night, you'll see the truth for yourself. Sitara definitely won't dare to come. But you can play chess with Miss Mu then. Is she worthy?" Fifth brother, your prejudice against Miss Mu is too deep. Li Qiandong sighed again. However, tomorrow night, Sun Shaoqing would finally understand everything. Time passed quickly, and the next day arrived. Miao Yin's third anniversary gala was extremely grand. Countless reporters gathered outside, all hoping to capture first-hand news. Mu Yorong arrived neither early nor late. As the world's #1 female anchor, she was impeccably dressed today. She wore a limited-edition Chanel gown worth over $1 million. A diamond-studded crown rested on her head. Her long curly hair cascaded over her shoulders, her collarbones faintly visible, and her face was adorned with exquisite makeup. Every step she took resembled a lotus blooming, instantly making all the other female anchors look dull in comparison. Seeing the envious gazes around her, Mu Yorong's lips curled slightly. She was born to shine. How could these vulgar nobodies ever compare to her? Yorong! Seeing her, Du Ruo jogged over. Sister Du. Mu Yorong held Du Ruo's hand. Du Ruo said excitedly, Yorong, you're finally here. I've been waiting forever. Come on, Director Li is over there. I'll introduce you to him. As the director of the wonderful sound platform, Du Ruo was very familiar with Li Qiandong. Hearing this, Mu Yorong blushed faintly. That might not be appropriate. I'm not very familiar with Director Li. You will be once you get to know him, Du Ruo said with a smile. I mentioned you to Director Li earlier, and he was quite interested. Mu Yorong followed Du Ruo toward the audience area. Li Qiandong stood there. Behind him sat a man, Buddhist beads twined around his fingers, long legs crossed casually. It was a simple posture, yet it radiated an overwhelming aura that made people instinctively lower their heads. The lighting was dim. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but Mu Yorong recognized him instantly. Sun Shaoqing. She had known he would attend this gala. It seemed that the date Sun Shaoqing regretted everything and chased after her like a lunatic wasn't far away. Mu Yorong lifted her chin slightly, straightened her posture, and followed Du Ruo to Li Qiandong. Director Li, this is the Mu Yorong I told you about, Du Ruo introduced warmly. Miss Mu, I've heard a lot about you. Li Qiandong smiled politely. You're too kind, Mu Yorong replied softly. I'm just an ordinary person. Didn't I even lose to the platform's rookie, Sitara? That doesn't count, Li Qiandong said immediately. Sitara cheated. There's always someone better, Mu Yorong said gently. It's normal to lose. Miss Sitara even invited me to a chess PK tonight. Who knows, she might win again. Li Qiandong looked at Mu Yorong with admiration. She was even kinder than he had imagined. Even now, she was still speaking up for someone who cheated. Such a pure-hearted girl was truly rare. A smug glint flashed through Mu Yorong's eyes. Judging from Li Qiandong's expression, she knew he was already completely hooked. What a pity. Li Qiandong could never be compared to Sun Shaoqing. A stepping stone would always remain a stepping stone. Li Qiandong said, Miss Mu, you're too modest. Sitara doesn't even dare to show her face. How could she dare play chess with you on the same stage? The live broadcast was about to begin, yet Sitara was nowhere to be seen. If this wasn't guilt, then what was? Mu Yorong replied softly, maybe she was delayed. I don't think Miss Sitara is the kind of person who hides in the dark. At that moment, Du Ruo glanced at her watch. Yorong, let's go. We're about to walk the red carpet. Mu Yorong nodded and bid Li Qiandong farewell. Over 300 female streamers lined up for the red carpet. As soon as Mu Yorong appeared, whispers erupted. After all, the cheating incident between Mu Yorong and Sitara had exploded online. Sitara had even publicly declared she would attend the gala and challenged Mu Yorong to a PK. Yet now, with the red carpet about to begin, Sitara was still absent. She probably didn't dare to come. Ugly and a cheater, coming would only be humiliating. Not coming was the smartest choice. The live stream chat was on fire. Has Sitara come yet? Waiting for the red carpet face slap. I've been watching forever, there's no one here who looks like Sitara. If she really came, she'd probably be an ugly nobody, not even worthy of licking Rong Rong's pinky. Ha ha ha. The cheating dog doesn't dare to come. Disperse, disperse. If the cheating dog doesn't come, there's no melon to eat. At this moment, the red carpet ceremony officially began. The host stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand. The first to appear is our streamer, riding a big fish on a trip. The wonderful sound platform deliberately arranged the order, placing Mu Yorong and Yizhua at the very end. After all, traffic-heavy names always came last. They likely assumed Yizhua wouldn't dare show up, so her name was placed dead last. Next, let us welcome our female streamer of the year, Miss Mu Yorong. Mu Yorong brushed her hair back gracefully and walked leisurely onto the red carpet. Aw! She's so beautiful. Goddess. Absolute goddess. Next should be that cheating dog, right? Relax, cheating dogs don't dare show their faces. Mu Yorong signed her name, posed for photos, then stood on stage, waiting. After all, she and Sitara still had a PK scheduled. Even though she knew that the clown hiding in the dark wouldn't dare to come, the show still had to be completed. The next person, the host announced, is the newcomer we've all been anticipating, Sitara YCZ. It's said that Sitara YCZ personally invited Mu Yorong to a PK. Our platform has specially prepared a chess stage for them tonight. Will we be lucky enough to witness this live PK? Now, let us welcome, Sitara YCZ. The red carpet fell silent. I knew cheating dogs wouldn't dare to come. Ugly bastard who can't see the light of day. Disgusting. Dozens of seconds passed. Still no one appeared. The host sighed into the microphone. What a pity. Our newcomer streamer, Sitara YCZ, seems to be absent tonight. I'm sorry I'm late. A clear female voice cut through the air. Everyone turned toward the other end of the red carpet. A tall figure emerged, walking forward against the light. Chapter 87. The air was completely silent. All eyes turned toward the entrance. Everyone was curious to see what Sitara really looked like. Was she really the second magnificent Tang princess? But because of the backlight, no one could see her face clearly. All they could see was a tall figure. Mu Yorong watched as the figure slowly approached. Was this Sitara? Why did this Sitara's figure seem vaguely familiar? Could it be an illusion? It should be an illusion, right? How could she possibly know a cheating clown? Mu Yorong's eyes flickered with ridicule. This Sitara was shameless. She actually had the nerve to show up at the gala. Did she not know that everyone called her a cheating dog and an ugly freak? However, having a clown as a foil worked in her favor at this moment. A noble flower like her only appeared more radiant when compared to a ruined flower. The curve of Mu Yorong's lips grew more pronounced. Da-da-da. The sound of high heels struck a rhythmic cadence. As the figure drew closer, her suffocatingly perfect features began to emerge. She was wearing a red, one-shouldered gown. Her fair shoulders and delicate collarbones were exposed. The fiery red was originally a bold, stunning color, but on her, it looked as if red itself had been born for her. Step by step, it felt as though she was stepping on everyone's hearts. She was perfection incarnate. It was like a red plum gliding across fresh snow. Beautiful. Extremely beautiful. The live broadcast cameras captured her every move, zooming in and projecting her image across the screen. This was a face that could topple anyone. Even magnified dozens of times, there wasn't a single flaw. No angle, no blind spot, 365 degrees of flawless beauty. Even Mu Yorong, who had just been in the spotlight, could only serve as a foil by comparison. Seeing this face, Sun Shaoqing, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. So it really was her. Sun Shaoqing twirled the Buddhist beads in his hands. His eyes, dark as ink, revealed nothing, impossible to read. Li Qiandong froze. He stared at Zhuo, dumbfounded. His face was pale with disbelief. He even rubbed his eyes multiple times, afraid they were playing tricks on him. He had never imagined that Zhuo and Sitara were the same person. Li Qiandong had always thought Sitara was just an ugly, unscrupulous cheater. He never expected Sitara to actually be Zhuo. Zhuo was too extraordinary. She could dominate the tech world while simultaneously conquering the live broadcasting world. How many sides of her did the world not know about? Li Qiandong swallowed several times, unable to articulate what he felt in his chest. Mu Yorong's eyes widened as she stared at that face. Was she hallucinating? Was that Zhuo? Zhuo was Sitara. Sitara was actually Zhuo. But when had Zhuo learned to play chess? How could she have changed so much in such a short period? Could it be? Had Zhuo been reborn too? Mu Yorong's mind raced with a terrifying thought. But the Zhuo of her previous life had been trash. Even if reborn, it would be impossible for her to be this way. Could Zhuo also have a system? What should she do now? If Zhuo had a system, how could she ever win? How could she possibly capture Tsun Fifth Master's heart? Little slut. Zhuo was just a little slut. She had come to steal Fifth Master Tsun away from her. Shameless. Mu Yorong clenched her fists at her waist, a layer of sweat forming on her forehead. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Host, there's no need to panic. I've already configured a top-tier chess skill for you. Even if the opponent is a max-level chess boss, you have nothing to fear. Moreover, I've scanned Zhuo's body, there's no system on him. So don't worry, Zhuo isn't your opponent at all. Hearing this, Mu Yorong exhaled in relief. Her face returned to calm. It was a relief there was no system. So what if Zhuo was beautiful? Even if she was beautiful, it couldn't erase her identity as a cheating dog. When the time came, Mu Yorong could still rely on her strength to crush Zhuo. At this moment, the bullet screen exploded. Zhuo's aura was overwhelming. Facing the audience and countless cameras below the stage, her face revealed no stage fright. She remained perfectly calm. Every step created an invisible breeze. Even through multiple screen layers, her presence made people tremble. Ah ah ah. Is this my leaf? She's so beautiful. I cry, bird. Chapter 88. Yezi is so beautiful. FCK. Yezi is so fking amazing. F***CK. This streamer's face is so sharp. Most people would die under such a high-definition camera. I love her. I'm her fan. F***CK. With her looks and legs, I could worship her for life. Punch in for leaf. My leaf is so beautiful. So what if she's good-looking? Just because she's beautiful, does that mean she's not a cheating dog? I wonder why those brainless fans are so excited. I'm waiting for Leaf to slap me in the face. Quick, PK. It's not certain who will slap who in the face, cheating dog. The host on the stage looked at Zhuo in astonishment. Her expression was blank. She had worked for 6 years and seen countless streamers and artistes, but she had never seen someone so breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, it wasn't just her beauty, her aura and temperament were explosive. Even though the host was a woman, she was deeply moved. Ha ha ha, the host's little sister is already intoxicated by Zhuo's magnificent beauty. I'm so envious of the host, to see our Leaf so closely. Little sister has already been completely bent by Yezi. After a long moment, the host finally recovered from Zhuo's overwhelming presence and guided her to sign the autograph wall. Then, she brought Zhuo to Mu Yorong's side. Little sister, let me introduce you. This is the female streamer of the year, Myrong. Do you remember your PK with her? Zhuo nodded slightly. Of course I do. The host continued, then I wonder if I will be lucky enough to see your PK today. The audience on the screen is looking forward to it. I have no problem with that, Zhuo said, raising her eyes slightly. I wonder if it's convenient for Miss Myrong. I have no problem either, Mu Yorong replied with a polite, friendly smile. Little b asterisk tch. In a moment, she wouldn't even know how she was going to lose. She dared to PK with her. She really overestimated herself. Then this way, please. The host made a polite gesture and guided the two to the go board. They sat cross-legged on the futon, and in front of them was the already arranged go board. After guessing the pieces, Mu Yorong had the red pieces. According to Go rules, red goes first. Mu Yorong said, I came into contact with chess earlier, so it's better to let Miss Sitara go first. It's always better to strike first. The first move always had an advantage. Thank you. Zhuo smiled faintly. I appreciate your kindness, but I never need others to yield to me. TSK. What big words. There's no need to yield. Is this the attitude you have when facing a senior? Cheating dog, what a big face. Yezi is handsome. Yezi, we love you. Our Yezi doesn't need anyone to yield. That certain best female streamer is too good at pretending. Who didn't know that the first player had an advantage? If Yezi had played first and won, Shameless people would still accuse her of letting Yezi win. It's clear that a certain streamer is a shameless scheming b asterisk tch. The analysis above is correct. Our leaf doesn't need to yield. Scheming b asterisk tch is shameless. Rong, you can do it. Crush the cheating dog. The cheating dog dies today. Hearing this, Mu Yorong said, then I won't be polite. Little sister, if you lose, don't cry or act shamelessly. In this battle, she wanted to make sure Yi Zhao would be exposed as a cheater, so she would never be able to turn the tables. She was the one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Xin Wuye. Who was Yi Zhao? She was just a cheating dog who could not appear in the light. Yi Zhao raised her eyes slightly. Similarly, I want to give it to you. If you lose, then you lose. Today's PK is fair. Don't always find lame excuses. Also, if I win, I expect an apology from Miss Myrong for the cheating incident. Hearing that, the host's expression was one of fascination. She was going to win against Mu Yorong. This Sitara was really confident. Did she really think that having a beautiful face would help her beat Mu Yorong at chess? Mu Yorong was a grandmaster. #1 in the entire internet. She was just a rookie suspected of cheating. How could she compare to Mu Yorong? Mu Yorong nodded. Sure. If you lose, I hope you can admit your mistakes and never cheat again. As long as you behave, the doors of our wonderful sound platform will always be open to you. Not only must you admit your mistakes, you must also apologize to our Rong. Rong is great. Rong should treat cheating dogs like this. Chapter 89. Our Rong is #1. Some shameless rookies, if you lose, don't pretend to be a white lotus crying and acting pitiful. Waiting for Rong to teach the white lotus flower how to behave. The large-scale face-slapping scene is about to begin. The video has already been recorded. Wait for Rong to crush the rookies. Waiting for cheating dogs to repent and apologize. I'm so excited. I'm so happy. After the two sides had settled on their bet, the game began. With the help of the system, Mu Yorong carefully made her first move. Yi Zhao did not hesitate and immediately placed a stone. Mu Yorong struck menacingly. In less than 3 minutes, she had captured 5 of Yi Zhao's stones. On Yi Zhao's side, she had not captured a single stone and was at a disadvantage. Mu Yorong smiled at Yi Zhao. The outcome has already been decided. I don't think there's any need to continue, right? If you continue, it will only be a waste of time. Yi Zhao slowly placed a piece and said in a shallow tone, it's not over yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Mu Yorong curled the corners of her lips. Since young Miss is unwilling to give up until the Yellow River, I will play with you until the end. However, even if I play until the end, it won't change the outcome. Everyone makes mistakes. Even though you cheated before, your chess skills are still pretty good. I've been playing chess for years, you don't need to care so much about winning or losing. She had the top-tier chess skills given by the system. What did Zhuo have? Even if she had changed since before, she still couldn't beat her. Ha ha ha. Rong Rong is really amazing. Cheating dog is really shameless. Still struggling on the verge of death. Rong Rong is awesome. Cheating dog, you only know how to waste time. Don't you know our Rong Rong's time is precious? A loss is a loss. What's the point of wasting time? In the audience stands, Li Qiandong only stared at the Go board on the big screen. Miss Mu is really too amazing. The god is going to lose. Holy shit. Could it be that the god really cheated on the live broadcast last time? As he spoke, Mu Yorong captured another of Zhuo's pieces. If Zhuo were truly that amazing and capable of winning against Mu Yorong, she wouldn't be at a complete disadvantage in this PK. But now, Zhuo was not only at a disadvantage, she was completely defeated. Faced with Mu Yorong's powerful attack, she had no ability to counterattack. This could only mean one thing. Zhuo had really cheated. If she had not cheated, it would have been impossible for her to beat Mu Yorong so easily in the previous live broadcast. I really didn't expect the god would cheat, Li Qiandong muttered, unsure of what he felt. To be honest, Zhuo's actions had really disappointed him a little. Although it was natural to want to win, cheating was not right. If everyone acted like Zhuo, wouldn't the chess world descend into chaos? She didn't cheat, a low voice sounded from the side. And she won't lose. Hearing this, Li Qiandong turned to look at Sun Shaoqing. Sun Shaoqing was staring at the big screen, a faint smile on his lips. Zhuo's chess moves were still the same as before. They seemed unorganized at first glance, but every step was carefully designed with traps. The slightest carelessness would lead one into her snare. Mu Yorong appeared to have the upper hand, but in reality, she had already walked into Zhuo's trap, step by step. Seeing Sun Shaoqing like this, Li Qiandong sighed helplessly. He felt Sun Shaoqing was completely bewitched. Zhuo was clearly about to lose. Yet Sun Shaoqing still believed she would win. Did he have some personal bias when he looked at Zhuo? Although Zhuo was a big shot in science and technology and extremely capable, cheating was cheating. Why did Sun Shaoqing choose to ignore it? Could it be that if he did not acknowledge it, then Zhuo really did not cheat? At that moment, a clear and shallow voice sounded in the air. General. Senior M, thank you for letting me win. After saying this, Zhuo moved her piece in front of the commander. At that moment, Mu Yorong's commander was surrounded by soldiers on both sides. He could only advance straight and could not move sideways. Therefore, there was only one way to face Mu Yorong. General Zhuo. Holy shit. Li Qiandong felt as if his face had been ruthlessly slapped. Mu Yorong lost? How could Mu Yorong lose? What was happening? Zhuo's side had clearly been completely defeated, with only one piece left to cross the board. On Mu Yorong's side, there were still 2 cannons, 2 carriages, and 2 horses. This was inconceivable. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. What was this called? A powerful counterattack? Do you know what this is called in the game of Go? Sun Shaoqing's voice sounded faintly. This is called a blind eye that cannot see Mount Tai. In chess, winning by eating many pieces is not everything. Strategy and brains matter more. Chapter 90. Mu Yorong's Go style was clearly not on the same level as Zhuo's. It was obvious that they were not on the same level. Mu Yorong's Go style was like a machine that lacked flexibility. All she cared about was capturing stones. She did not realize that the other party had already invaded her inner circle. Bit by bit, it destroyed her army's morale. Yi is awesome. It makes my blood boil. FCK. FCK. I'm so excited. I love Leaf to death. Exciting. I want to learn chess too. I want to learn from Leaf. You made bitchems so proud just now. Now you've been slapped in the face by our Leaf, right? Bitchem is trash in front of our Leaf. Trash. Where are those people who said our Leaf would definitely lose? Come out. Why aren't you saying anything now? Someone posted on the bullet screen, Leaf, V587. Glory world beauty. Then the bullet screen was flooded with these words. F*CK. Aren't you guys too scary? Posting so many screens has affected my appreciation of Leaf's glory. World beauty. As a Leaf fan, I'm really gratified to see Leaf go from being a cute little girl to trending on hot searches, being accused of cheating, and then to her perfect counterattack, crushing My Rong's appearance with her strength. I am also glad I never gave up liking YZ. YZ is worthy of my admiration. I have followed YZ all the way until now. When YZ was questioned, it was the darkest time for us YZ fans. Fortunately, we didn't give up. I am a fan of Rong Z. From today onwards, I will become a fan of her. YZ let me know that there is sunshine and darkness in this world. When we face doubts, don't be sad and don't be discouraged. Remember to surge forward. I'm crying. There has never been a streamer who could make my blood boil like this. Mu Yorong's face immediately turned pale. Looking at the anticipation that had already been set in stone, her back broke out in layers of cold sweat. What was going on? How could she lose? She had the help of the system and top-tier chess skills. What did Zhuo have? How could Zhuo possibly win against her? System. What's going on? Why did Zhuo beat me? Didn't you say that no one could match me? The system was confused. It had always been invincible. This was the first time it had been defeated. The system has been forced to level 1. Retracting the host's top-tier chess skill. Level 5 beauty skill. Attention-grabbing skill. Listening to the system's cold voice, Mu Yorong almost broke down. It was gone. Everything was gone. All the skills were gone. What should she do now? Zhuo. Zhuo, this little b** tch. Miss M, have you fulfilled our bet? Zhuo looked at Mu Yorong without any expression in her eyes, but Mu Yorong could see the mockery in them. Slut! Did she really think she could do whatever she wanted just because she won against her? Mu Yorong's lowered eyes were filled with shame. The bullet comments were even more interesting. Why do I feel that my Rong isn't just right? Upstairs, you're not alone. I feel as if something is suddenly missing from her aura. An indescribable feeling. F*CK. I also suddenly feel like she's ugly now. Sitting next to YZ, she's like a backdrop. What's going on? My Rong was so radiant just now, how did she suddenly become like this? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would have suspected she's a different person. I'm a fan of Rong. I used to really like My Rong. I thought she was a streamer with a very good outlook on life. I didn't expect her to disappoint me today. I'm a fan of Rong. I apologize to YZ and YZ. Does this My Rong not deserve to lose? I suddenly realized that Rong is so ugly. Was I blind in the past? How did I become a fan of such a streamer? To be honest, I used to think that Rong was quite magnanimous. But today, she really disappointed me. She can't afford to lose, and she's so shy. She's far inferior to YC. De-powder and de-powder. I'm also a fan of Rong. Starting from today. Goodbye. It wasn't just the audience in front of the screens who felt that Mu Yorong had become ugly. Even the audience present felt that Mu Yorong had changed significantly. That feeling was like bright stars losing their luster. It was incomparably dark. Just a moment ago, she could barely compare with Zhuo, but now. Li Qiandong slightly frowned, feeling very strange in his heart. He had clearly admired Mu Yorong very much before chapter 91. But now, when she looked at Mu Yorong again, she no longer had the initial feeling of amazement. Everyone's gazes were like knives, slicing at Mu Yorong's body one by one. Mu Yorong wanted nothing more than to immediately find a hole to hide in. Why was she the one making a fool of herself? The one making a fool of herself should be Yi Zhao. But now, she could only bite the bullet and stand up, saying to Yi Zhao, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. You didn't cheat." Yi Zhao smiled slightly. "Senior, you are a person in the circle. You should know what I will face once I am labeled as a cheat. I hope that Senior can investigate the matter clearly before coming across it again and come to a conclusion. Don't follow the crowd." Mu Yorong bit her lips tightly. Her heart was filled with unwillingness. The person who lost tonight should be Yi Zhao. It was Yi Zhao who had stolen her glory. Zhuo could not bear to listen any longer. She felt that Yi Zhao was taking an inch and taking a mile. Wasn't it just a misunderstanding? Was there a need for Yi Zhao to bite Mu Yorong and not let go? It was just a misunderstanding. Rong Rong has already apologized to you. Miss YC, you should still be a little kinder. Yi Zhao tilted her head slightly, eyes filled with coldness. I've only been stabbed once, and my blood hasn't even been wiped clean yet, and you're telling me to be kinder? Director Du, don't try to persuade others to be kind before they suffer. Yi Zi is so cool. Yi Zi is absolutely right. The cheating incident was caused by my Rong. Those who said that Yi Zi was ugly were also My Rong's team. At that time, Yi Zi had faced so many attacks and smears. If it had been anyone else, they might not have been able to persevere. You haven't experienced our Yi Zi's pain, so why are you trying to convince us Yi Zi to be kind? I think this bullshit director is also a scheming BTCH. Frantically punching a time card for Yi Zhao. I have to say, this sentence is really quite satisfying. Lu has become a fan. What kind of magical baby is this? Du Rua's face turned pale. She had originally thought that after saying this sentence, public opinion would definitely favor her and Mu Yorong. She had not expected that Yi Zhao would use just one sentence to make the situation collapse. The party continued. However, the main character had already changed from Mu Yorong to Yi Zhao. Mu Yorong had always been an existence that the stars worshipped, but she had suddenly changed from a noble phoenix to a pheasant that no one cared about, making it impossible for her to adapt. It was as if no matter where she stood, she could see the mocking gazes of everyone. She had originally thought that tonight, she would be able to make Fifth Mastertson's eyes light up and fall in love with her. But she did not expect that in the end, everything would be snatched away by Yi Zhao. Wait! She would definitely avenge her past humiliation. Looking at Yi Zhao over there, a sinister light surfaced in Mu Yorong's eyes. Yi Zhao was currently chatting with the other female streamers. Originally, everyone thought that since Yi Zhao was so beautiful and her ghost skills were so good, she would definitely be the same as Mu Yorong, extremely cold and aloof. They did not expect Yi Zhao to be so easy to get along with. Mu Yorong simply could not compare to her. Yi Zi, where did you buy this evening gown? It's really beautiful. It's a private design, right? Yi Zhao said, not only is this evening gown beautiful in style, it also has a very special function. What function? Yi Zhao continued, it can adjust the temperature. Adjust the temperature? Everyone looked incredulous. Yi Zhao nodded slightly and started to explain the dress that could adjust the temperature. Everyone could not believe that there was such a heaven-defying dress in the world. Seeing that everyone did not believe it, Yi Zhao lifted the hem of the dress, revealing a fair and beautiful leg. You'll know when you touch this fabric. Everyone touched the hem of her dress suspiciously. The venue of the party was half open. It was December in Beijing, and the weather was already very cold. The female streamers were all wearing thin gowns. They were all freezing, but Yi Zhao's dress was emitting a steady stream of heat. It was especially warm. Yi Zi, can I touch your hand? A long-haired female streamer asked carefully. Sure. Yi Zhao nodded. The long-haired female streamer held Yi Zhao's hand. Her hand was very warm. Compared to her own, it was like ice versus fire. They were both wearing thin gowns. They were frozen like dogs, but Yi Zhao's hand was so warm. Only then did the streamers believe that what Yi Zhao said was true. Her gown could really adjust the temperature. This invention was simply a blessing for female streamers who needed to walk the red carpet in winter. Yi, where did you buy this gown? I want to buy one. Chapter 92. I want to buy one too. Yi Zhao said, let's make a group chat. I'll send you their website in a while, but their dresses have to be reserved in advance. After the red carpet event ended, Yi Zhao went to the audience seats. Seeing Yi Zhao come over, Lin Shasha was extremely excited. Zhao, you were so cool, so handsome, so beautiful just now. At first, Lin Shasha had been really worried for Yi Zhao, but she did not expect Yi Zhao to actually turn the tables. He won so beautifully. He directly crushed Mu Yorong. Seeing this made her blood boil, and she even became very interested in chess. Zhao. Why are you so powerful? Yi Zhao touched his chin and said seriously, maybe it's because I'm good looking. Lin Shasha said excitedly, yes. I've seen it all, and all the female streamers present are not as good looking as you. I don't know what's going on with Mu Yorong either. I used to think that she was quite good looking, but now that I look at her again, I suddenly realize that she has become so ugly. Yi Zhao had initially only wanted to be a little narcissistic. He did not expect that Lin Shasha would be so supportive. However, Mu Yorong was rather strange. Especially when she was playing chess just now. Yi Zhao narrowed her eyes. She felt that there was a bug in Mu Yorong. Otherwise, how could such a beautiful person suddenly become so gloomy? Zhao, what are you thinking about? Seeing Yi Zhao lost in thought, Lin Shasha waved her hand in front of her eyes. Nothing. Yi Zhao stopped thinking. Lin Shasha continued, I just saw my Prince Charming, young Master Yun, also came. I really wanted to ask him for an autograph. Unfortunately, there were too many people, I was too embarrassed to go. Young Master Yun? Which young Master Yun? Yi Zhao was confused. It's Yun Shen. Look, he's sitting there. Lin Shasha pointed at the man sitting in the first row. The man was wearing a suit. He looked very familiar. Yi Zhao suddenly thought of a popular TV series. If she remembered correctly, this person should be the male lead in the series. If you like him, then go. It's okay. Sister Shasha, what are you afraid of? He won't eat people, Yi Zhao continued. I'm afraid. Lin Shasha had never attended such a high-end party before. This was her first time. Everywhere she looked, she saw big shots from TV or newspapers. Lin Shasha felt that she was too small. It's okay. Yi Zhao smiled at her. Sister Shasha, we're all human. He just has one more layer of celebrity status than you. You don't have to be afraid. Hearing this, Lin Shasha's uneasy heart instantly calmed down. She mustered up the courage to ask Yun Shen for an autograph. Just as Yi Zhao said. Celebrities were also ordinary people. Yun Shen was very amiable. Not only did he give her an autograph, but he also took a photo with her. Lin Shasha was very happy. She even posted it on her WeChat moments to show off. 3 hours later, the party officially ended. Yi Zhao and Lin Shasha went outside. Because the dress had the effect of adjusting the temperature, they didn't feel cold even though they were wearing thin coats. Hello, are you Miss YC? At this moment, a pleasant male voice came from behind them. Yi Zhao looked back slightly. May I ask who you are? The man was about 1.8 meters tall and looked very pleasing to the eyes. He had a standard warm male face. The kind that could make a bunch of little girls scream. My name is Zheng Zijuan, and I'm also a live streamer on the Miaoyin platform. You were very outstanding on stage just now. Can we add you on WeChat and get to know each other? After saying that, Zheng Zijuan looked at Yi Zhao nervously. In the past, it was always others who took the initiative to hit on him. This was the first time he had hit on someone. Nothing else. It was only because Yi Zhao was too beautiful. Zheng Zijuan had become famous earlier and had seen all kinds of beautiful women. But it was the first time he had seen someone like Yi Zhao. Although the person who was being hit on was Yi Zhao, Lin Shasha was very excited. Zheng Zijuan was a super V. The two of them stood by the roadside. One was extremely handsome, while the other was as beautiful as a painting. It was hard not to notice them. Sun Shaoqing, who had just gotten into the back seat of the car, saw this scene immediately. His hand holding the Buddha beads suddenly stopped. He looked up and ordered the driver, "Stop over there." The driver looked ahead. Wasn't that little girl from yesterday? Look at Master Five's expression. Was he jealous? He did not expect that there would be such a day for Master Fivetson, who was known for never getting married. The driver covered his mouth and snickered while scratching his head. After Yi Zhao and Zheng Zijuan added each other on WeChat, a low-key Maybach stopped in front of her. Chapter 93. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing an overly cold face. "Miss Yi, it's late. Shall I give you a ride?" Zheng Zijuan was stunned. He thought he was seeing things. Was this Sun Fifth Master? Sun Fifth Master. Sun Shaoqing nodded slightly, opened the car door, and got out. He opened the car door for Yi Zhao and Lin Shasha in a gentlemanly manner. It was indeed quite late. Yi Zhao did not refuse. After greeting Zheng Zijuan, he and Lin Shasha sat in the back seat. "Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Cn. It's on the way." Sun Shaoqing's tone was indifferent. "On the way?" The corner of the driver's mouth twitched. If he remembered correctly, the hotel where Yi Zhao was staying was in the opposite direction from where Sun Shaoqing was staying. It was a 60-kilometer journey back and forth. It was really on the way. The car was very quiet, almost completely silent. About half an hour later, the car arrived at the hotel. After alighting from the car, Lin Shasha took a deep breath. "I was so nervous just now. That Mr. Tsun was like an ice cube, so scary." Yi Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is it that exaggerated?" Lin Shasha nodded hurriedly. "Yes. Very much so." After Mu Yorong returned to the hotel, she wanted to open her live broadcast room and sell herself out, trying to get back what she had lost tonight. However, when she logged into her account, Mu Yorong was surprised to find that she had lost more than half of her fans. From 30 million to 10 million. Moreover, the recent video comments were all discussing her appearance. Everyone felt that she had become ugly. She used to be very good-looking. Although the system had helped her beautify a lot, she could not be that ugly, right? Mu Yorong hurriedly found a mirror. What appeared in the mirror was a pale face. It was listless, like a person who had been hungry for a long time. It looked decadent. It did not have the slightest bit of energy. No. This was not her. Mu Yorong was used to seeing her beautiful face, so she did not believe that the person in the mirror was her. Mu Yorong touched her cheek and asked in a trembling voice, "System, when can I change back?" "When the system upgrades to level 10, you will be able to return to your previous appearance." Level 10. Mu Yorong was stunned. When she had just been reborn, the system was already level 10. After such a long time, the system had not been able to upgrade to level 11. Now that the system had been forced to drop to level 1, how long would it take before it could level up to level 10? If she could not change back, how would she be able to broadcast live in the future? What would she use to subdue Sun Wuye? "Host, don't worry. I'm looking for a way to quickly level up." Mu Yorong continued, "Why did you suddenly drop in level?" "It might be because Yi Zhao beat you." Yi Zhao. It was Yi Zhao again. Wait. She had to cut Yi Zhao's face and make her pay in blood. The next day, Yi Zhao and Lin Shasha prepared to take a stroll through the streets of the capital, while at the same time checking their cards at the famous online popular attractions. At noon, snow actually started to fall from the gray sky. Yi Zhao had been born in the south in her previous life, so she rarely had the chance to see snow. Yunjing was located in an area that was neither north nor south. Although it was very cold in winter, there would not be snowfall for almost 10 years. When she saw snow, she was quite excited. Lin Shasha was also a little excited. She pulled Yi Zhao and walked around in the snow. They looked very much like two huskies having fun in the snow. The scene fell into the eyes of two kind-looking old men who were standing under a tree not far away, looking at the snow scenery. Old Master Yang smiled and looked at Sun Fulian beside him. Those two young ones definitely haven't seen snow before. When I see them, I seem to see my younger self. Unfortunately, his life had already come to an end. He would never be able to see such beautiful snowy scenery again. As he thought of this, a desolate expression flashed across Old Master Yang's eyes. Sun Fulian narrowed his eyes. Isn't that the little girl who saved people on the plane the day before yesterday? On the other side, Mu Yorong took a car and arrived at the famous Mianshou Manor in the capital. Just as she alighted from the car, she was stopped by the manor's security personnel. Do you have a pass? Mu Yorong smiled. I'm here to look for Old Master Yang. Please make an exception. The Yang family was the head of the top 10 wealthy families in the capital, and the Yang family's old mansion was located at Mianshou Manor. Wait a moment. The security personnel sized up Mu Yorong. I'll make a call to verify. Mu Yorong clenched her fists. It was really like a tiger that had fallen to the level of a dog and was being bullied. If this was in the past, when she was still a famous streamer on Miaoyin, wherever she went, she would be surrounded by stars and the moon. But now, it was the opposite. Her beauty was gone, her glory was gone, and even a small security staff dared to make her suffer. But now, she could only endure it. When her phoenix rose from the ashes, she would definitely make these people pay the price. Mu Yorong continued, Little brother, please tell Old Master Yang that my surname is Mu. I have a panacea that can cure him. Please ask him to meet me. Otherwise, he will definitely die of regret. Curing Old Master Yang was a way to quickly upgrade the system. Mu Yorong used the popularity she had accumulated as a streamer to exchange for a pill. As long as she gave Old Master Yang this medicinal pill, he would be able to quickly recover. The Yang family was the head of a wealthy family in the capital. If she saved Old Master Yang, not only would she be able to quickly upgrade the system, she would also be able to find a backer for the Mu family. With the medicinal pill in hand, Mu Yorong was full of confidence. The security personnel glanced at Mu Yorong, then went in to make a call. Not long after, the young security man walked out again. You can go in. The Yang family manor was built in an imposing manner. Mu Yorong stood in front of the magnificent building. When she thought about how Fifth Mastertson's current residence was much more luxurious than this place, the corners of her mouth curled up into a smug smile. When the system upgrade was successful and the beauty function restored, she would definitely make Fifth Mastertson bow at her feet. At that time, the entire capital would be her world. After learning that Mu Yorong had the medicine that could cure Old Master Yang, the Yang family placed great importance on her. Old Master Yang's eldest son, Yang Danian, personally welcomed Mu Yorong into the manor. Miss Mu, please take a seat for a while. Old Master Yang has gone out on some business. He should be back soon. Chapter 94, Heal and Save, Brother and Sister Meet. Old Master Yang was the backbone of the Yang family. If Old Master Yang passed away, the other branches of the Yang family would definitely seize the opportunity to suppress him. At that time, the entire Yang family would be thrown into turmoil. Although Mu Yorong looked quite young, she claimed to have the medicine that could cure Old Master Yang. Yang Danian really didn't want to miss this opportunity. Miss Mu, can your medicine really cure my father? Yang Danian asked, somewhat worriedly. Mu Yorong nodded. Mr. Yang, other than me, I'm afraid no one can cure old Master Yang. Yang Danian continued, then can I ask Miss Mu to take out the medicine for me to see? Mu Yorong nodded and took out a small wooden box from her bag. The small wooden box looked very simple and unadorned. Opening the wooden box, she revealed a single black pill lying inside. Its appearance looked extremely similar to millet. Yang Danian frowned. Just this one pill? Can it really cure my father? Mu Yorong smiled and said, please don't underestimate this pill. This is a spirit medicine. I can guarantee that as long as old Master Yang takes this pill, he will be cured. The system was a very powerful existence. The medicine exchanged through the system could not be bought elsewhere. It would definitely be able to cure the illness. Yang Danian still did not dare to believe it. If it were really that powerful, it would be miraculous. One had to know that even foreign professors had been helpless against their father's illness. Then does this medicine have any side effects? Yang Danian asked. Mu Yorong was momentarily stunned. She only knew that this medicine could cure old Master Yang. She really did not know if there were any side effects. But at this time, even if there were side effects, she would simply claim there were none. Otherwise, how could the Yang family trust her? Moreover, old Master Yang was already so old. Even if there were minor side effects, it did not matter much. Mu Yorong smiled and continued, Mr. Yang, don't worry. This medicine doesn't have any side effects on the human body. In order to make Yang Danian trust her, Mu Yorong added, Mr. Yang, to be honest, I am the successor of the godly Dr. Huatua. This medicine has been passed down from generation to generation in my family. The successor of Huatua? The godly Dr. Huatua had always existed only in history textbooks. Yang Danian did not expect that he would one day meet the successor of the divine Dr. Huatua. How credible was her claim? Also, without any apparent reason, why would Mu Yorong voluntarily seek him out and offer the medicine passed down from her ancestors to old Master Yang? She saw through Yang Danian's doubts. Mu Yorong continued, people don't do useless things. If you want to ask why I gave the family's divine medicine to old Master Yang, I will tell you, I need the Yang family's help. After saying this, Mu Yorong added, of course, before old Master Yang fully recovers, I will not ask the Yang family for any help. Speaking up to this point, Mu Yorong paused and raised her head to look at Yang Danian. So, Mr. Yang, you don't have to worry that I'm lying to you, because lying to you will not benefit me in any way. Hearing this, Yang Danian felt much more at ease. After all, Mu Yorong had a motive. He was most afraid of someone acting with no motive at all. On the other side, when old Master Yang heard that the little girl not far away was having fun in the snow, he realized it was the person who had saved people on the plane that day. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief. He saw that there was no difference between that child and an ordinary child. They both had the nature of playing, and when they saw the snow, they were extremely excited. So it turned out that she actually had this ability? Old man, I heard from that little girl last time that Chinese medicine emphasizes the fate of doctors. If we meet her here again today, it might be a kind of fate. Why don't we ask her to take a look at you? Sun Fulian persuaded. Old Master Yang had originally had little hope for his own body. Hearing this, a layer of hope appeared in his eyes. Since that's the case, then let's go over. Seeing that the old man had finally relented, Sun Fulian was extremely excited. He no longer cared about the heavy snowfall. He held on to the old man's arm and said, let's go. Let's go over quickly. The two of them came to Yizeo's side. Little miracle doctor. Yizeo was pinching a snowball and was about to hit Lin Sha. Hearing this, she quickly put down the snowball. Elders, are you calling me? Sun Fulian nodded. Yes. Little miracle doctor, your surname is Yi, right? My surname is Yi. I don't dare to call myself a miracle doctor, Yizeo continued. May I ask what is the matter? Chapter 95. Sun Fulian continued, my surname is Sunday. This is our old man. We met you on the plane before. A year ago, our old man was diagnosed with an incurable disease. The young divine doctor is very skilled. Could the young divine doctor take a look at my old man? At this moment, Lin Shasha ran over from not far away. What happened to him? Yi Zhao briefly explained the situation and then said, please extend your hand and let me check his pulse. Lin Shasha knew that Yi Zhao was skilled in medicine, so she did not ask further. She stood aside and waited quietly. Old Master Yang extended his hand. Yi Zhao gently placed her hand on Old Master Yang's wrist and focused on listening to his pulse. A moment later, Yi Zhao let go of his wrist. Sun Fulian quickly asked, how is it, little miracle doctor? Yi Zhao said, Grandfather Yang's illness cannot be cured simply by taking medicine. It needs to be accompanied by acupuncture. If the two of you trust me, you can leave an address. Tomorrow, I will come to visit Grandfather Yang for acupuncture. Although the trip to the capital had been quite rushed, if she could free up time to treat Grandfather Yang, she would not have much time for anything else. However, she was still a doctor. As a doctor, she could not stand by and watch him die. Hearing this, Sun Fulian and Grandfather Yang looked at each other. Both of them saw hope in each other's eyes. Sun Fulian's eyes were red, as if a fishbone was stuck in her throat. He clearly had many things he wanted to say, but he couldn't utter a single word. So you're saying that my illness can be cured? Old Master Yang tried his best to calm himself. Yi Zhao nodded slightly. You could say that. Although Old Master Yang's illness had been deemed incurable, in Yi Zhao's hands, it was really not serious. In her opinion, illnesses that could be cured with medicine were not considered serious. Old Master Yang tried his best to calm himself. Little miracle doctor, how confident are you? Even though Yi Zhao was just a teenager, she gave off a sense of stability that even adults did not possess. It inexplicably made people feel at ease. It is said that a mountain is not high, but if there is a fairy, it becomes a spirit. Medical skills and knowledge were the same. Age does not determine one's ability. Some people live their entire lives and might never be as skilled as a child. Old Master Yang did not know what was wrong with him either. He had only met Yi Zhao once, yet he trusted her so much. Yi Zhao's tone was indifferent. Yes, 70%. Although her tone was shallow and faint, it carried great authority. Old Master Yang had been sick for so long, and this was the first time he saw hope. Winter was over, all things were revived. Spring was warm, and flowers were blooming. Old Master Yang continued, Little miracle doctor, where do you live? When are you free tomorrow? I'll get the driver to pick you up. Yi Zhao gave her address and phone number. Sun Fulian quickly took out his phone and wrote it down. Little miracle doctor, then we'll send the driver to pick you up at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. Does that work? Yi Zhao nodded slightly. Yes. After saying that, Yi Zhao continued, oh right, I rushed to Beijing this time and didn't make any preparations. You will still need to prepare a set of acupuncture equipment. Yi Zhao had come to Beijing to attend Miao Yin's annual gala. She didn't expect to meet Old Master Yang, so she naturally didn't prepare any medical equipment. Sun Fulian asked, young divine doctor, do you have any requirements for acupuncture equipment? Just a normal silver needle will do, Yi Zhao replied. Sun Fulian nodded. Alright. Grandfather Yang originally wanted to treat Yi Zhao and Lin Shasha to a meal, but Yi Zhao politely declined. When Grandfather Yang returned to the manor, Mu Yorong had yet to leave. There's a guest at home. Knowing that there was hope for his illness to be cured, Grandfather Yang was in a good mood and smiled at the servants beside him. When he saw Grandfather Yang, Yang Danian quickly went up to him. Dad! You're finally back. Grandfather Yang patted the snow off his body and said doubtfully, you were waiting for me? I'm not waiting for you. There's someone important waiting for you. Yang Danian brought Grandfather Yang into the living room. Dad, this is the successor of the godly Dr. Huatua, Miss Mu. The godly Dr. Huatua. Grandfather Yang frowned slightly. During the period when he was sick, Many famous doctors had come to recommend themselves. However, none of them were truly capable. Grandfather Yang did not trust any of these people who claimed to be famous doctors. Yang Danian continued, "Dad, Miss Mu brought the ancestral godly medicine over. This medicine will definitely help you recover." Chapter 96. 075, Heal and Save, Brother and Sister Meet. At this point, Mu Yorong stood up in a timely manner. "Hello, old Master Yang. My surname is Mu." The reason she had not stood up earlier was that she was deliberately putting on airs. After all, she was the successor of the godly Dr. Huatua. If she was too proactive, wouldn't that be too demeaning? Mu Yorong had lived for 2 lifetimes. She was no longer that little girl who did not know anything back then. Old Master Yang nodded casually and then said to Yang Danian, "I've already found a divine doctor who can cure my illness. This Miss Mu, you may let her go back." "Dad," Yang Danian could see old Master Yang's distrust. "Dad! Please believe me. Miss Mu is really the successor of the divine Dr. Huatua. Her medicine can truly cure you." After some thought, Yang Danian felt that Mu Yorong's words and actions did not seem like something a teenager should have. Therefore, Yang Danian trusted Mu Yorong very much. The godly Dr. Huatua was not an ordinary person to begin with, so his successor was naturally exceptional. Mu Yorong curled her lips into a smile. "I am still young. It is normal for old Master Yang not to trust me. But there's one thing I can guarantee, I'm definitely Huatuo's successor. Elder Yang, I'm only 18 this year. I don't want to be modest, but have you ever seen an 18-year-old child with such composure and self-control like me?" Hearing this, old Master Yang raised his head and looked at Mu Yorong. If he had not seen Yi Zhao today, he would definitely think that Mu Yorong was an outstanding junior. Just as she had said, there were not many 18-year-olds who were as calm and poised as her. She did not speak like a child either. But after seeing Yi Zhao, old Master Yang was not surprised. Because compared to Yi Zhao, Mu Yorong was not just a little inferior. She was too proud. Would the descendant of the divine Dr. Huatua be so proud and complacent? Grandfather Yang said, "It's good for young people to be confident, but don't you know that excessive confidence is actually arrogance?" Old man. What a big tone. If it weren't for upgrading the system, did he really think she was willing to save him? It would be fine if he wasn't grateful to her now, but now he was insulting her instead. Dogs bite Lu Dongbin, they don't know how to appreciate a good person's heart. But in order to upgrade the system, Mu Yorong had no choice but to forcefully swallow her anger. "Old Master Yang, if I say something unpleasant, please don't be unwilling to hear it. Other than my medicine, there is no medicine that can cure your illness." The subtext was clear: if she were missed. What awaited old Master Yang was one word. Death. Death, who wouldn't be afraid? If old Master Yang had not met Yi Zhao today, perhaps he would have believed Mu Yorong this time. But he had met Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao was calmer and more reliable than Mu Yorong. Moreover, old Master Yang did not believe that a small pill could cure his illness. If his illness could be cured with a pill, it would not have dragged on until now. "Miss Mu, it's not that I don't trust you, but there are always people better than you. Let's see our guests off during the new year." "Dad?" Yang Danian looked at old Master Yang with a troubled expression. Old Master Yang frowned slightly. "My words are no longer useful, right?" Mu Yorong smiled lightly and stood up. "Mr. Yang, there's no need to be troubled. I'll leave. A doctor's heart is like a parent's. I've left this pill for you. I hope that you will recover soon." After saying this, Mu Yorong turned and left. She was 100% sure that old Master Yang would take the medicine she left behind. It was just a matter of time. Because other than her medicine, there was no one else in this world who could cure old Master Yang. When a person was on the verge of death, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he would not let it go. So, old Master Yang would definitely take her medicine. After old Master Yang recovered, He would definitely regret his actions today. She was waiting for the day when Old Master Yang would personally go to Yun capital to apologize to her. Since he had slapped himself in the face, the scene would definitely be very exciting. Mu Yorong curled the corners of her lips. The Yang family manor. Looking at the box of medicine that Mu Yorong had left behind, Old Master Yang frowned slightly. Fu Yan, throw it away. Sun Fulian nodded. Yes, Old Master. Yang Danian immediately stopped him. Dad! This is the medicine that divine Dr. Hua Tua left behind. No matter how many people beg for it, they can't get it. At any rate, it's a gift from Miss Mu. How can you throw it away just like that? Old Master Yang had been shrewd all his life. Unfortunately, this eldest son of his was not too brainless and could not maintain his reputation. Chapter 97. Otherwise, the Yang family would not have to face a situation where the tree fell and the monkeys scattered as soon as something happened to Old Master Yang. Old Master Yang glanced at him indifferently. You want to eat your father to death with this kind of non-existent medicine? The medicine that Mu Yorong brought over had no other labels, just a plain box. Miss Kiki Mu said that she is the descendant of divine Dr. Hua Tua. Old Master Yang angrily rebuked, do you believe me if I say that I am the Jade Emperor? A person in his 40s doesn't have the slightest bit of brain. Yang Danian would believe whatever others said. If it were not for the fact that Yang Danian looked very similar to him when he was young, Old Master Yang would have suspected that this son of his was truly his own. This was because, other than the fact that the two of them looked similar, they didn't resemble each other in any other way. Yang Danian was scolded until he was drenched in cold sweat. He could only watch helplessly as Sun Fulian threw the medicine away. At this moment, Old Master Yang suddenly turned his head. Fulian, don't throw it away yet. After all, it was someone else's item, so it wouldn't be proper to throw it away. If Mu Yorong came back and asked for it from him, what could he return with? When the time came, there would definitely be some wrangling. Sun Fulian nodded. Seeing this, Yang Danian heaved a sigh of relief. Was the old master willing to take the medicine given by Mu Yorong? Just as Yang Danian thought the old master was willing to trust Mu Yorong, the old master added, keep it well, just in case Miss Mu comes back to take it again. Yang Danian really wanted to say a few words for Mu Yorong, but he did not have the courage. Soon, the next day arrived. The Yang family's car was waiting outside the hotel on time. Yi Zhao put on his coat. Sister Shasha, why don't you come with me? It's fine for you to stay in the hotel alone anyway. Lin Shasha said, Zhao, you're going to treat patients and save people. I don't know anything. Will I cause trouble for you? Yi Zhao smiled and said, how can that be? I don't know anyone there. Sister Shasha, if you're there, you can just give me some courage. Lin Shasha thought about it and agreed. Yi Zhao was just a little girl. What if he was bullied? 2 people were better than 1. Okay, Lin Shasha jumped down from the bed. Zhao, I'll go with you. Lin Shasha quickly put on her down jacket and went downstairs with Yi Zhao. As soon as they walked out of the hotel's first floor, a young man in a suit immediately came over. May I ask if you are little miracle Dr. Yi? Yi Zhao nodded slightly. I am. The young man made a please gesture. Miracle doctor, this way please. Yi Zhao held Lin Sha's hand and stepped forward. This was a very luxurious car. The little golden figure on the front of the car was particularly eye-catching in the snow. FCK. A Rolls-Royce. Lin Shasha swallowed her saliva. There were too many rich people in the capital. They arrived at the splendid manor. Lin Shasha was immediately stunned. She had only read about manors and castles in novels. She did not expect to sit in a Rolls-Royce and arrive at the legendary manor today. If this were spread around, no one would believe it. Lin Shasha nervously looked around. She did not dare to glance too much for fear of embarrassing Yi Zhao. Soon, they reached the inside of the manor. Grandfather Yang was waiting for Yi Zhao in the living room. Hearing the sound of a car outside, He stood up immediately. Fun Yan, let's go pick up the young godly doctor. Son Fun Yan quickly followed Grandfather Yang. When he came to the door, he saw that it was indeed Yi Zhao. Young godly doctor, Miss Lin, please come in. Old Master Yang quickly welcomed the two of them inside. Perhaps it was because he knew that his illness had a hope of being cured. Compared to yesterday, Old Master Yang was much more energetic. He ordered the servants to bring food and then commanded them to pour tea. Sun Fulian asked the servants to bring a wooden box. Little miracle doctor, this is the acupuncture tool that you asked me to prepare yesterday. Take a look and see if this will work. Yi Zhao put down the cup in his hand and opened the wooden box to take a look. The tools are very complete. This will do. Dad, is this the divine doctor that you said can cure you? At this moment, Yang Danian's voice sounded in the air. Yang Danian had originally thought that his father had really found a divine doctor. He had not expected that this divine doctor was just a child in his teens. What sort of nonsense was this? What medical skills could a child have? Mu Yorong was at least the descendant of the divine doctor Hua Tua. This child was it. This father of his was truly getting more and more muddle-headed as he got older. Putting aside the fact that a real divine doctor did not believing in a child. Chapter 98. 075, Heal and Save, Brother and Sister Meet. Don't be rude. Grandfather Yang said in a deep voice. Quickly apologized to the young godly doctor. Yang Danian felt that Grandfather Yang was sick. And it was not light. He actually asked him to apologize to a child. It was simply unbelievable. Dad, are you sure that this child can heal you? If something happens, who will be responsible? Compared to godly Dr. Hua Tua, Yang Danian was naturally willing to trust a doctor. What was wrong with a child? Shut up. After saying that, Grandfather Yang turned to look at Yi Zhao. He smiled apologetically and said, "You don't have to take that bastard's words to heart, young godly doctor. Since I have chosen to trust you, I will trust you to the end. Young godly doctor, I have already written a disclaimer. Any surgery will have risks. If there are any problems during the acupuncture process, it has nothing to do with you, young godly doctor." What did a doctor need the most? What he needed the most was trust. Grandfather Yang did not want Yi Zhao to feel any pressure. Furthermore, he was already so old, so he had written a disclaimer in advance. Dad, you're too muddle-headed. Yang Danian was furious. Grandfather Yang pointed at the door and said angrily, "Get lost." Seeing that Grandfather Yang was really angry, Yang Danian did not dare to say anything more. He sighed and said, "Dad, I hope you don't regret it." Grandfather Yang couldn't be bothered with Yang Danian. He turned to look at Yi Zhao and said, "Little miracle doctor, when can we start the treatment?" "Right now." Yi Zhao's eyebrows remained the same. She had always looked indifferent. Even in the face of Yang Danian's doubts, she wasn't afraid. "Okay." Grandfather Yang continued, "Little miracle doctor, this way please." Grandfather Yang had been sick for more than a year, so the family had prepared a sterile room for treatment. Yi Zhao followed Grandfather Yang's footsteps. Outsiders were not allowed to enter the sterile room. Afraid that Lin Sha would be anxious waiting outside, the butler of the Yang family brought Lin Sha to the sunroom to admire the flowers and watch a movie. Lin Sha once again felt the luxury of being rich. In the sterile room, Grandfather Yang was lying on the hospital bed. Yi Zhao took out the silver needles from the medical kit. "Grandfather Yang, I'm going to insert the needles soon. It won't hurt too much. Don't be nervous." "Okay." Grandfather Yang nodded. The first needle was on his temple. Yi Zhao pinched the silver needle and slowly inserted it into the blood vessels hidden under his skin. The winter snow shone in from the window and illuminated Yi Zhao's serious face. It made his already fair skin even fairer. Old Master Yang only felt a sharp pain at his temple. Then, his eyelids became heavier and heavier. In the end, he couldn't feel anything. Not long after, All the acupuncture points in old Master Yang's body were filled with silver needles. However, it wasn't enough. Yi Zhao continued to insert needles into the acupuncture points one after another. Under the bright light, one could clearly see that the silver needles were slowly turning black. Yi Zhao's forehead was also covered in a layer of sweat. Time passed by minute. When Elder Yang woke up again, the clock on the wall was already pointing to 2 p.m. It had already been 5 hours. Elder Yang was stunned. At this moment, Yi Zhao walked over from the side. "You're awake. How do you feel now?" Elder Yang sat up from the bed. "I feel," he tried to move his muscles and bones. His arms no longer hurt and his head no longer felt dizzy. His entire body felt very relaxed. Ever since he got sick, he had never felt this kind of relaxed feeling. Young godly doctor, have I recovered?" Elder Yang looked at Yi Zhao in disbelief. Yi Zhao smiled slightly. "It can only be considered half recovered. If you want to fully recover, you'll need to drink some Chinese medicine for a while. This is the prescription." After he finished speaking, Yi Zhao handed the prescription that he had just written to Old Master Yang. Old Master Yang took the prescription with both hands and was slightly stunned. Not only was this child's medical skill good, her handwriting was also very beautiful. Even an old man like him, who practiced calligraphy all year round, could not compare to her. Sun Fu Nian was still waiting outside. Yi Zhao walked out to open the door. "Little miracle doctor. How is Grandpa Yang?" Yi Zhao smiled slightly. "Grandpa Yang is already fine." Sun Fu Nian was very happy and immediately ran in. "Grandpa Yang." Grandpa Yang was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. "Fu Nian, I know my own body very well. I'm really much better." The little miracle doctor said that as long as I take some Chinese medicine for a period of time, I'll be able to completely recover. "That's great. That's great." Two old men who had already passed the age of 70 hugged each other and cried bitterly. Chapter 99. 075, Heal and Save, Brother and Sister Meet. The housekeeper had already ordered people to prepare a rich lunch. After working for 5 hours without a drop of water, Yi Zhao was indeed hungry, so he did not refuse. "Where's my friend?" The housekeeper said, "I've already sent someone to invite Miss Lin. Please have your meal first." "Okay." Soon, Lin Sha came over. "How's Grandpa Yang?" Yi Zhao smiled and said, "Very successful." Lin Sha said excitedly, "Grandpa Yang, you're really amazing." After a while, Grandfather Yang and Sun Fu Nian also came and prepared a generous reward. Even Lin Sha had a gift. Yi Zhao did not refuse. "Grandfather Yang, you must take the medicine on time. You haven't fully recovered yet, so don't let your guard down." Grandfather Yang nodded. "Okay." When they arrived at the hotel, Lin Sha opened the gift that Grandfather Yang had prepared and widened her eyes in surprise. This is the BL Baoyue limited edition bracelet. BL Baoyue was a famous luxury brand. This limited edition bracelet was sold for 6 figures. Yi Zhao glanced at it. "I think so. I still have a watch and necklace here. F***CK. I can't take it. It's too expensive." Lin Sha pushed the bracelet in front of Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao smiled and said, "Sister Sha, Grandpa Yang gave it to you. Why are you giving it to me?" Lin Sha said, "Grandpa Yang gave it to you to thank you for curing him." "I can't take it. I've seen this bracelet on the internet before. It's more than 200,000 yuan. If she had known that the gifts prepared by the Yang family were so expensive, there was no way she would take it. After all, she didn't do anything. Instead of doing anything, she just ate a lot of delicious food." Yi Zhao continued, "Sister Sha, since Grandpa Yang gave it to you, you should take it. If you return it now, people will think that you are looking down on their gift, and it will backfire." "Ah." Lin Sha didn't think of that at all. Will it still be like this? But I didn't do anything. Even if I can't return this bracelet to Grandpa Yang, I can't take it. Zhuo, the owner of this bracelet should be you. Yi Zhao nodded very seriously and then comforted Lin Shasha. Sister Shasha, you are doing me the greatest favor by accompanying me to the Yang family. If you didn't accompany me, I wouldn't have gone to the Yang family alone. Really? Lin Shasha asked. Really? Yi Zhao nodded. After much persuasion, Lin Shasha finally accepted the bracelet. The two of them made an appointment online to go to the night market nearby. Although it had snowed during the day, it was more enjoyable to go to the night market during the snow. On the other side, the Lin family. As usual, Feng Qianhua came to deliver the health-preserving soup to old lady Lin. After the old lady drank the health-preserving soup, she went to sleep. Feng Qianhua turned around and went outside the house. She instructed the servants to clean the house gently so as not to disturb old lady Lin's rest. The servants nodded respectfully. Who was Feng Qianhua? In the hearts of the servants of the Lin family, Feng Qianhua was the future mistress of the family, the mistress of the house. And Feng Qianhua was also putting on the airs of the mistress of the house. She was very good at commanding the servants. She was even more imposing than the Feng family matriarch. Miss Qianhua, have some tea. Aunt Zhang brought a cup of tea. Feng Qianhua smiled and took the tea that Aunt Zhang passed to her. Aunt Zhang took the opportunity to whisper a few words in Feng Qianhua's ear. Feng Qianhua's expression changed. She put down the cup and walked out of the door. Aunt Zhang immediately followed. The two of them came to a rockery in the back garden of the Lin family. Feng Qianhua frowned and said, "Are you sure that's what Lin Zhe told the old lady?" Aunt Zhang nodded. "I heard it with my own ears." Feng Qianhua's frown deepened. This child, Lin Zhe, was a natural ingrate. When she was very young, her heart ached for that child who did not have a biological mother. She wanted to take a sip of milk from Feng Xianxian and give it to Lin Zhe. But Lin Zhe would rather drink the milk powder than take a sip. All these years, she had poured her heart and soul into Lin Zhe and tried her best to please him. But Lin Zhe actually said that everyone could be his stepmother, except for her. As expected, it was true to that saying. No matter how she raised someone else's child, she would not be able to properly raise it. She had treated Lin Zhe so well, but in the end, Lin Zhe had repaid her kindness with enmity and turned around to bite her back. What an ingrate! Aunt Zhang looked around and continued, "It seems that if you want to marry into the Lin family, you can't take the path of Lin Zhe. You don't have to tell me that. I know." In the past, Feng Qianhua had treated Lin Zhe as the stepping stone for her to marry into the Lin family. Now that this stepping stone had its own ideas, it naturally couldn't be used. Chapter 100. Aunt Zhang continued, "So, your only hope now is the old lady. While she is still in charge, quickly marry into the Lin family. You and Jin Cheng are still young, so give birth to a fat boy as soon as possible. When Xianxian marries into the Zhen family, you and Jin Cheng's son will inherit the Lin family's great cause. When that time comes, you will be the most honorable woman in the entire capital. As for Lin Zhe, let him stay where he is." Hearing this, Feng Qianhua nodded. Aunt Zhang was right. Lin Zhe was no longer reliable. Now, she could only rely on old lady Lin's love for her to quickly marry into the Lin family. The most important thing was to give birth to a child that belonged to her and Lin Jincheng as soon as possible. After chatting with Aunt Zhang for a long while, Feng Qianhua saw that old lady Lin was about to wake up. Only then did she return to the front hall. As soon as she entered, she heard old lady Lin earnestly advise Lin Zhe, "Ah Zhe, look, your Aunt Feng came to see me again today with the health soup. With my body, if it weren't for her, I would have died long ago." Lin Zhe didn't say a word. "What's wrong with your Aunt Feng marrying your father? Why can't you be more sensible? If you were half as sensible as Xianxian, our family wouldn't be in such a mess." In old lady Lin's eyes, Feng Xianxian was much more sensible than Lin Zhe. At least Feng Xianxian never stopped Feng Qianhua from marrying into the Lin family, Unlike Lin Zhe, Feng Qianhua was a good woman. If she could marry into the Lin family would definitely be happier than now. How was the Lin family like a family now? It was clearly a cold house. This was all Yi Shu's fault. The reason why Lin Zhe was so insensible was because he had inherited Yi Shu's personality. If Yi Shu was a good woman, she wouldn't have seduced Lin Jincheng to have a child out of wedlock back then. When she thought of this, old lady Lin's heart ached with anger. Their Lin family was originally a harmonious family with a loving mother and a filial son. Yi Shu was a slut. Lin Zhe didn't respond to old lady Lin's words and only said, "Grandma, I also invited my classmates to have supper together. I won't disturb your rest." After saying that, Lin Zhe turned around and left. Just then, he bumped into Feng Qianhua outside. "Aunt Feng," Lin Zhe greeted her indifferently. Feng Qianhua was still the same as before. She said with a smile, "Where is Zhe going?" "Auntie made your favorite hibiscus cake. It's still warm now. Do you want to eat some?" Lin Zhe did not answer her and left without looking back. Aunt Zhang followed behind and said, "Young master has been in a bad mood these past few days. Don't mind it, Miss Qianhua. In fact, young master still cares about you a lot." Feng Qianhua smiled and said, "I know. Zhe is like his father. He is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. By the way, Aunt Zhang, remember to keep the hibiscus cake for Zhe." These words made old lady Lin feel very uncomfortable. If Lin Zhe was really cold on the outside but warm on the inside, it would be fine. But Lin Zhe just did not like Feng Qianhua and even said crazy things. It was really a waste that Feng Qianhua still liked him so much. Everything good was always the first thing to cling to Lin Zhe. Could he let Feng Qianhua down? Old lady Lin sighed. Feng Qianhua walked in with a smile. "Aunt Lin, why are you sighing?" There was a hint of worry in old lady Lin's eyes. "I'm worried that Zhe is becoming more and more insensible and will go astray in the future. After all, he had Yi Shu's roots." Coupled with his words and actions today, old lady Lin was really very worried. Feng Qianhua smiled and comforted her. "Aunt Lin, Zhe is a very sensible child, but he's not good at expressing himself. You don't have to worry." Aunt Zhang continued, "Old madam, isn't it very easy to make the young master become more sensible? You don't have to worry at all." "What do you mean?" Old Madam Lin raised her head to look at Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang continued, "As the saying goes, when in danger, think of peace. The young master is the only child in the family now. He is spoiled and pampered. It is normal for the young master to be a little insensible. If Miss Qianhua could give the young master a younger brother, the young master would become an older brother. With a sense of threat, he would naturally become more sensible. Tell me, isn't this killing two birds with one stone?" Old Madam Lin's eyes lit up. Feng Qianhua said a little embarrassedly, "Aunt Zhang, what are you talking about?" "Aunt Lin, don't listen to her nonsense." Old Lady Lin smiled and said, "I think Aunt Zhang is quite right. Qianhua, how great would it be if you could give birth to a child for our Jincheng? Feng Qianhua and the child of Lin Jincheng would definitely be very smart." The more old lady Lin thought about it, the more excited she became. Night market. Lin Zhe, Li Wen, Dog Air, and Fat Tiger were sitting at a small round table eating Guangdong's cooking. It was an extremely cold winter night. After taking a mouthful of Guangdong's cooking, which was covered in red oil, Lin Zhe felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up. It was extremely warm. "Brother Zhe, Dog Air, and Fat Tiger, come and have a drink with us." Li Wen picked up the beaker on the table. Lin Zhe followed suit and raised the cup together. He drank the beaker in one gulp. When the foul alcohol entered his throat, he choked on it. "Brother Zhe, are you in a bad mood?" Lin Zhe didn't say anything. Li Wen continued, "We haven't found out about the candy wrappers yet. Do you think your grandmother will really let your father marry that woman and give you a younger sister?" "It's very likely." Lin Zhe held the soju wine glass. Old Lady Lin liked Feng Qianhua very much. According to the current situation, it was only a matter of time before Feng Qianhua married her. Dog Air didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only say, actually, having a little sister is quite good. I don't like little sisters. Don't be too full of yourself, Dog Air continued. What if one day Brother Zay becomes a siscon? You're thinking too much. Lin Zay kicked the stool away. I'm going to the bathroom. Looking at Lin Zay's back, Li Wen patted Dog Air. Brother Zay hates little girls the most. Especially girls who dream of being his little sister. Because of Feng Xianxian, Lin Zay had never liked the word little sister since he was young. In fact, he didn't even like to interact with little girls in school. Dog Air scratched its head. Then I'll be more careful when I speak next time. There was a public bathroom at the night market. Lin Zay came out after washing his hands and accidentally bumped into someone. He subconsciously wanted to help that person up, but he didn't expect that person was also a martial artist. He was actually one step ahead of him and held his hand. Are you alright? It was a very pleasant voice. Lin Zay looked up and saw a face with picturesque features.